This guy just finished a shower and is looking out at the city, chilling and taking in the view, when suddenly a monster pops up, smashes its face against the glass, and gives him a real fright. That scared the hell out of me. Smelling something tasty, the monster immediately calls over its buddies to smash through the door and tear him apart. But the moment they all swarm in, he smacks them into oblivion in one go. Even with giant monsters, he lands his hits with perfect precision straight to the face. They thought they were dealing with some weakling human, but little did they know this guy is the peerless spear god who has been fighting on the front lines for 25 years. With the strength of a man who personally took the head of the otherworld demon king, not even the so-called top-tier hunters of this world can handle a single punch from him. Talk about bad luck for the monsters thinking they'd caught an easy meal while he was just trying to retire. Well, it actually worked out pretty well, didn't it? In the middle of the fiery battlefield, with smoke and dust clouding the sky, a sphinx monster speaks up in disbelief. "Human, you are truly strong, but your teammates are about to bite the dust, you know." Looking toward his heavily wounded and exhausted allies, the hero Hyun-seok remains calm and replies, "Is that so? You don't look so hot yourself?" Stung in his pride, the monster lets out a furious roar, "How insolent!" and immediately launches lethal attacks toward him. The enemy rages threatening, "If you don't submit, I'll tear you to pieces." It arrogantly declares that this land is a kingdom built upon its very own claws. Amidst the stinging rain of energy, Hyun-seok grits his teeth, gripping his spear, tightly determined to end this long, drawn-out battle. Hyun-seok roars, "Game over for you right here!" Instantly, a blinding burst of light erupts as he activates his ultimate skill, Paradox Flame, turning the entire battlefield into a sea of raging fire. Between massive pillars of flame, Hyun-seok dashes with wind-tearing speed, creating impacts that shake the ground and leave deep craters. But the monster with its glowing red eyes doesn't flinch. It lashes out with sharp claws, countering madly. Pushed back by a powerful clash, Hyun-seok grits his teeth as his body begins to tire. Seeing the enemy show signs of weakness, the monster laughs smugly. That pathetic attack didn't even leave a scratch. Standing firm on the ground, he just smirks and asks, "You call that pathetic?" His hands tighten around the spear shaft, pouring all his spiritual power into it, causing the weapon to radiate a brilliant glow. Hyun-seok declares firmly, "This is more than enough to cut down your arrogance." A massive beam of crimson energy erupts, striking the enemy head-on, shattering the golden crown on its head and sending it crashing to the ground. The monster collapses, gasping in disbelief. "Impossible. How can a human be this tough?" Hyun-seok coldly repeats once more, "I already told you. I don't belong to this world." Even while dying, the enemy stubbornly declares that, even if it falls, its body will dissolve into the earth and one day be reborn. Yet its expression suddenly shifts to sheer terror. Upon realizing its body cannot regenerate, it stammers, "Am I being erased?" Hyun-seok calmly explains that the black flames consuming it are a special skill called Paradox Flame, not like ordinary fire that requires oxygen. It uses abstract concepts like the ego reason and memories as fuel. Your centuries-long hobby of being reborn ends now, because what's burning is your very existence. When a game hacker runs into a master player, it's lights out. Realizing the end is near, the monster laughs bitterly in pain. "Even if I disappear, you will never be remembered as a hero who saved the world, because the ones you call teammates are actually just waiting for you to die here." Faced with the enemy's jab, Hyun-seok just calmly responds, "I know." Immediately, the saintess standing behind him panics and cries out, "Hero, don't believe the words of that monster!" But Hyun-seok has seen through it all. He knows the woman who constantly whispers sweet words of love every day actually loathes him to the bone because he is an outsider. Those honeyed words were only a scheme to make him hesitate, and unable to strike back when he was purged after the expedition ended. He turns to look at her with icy eyes. "Saintess, did I say something wrong?" He doesn't stop there. He exposes the knight in the squad as well, the one who accepted a national treasure from the cowardly emperor to eliminate him as soon as the monster was defeated. Witnessing all these dark secrets being laid bare, the knight trembles in terror. How did you know about that?" Hyun-seok continues to expose the mage in the squad, a fanatic who experimented on human bodies and hated him solely because he opposed the brutal slave system. He coldly confirms that he has known about the plot to murder him after the monster was defeated for 5 years already. The monster can't help but gasp in shock. "I don't understand, oh hero. With the power that has driven me into a corner, you have more than enough strength to destroy this world that has turned its back on you. Staring into the void with a face covered in scars, he simply replies, "If I did that, who would take me home?" The enemy is still stunned by such a simple reason. "You want to go home?" Memories take him back to Earth 25 years ago, to 2005, when he was just an ordinary 30-year-old office worker until an entity claiming to be a goddess appeared and brought him to another world with the plea, "Oh, chosen hero, please save this world from the monsters." He thought it would be a heroic story like in the books, about an ordinary person succeeding in a new world. But in reality, the place he arrived at was a horrific disaster with desperate cries for help echoing everywhere. Despite trying every way to return home, he realized the only way out was to wipe out all the monsters, just as the goddess had said. For 25 long years, he threw himself into relentless training and fighting. To become stronger, there was a time he carried an injured child back to the village, but instead of a welcome, the guards coldly blocked his path because he had acted on his own. Even though he begged them to let him in to save the child, they just sneered, "Why waste medicine on it? Just leave it there." This world, it was so cruel that it would abandon the wounded instead of treating them. But even worse was the unbelievably primitive medical care and hygiene of this medieval age. He could only watch in horror as they casually amputated a patient's leg over a simple infection, simply because all the healers had been mobilized to the front lines. Just then the priests appeared and questioned how he could have saved the child from the monsters. But something even more terrifying was waiting ahead. Those wicked priests declared that the child survived because a demon lived inside it and that they would purge it themselves. Watching the innocent people being burned alive left him seething with resentment, thinking about these disgusting otherworldly beings who had absolutely no concept of human rights. You want to be saved, drop that cheap kindness of yours. After 25 years of enduring this painful world, he finally defeated the monster and saved the world. Standing in the middle of the desolate battlefield, he muttered wearily, "It's over," and immediately his comrades' swords were pointed straight at him. The knight revealed his true colors, feeling relieved that he had discovered the truth and declaring that they couldn't let him live. Facing this blatant betrayal, he responded coldly, "You know something? I truly hate this world." Even though he was heavily wounded, the pressure he radiated made the knight tremble, too afraid to advance. He bitterly realized he had created one monster only to destroy another. "You tried so hard only to have it backfire on you. Serves you right." With nothing left to lose, Hyun-sok roared toward the sky. "I have completed the task assigned to me. Keep your promise." A brilliant beam of light descended from above, causing all the traders to look up in astonishment as the goddess appeared with a gentle expression, offering praise to the hero. "You have worked hard, my hero. Thanks to your relentless efforts, you have defeated the monster." He pointed at the goddess, reiterating the old pact. "Goddess, you still remember, don't you? That once I defeat the monster, all my experience, memories, and soul will be preserved, and you must send me back to Earth." The goddess smiled faintly and asked if he really didn't like this world, even though he possessed power enough to threaten even her, and she warned that all of Hero Hyun-seok's achievements would become meaningless if he left. Hyun-seok laughed with contempt, telling her to stop the act because he knew she was only relieved that he was leaving. Just as agreed, the goddess did not deny it. She coldly concluded that this world finally didn't need a monster anymore. The goddess looked at him with concern and asked if he really didn't regret this decision. No. Hyun-seok didn't hesitate. He affirmed his only desire was to return to his old world, and he dropped his weapon, letting his spear fall to the barren ground. Receiving the goddess's consent, he felt a secret sense of relief to finally escape this cursed otherworld. Leaving behind his hands, scarred and mangled, a brilliant pillar of light enveloped the hero's body. The goddess announced, "Your old body is gone, I'll put you into a new one, okay?" When he asked about the identity of that person, the goddess only revealed that it was someone with a tragic fate, but she believed he would survive as Hyun-seok, no matter how harsh the future was. He still accepted the trade to be able to go home, because nothing could be worse than the hell he had endured for the past 25 years. The hero's figure vanished completely in the blinding light, and immediately after the scene shifted to Earth in the year 2025. In a small, narrow room, a young man suddenly opened his eyes, waking up in shock, wondering if he had truly returned or not. The soul of the hero Hyun-seok had now officially merged into the body of a civilian named Lee Chan-seok. He sat up, grinding his teeth as he thought about the traitors in the other world, and he felt relieved to no longer have to see them. Walking up to the mirror, he looked in amazement at his own strange yet youthful face. Touching his face, he whispered to himself, "Hello, brother. From now on, I am Lee Chan-seok." Chan-seok splashed his face with the cool water from the tap, shouting with joy. Water, clean, unpolluted water. To him, this was true magic, and those mages in that other world should go to hell. He continued to be excited by the gas stove, the fire lighting with just a single click, no more chopping wood and lighting miserable campfires. Suddenly, a familiar scent had hit his nose. He looked in amazement at the food box on the table. This is what I missed. Don't tell me. Is this fried chicken? Unable to restrain himself, he grabbed a golden, crispy piece of chicken and took a huge bite. The explosion of flavor made him burst into tears right then and there. So good. My tears just keep flowing. That's right. This is the taste of real food. He sat on the floor eating and crying, missing the simple flavors he had lost for the past 25 years. Looking out at the shimmering city skyline through the window, he told himself that he could finally live a normal life. But then he was stunned when he realized the year. What? It's already 2025. Have I been away from home for that long? It turns out time in the other world flows at the same rate as on Earth. But he quickly brushes that shock aside. Since it no longer matters, he steels his resolve. No matter how difficult the adjustment might be, it couldn't possibly be as hellish as the nightmare he endured in the other realm. Chang-seok enjoys the hot water pouring from the shower, and without even needing to wait a single button press, fills the room with a cool breeze from the air conditioner. It feels incredibly refreshing. Gazing at the clear blue sky through the high-rise window, he sighs in relief. This is paradise, isn't it? It feels so cool. He begins planning for his new life in the year 2025. And even plans to play StarCraft for fun, but suddenly a terrifying shadow with a grotesque grin presses its face against the glass. It startles the hell out of him, and in his panic he shakily wonders, what is this? Just then the building's emergency speakers blare, shattering the silence and announcing that an erosion fissure has appeared right inside the apartment complex. Chang-seok, stunned, mutters, "What an erosion fissure, what the hell is that?" The speakers repeatedly demand that residents evacuate to the shelter immediately. He can't believe what's happening. His eyes filled with doubt about what the world has become over the last 25 years. The room is now swarming with bizarre creatures that look like monkeys, but wear grotesque masks, and the glass can no longer withstand the pressure. It's only a matter of time before they break in, forcing him to run for his life down the dark emergency stairs with the ferocious monsters hot on his heels. They create massive tremors that shake the entire stairwell. As he runs, he screams in frustration, "What kind of things are these?" A whole pack of crazed monsters lunges down after him like ghosts in the night. He shouts in despair at the horrific transformation of the world. Where did the beautiful Earth go? Why has it turned into a monster's den like this? Taking advantage of a moment when the monsters pass by, he quickly climbs through a broken window to find an exit. After temporarily shaking off the bloodthirsty creatures, he leans against the wall, gasping for air. Phew! Finally lost them, he thinks. But then he stiffens when he sees a young boy standing alone in the hallway with a stick. "Oh, a human!" Chang-seok urgently urges the boy to get to the shelter. Since this place is extremely dangerous, but the child calmly asks back, "Hey, mister, have you seen where the monster went?" Chang-seok just freezes and blurts out, "What?" The boy calmly declares, "I'm going to kill it. Do you want to come with me?" Chang-seok, taken aback, exclaims, "What did you say, kid?" The boy reveals that Earth has been in this state for 13 years, leaving Chang-seok to grit his teeth and curse under his breath. Damn it, looks like I'm a reluctant babysitter now. Because the kid insists on not going to the shelter, and he can't leave him alone, he has no choice but to go with this brat. Through the boy's story, he learns that erosion fissures are exits for the monsters, and no one knows why they form, when or where they will appear. Chang-seok bitterly realizes he just escaped one hell, only to fall into another black hole of a hell. He screams internally in frustration, "Isn't this a bit too much? That damn goddess!" When asked why he knows nothing, he awkwardly makes up a lie about having lived in America, but the boy immediately shuts him down with bizarre trivia about the U.S. president being impeached, because he secretly sent his daughter to South Korea, leaving him completely speechless. To distract him, he asks about the boy's favorite hunter. Upon mentioning the subject, the kid excitedly shouts, "Lee Sound!" He chatters on about how she belongs to the Zanabi Guild, is ranked 10th in the world, and uses a super cool greatsword to slay monsters. Chang-seok ponders silently. He never expected that in this world. Humans would also have to fight monsters just like the place he had just left. Just as the boy is about to open his phone to show him a video, the CEO suddenly presses close and covers the kid's mouth tightly. He senses imminent danger and mutters, "Damn it!" Behind the corner of the wall, a group of masked monsters is lurking. With his vast combat experience, he quickly identifies them, 6 of them. Add one more and that's a full set. Although he realizes this new body has above-average strength, and he's used to facing many enemies, the presence of the trembling boy behind him makes the situation more complicated than ever. Chang-seok worries to himself if he leaves him, the kid will definitely be in danger. He wonders where his killing intent from a moment ago had gone. In a situation without proper weapons, he worries about how to deal with them. Until he notices a familiar energy fluctuating in the air, he is stunned and wonders, could this be mana? After confirming it is identical to the substance in the other world, he silently resolves to act. Messing with me is a mistake. It's showtime! A piercing scream echoes as Chang-seok launches a timely attack, causing the monster to burn intensely, even though the mana accumulated over 25 years had completely dissipated. But with the mana present in the air on Earth, he can still trigger the paradox flame etched into his soul, looking at the blue flame blazing on his hand. He tells himself, though, the current firepower is a bit disappointing. It's more than enough to finish off the enemy. The monster collapses into a cloud of pitch-black smoke, leaving the boy in total awe. "Mister, that was so cool." The boy excitedly admits he was a bit suspicious at first because he knew nothing about the current world, but he didn't expect him to possess such a special skill. "So awesome." Suddenly remembering something, the boy excitedly talks about watching on YouTube how it's very important to confirm that the monster is truly dead. He lunged forward, suddenly rushing toward the corpse. Chang-seok shouted in panic to stop him, but it was too late. He knew the devastating power of the paradox flame. He warned the kid not to get any closer, but before the target could be completely erased, the monster wasn't dead yet. It clawed its way back out of the black smoke. Looking absolutely grotesque, right in front of the kid, Chang-seok had managed to shield him, and even though his own hand was injured and bleeding, he coldly said, "Kid, I don't know what YouTube is, but you'd better stop watching it. Heroes hate Top and YouTube, folks." He asked to borrow the staff from the boy's hand to keep fighting, taking the weapon from the trembling child. Chang-seok stood firm, facing the swarm of monsters charging wildly from all sides. His eyes turned icy cold. Chang-seok swung the staff with all his might, creating a powerful sweeping arc. He sent the swarm to their graves in an instant, a total hack move. The monsters wailed, witnessing such overwhelming power. The boy standing nearby just stood there with his jaw dropped, unable to believe his eyes. He shouted excitedly, "That was amazing, mister. Are you secretly a hunter?" Standing amidst the gruesome scene, Chang-seok panted with exhaustion. He found it ridiculous that the moment he returned to Earth, he had to smell this familiar, sickening stench again. He gritted his teeth in frustration, realizing that after enduring so much hardship in another world in hopes of a peaceful rest, the reality before him was no different from the hell he'd just escaped. Once they were temporarily safe, the two quickly moved to the designated civilian area where hundreds of people were waiting anxiously as he listened to the kid complain about being called kiddo. Instead of calling him an elementary schooler, Chang-seok just stayed silent and kept walking. As soon as they entered the shelter, an elegant woman rushed over, hugged the boy tightly, and called out Yoon-seong. She kept thanking Chang-seok profusely. For protecting her reckless son, Chang-seok looked at the woman's designer outfit and expensive earrings, thinking to himself, covered in brand names, huh? So you're a rich kid then? Suddenly, massive tremors shook the entire shelter, leaving everyone staring at each other in confusion as a giant fist punched through the solid wall. Following that, a massive monster appeared with razor-sharp teeth and a disgusting long tongue. The crowd fell into chaos and screams echoed everywhere. When the shelter's defensive wall completely collapsed and people were trampling over each other to escape, Chang-seok stood still staring at the new enemy. Seeing the critical situation, the boy Yoon-seong panicked and urged him, "Mister, I think we have to run." Chang-seok was silent, his eyes heavy with thought. He silently asked himself, why is living in peace so damn hard? The pain from his wound made him wince, looking at his blood-stained, scarred hand. He softly called out, "Hey, kid," causing the boy to snap back. "I told you not to call me that." Looking at the kid, Chang-seok wondered, "You're rich, aren't you? Why keep trying to be a hunter? Isn't it enough to just hide in a safe place and live comfortably?" Yoon-seong lowered his head, his voice deepening. "I lost my father because of a monster." An erosion crack opened right inside the shelter we thought was the safest. The boy realized bitterly that there was no place left on Earth that was truly peaceful. Even though he wasn't strong enough yet and was still very scared, Yoonseong was determined to become the strongest hunter to wipe out all the monsters. The boy shouted with all his resolve to save the world. Seeing the kid's firm expression, Chansok smiled faintly. "No, you'll become a great hunter, kid, but you won't be able to save the world." Just then, Yoonseong's mother anxiously pulled her son away, urging him to leave. The boy still tried to look back, calling out, "Wait, the mister is still there!" Suddenly, a massive explosion shook the entire shelter. Yoonseong screamed in terror, "Mister!" Amidst the rubble and choking dust, Chansok used just one hand to incinerate the monster. It turned to ash, his body radiating a powerful purple energy. He coldly declared, "Leave that to the experts." He was just an ordinary young man from the 21st century. Chanseok had been summoned to another world, forced to fight monsters for 25 years before finally finding a way back to Earth. He had just returned, barely able to enjoy his freedom, when he had to face the erosion cracks. Luckily, he had survived thanks to his experience from his past life, and he had even promised the kid he would save the world. Yet in reality, he didn't do anything. Sitting in front of his computer with a haggard look, he chewed on candy while focusing intensely on his game. When the word victory flashed brilliantly on the screen, he just muttered, "Win, easy as pie. Gaming is easy." Opening a soda and enjoying the refreshing taste, he suddenly remembered his bold declaration in front of everyone. Someone who has saved the world once can save it again. Thinking back, what did it matter anyway? His desire to save the world didn't last long against the temptations of modern life video games, the abundant food that he could only dream of in the other world, and a system where you can do anything with just one touch. Besides, as for saving the world, there were already other hunters taking care of it. Just as he was about to use his phone to order some food, he froze when he saw his account balance. He shouted in panic, "What, I've already spent all my severance pay." The measly figure of 3,201 appeared like a bucket of ice water splashed onto the face of the owner of this body. Chanseok was originally a transport company employee, but he lost his job when the company went bankrupt due to the erosion cracks. Now that the last bit of money was gone, he tore at his hair in desperation. He had tried to find a new job, but there was no way to get a normal job right now because with the erosion cracks appearing constantly, most companies were on the verge of bankruptcy, so this was to be expected. He wondered what he had to do to survive in this modern society, when everywhere he looked wasn't hiring a hunter recruitment notice popped up on his phone screen. His eyes stopped on it, filled with thought. Then a confident smile flashed on his lips. With all my experience, this is right up my alley. Right after that, he arrived at the Hunter Association, located inside a massive, towering skyscraper. The atmosphere was incredibly hyped up. A young man cheered excitedly, "I'm about to become a hunter. Life's about to get real good." However, the people walking with him seemed much more laid back, thinking that the selection exam was just a mere formality these days. Just show off one unique skill and you're in. Standing in the middle of the shoving crowd, he looked on coldly, feeling like everyone there was exactly the same. In the eyes of a man who was once a hero like Chanseok, these people were nothing more than small fries in the midst of all that chaos. A woman with long black hair walked by with an air of pride. A guy nearby was stunned, his eyes wide, as he realized who was there. What the hell is going on? It's Lee Se-eun. The crowd started buzzing about Lee Se-eun, a top 10 hunter in the world from the prestigious Zanabi Guild. No one could believe their eyes because she was supposed to be in one conquering a corrosion rift, yet here she was. She was there to personally recruit for the guild. In the observation room, they were reviewing the file of Han Sang-al, an elite student who graduated from the Hunter Academy with skills in electrokinesis and swordsmanship. A guy on the board mocked her. Her power's probably just good for charging batteries, right? He was immediately shut down by someone saying she was a hunter candidate, not a generator. The guy with glasses looked skeptical, arguing that real combat in a corrosion rift was much more brutal than anything taught in school. He insisted that even if she was a top student, she might not make the cut when facing real monsters. Meanwhile, Lee Se-eun just chewed her candy and replied with total indifference, maybe or maybe not. Memories of rookies dying under monster claws flashed through her mind. Se-eun thought to herself, training and actual combat are two different worlds. It will take a long time for Han Sang-a to adapt. The announcement speaker blared, cutting off her train of thought. The first match officially began. Sion smirked, telling herself that regardless she had a mission to complete, and she needed the candidates to show their true worth so she could decide who to recruit. Just then, the announcer suddenly exclaimed excitedly, "Oh, this candidate is pretty interesting." The crowd started whispering in shock to see a total amateur walk out. Wait, an amateur wants to be a hunter, an untrained outsider. Daring to stand on this stage, that's unprecedented. Amidst the suspicious stares, the announcer loudly introduced him. And here is the candidate. Chansok stepped out in a simple athletic outfit. He still felt a bit awkward and reminded himself that he wasn't used to this new name yet. The match started with strict rules, no personal weapons allowed, and causing life-threatening injuries was absolutely forbidden. Chansok stood opposite his opponent. He gripped the provided wooden sword ready for his first fight in this modern world. A hero using cheap gear to take down pros, he thought. Once he decided to become a hunter, Chansok told himself the first thing he needed to do was save this world on the brink of collapse. But just as importantly, he wanted a life of comfort, to eat well and live well, and to achieve that, he had to get a top-tier result in this tournament. His opponent, a cocky blonde guy, looked at him with utter contempt for being an amateur. The referee signaled for both to get into position and then dropped his hand to start. The match officially began. The blonde guy immediately lunged forward with a flaming spear. "My opponent is someone who doesn't even know how to gather mana." He arrogantly told him to consider losing to him an honor because he was the undefeated spearmaster of the Hunter Academy. Facing the aggressive attack, Chansok kept a calm face, coldly observing every opening the enemy had. A powerful thrust came down, but it only hit the air, making the blonde guy gasp, "What? I was just standing there, where did he go?" Right at that moment, Chansok was already right behind him and mocked him. "Hey, your spear technique is still pretty sloppy." Before the opponent could react, he landed a massive blow with his bare hand. It left the enemy with no room to counter. The sheer force of the impact completely distorted the arrogant hunter's face before he collapsed to the arena floor. Watching his opponent lie motionless after just one hit, Chansok was stunned, asking himself, "What the? I hadn't even warmed up yet." He thought to himself that he had intentionally used his bare hands, fearing that if he used the spear, he would hurt the guy too badly. He didn't expect his opponent's level to be so shockingly weak. He couldn't help but wonder if this was really the average level of hunters in this world. Han Sang-ah watched the match with a suspicious expression. She couldn't help but wonder who this guy really was. A colleague beside her noted that his file said he was just a regular transport company worker, and had almost zero mana stored in his body. He assumed the power he just used must have been luck, but Sang-a immediately shoved a candy into his hand to make him shut up. While the colleague thought she wanted him to be quiet, Sang-a was actually lost in a scarier thought. No, he's intentionally not gathering mana. Down on the floor, Chansok scratched his head in annoyance. He told himself that although it was a bit of a hassle to prove his worth, he had to end this fight decisively. Looking at his trembling opponent, who asked, "How could you do that?" Chansok calmly stepped closer and delivered another powerful blow, followed by a mocking reassurance. "Don't worry, as long as you're breathing, you can still recover. Time to take a nap." A loud thud echoed as the opponent collapsed completely, with his eyes rolled back, unable to fight anymore. The announcement speaker loudly echoed throughout the arena. The winner is the contestant Chansok. The judges and the audience above are in total shock, buzzing and whispering in disbelief at this impossible result. Han Sang-ah's eyes narrow sharply. She focuses on every one of his movements, as if trying to see through the secrets hidden inside while everyone else is still busy making judgments. Sang-ah decides she must act first to verify Chansok's true power with her own eyes. When a colleague asks where she's going, she just coldly replies, "I need to go see the head of the association." The next matches proceed, but the results remain unchanged. Chansok continuously knocks out his other opponents with lightning-fast strikes, silently lamenting to himself. Too weak. Even for these rookies who just became hunters, aren't they just way too weak? He realizes that no matter how many matches he fights, the people appearing all have the same pathetic skill level. He can't help but wonder, did the academy teach them martial arts or a dance routine? Chansok sighs weary and wondering if among this crowd, is there even a single decent opponent here? Just then the crowd starts buzzing. "Oh, she's so beautiful. We finally get to see her." The loudspeaker booms. Us. "Introducing our finalist, Han Sang-ah." She steps out with a sword at her side, her short gray hair full of personality. She is expected to be the one to end the super rookie's winning streak. A mystery. Chansok thinks, glancing at her. Oh, at least she's the one with the most mana accumulated among everyone I've seen today. Han Sang-ah replies coldly with utter disdain. And yet you don't have a single drop of mana. Your luck has just run out. Get ready to be wiped out. Chanseok secretly mocks her, wondering if these cliché lines are also part of the Hunter Academy curriculum. Sang-ah continues to assert, since you only use your fists, you definitely don't have any special skills. But I won't go easy on you just because of that. She grips her sword hilt tightly, her eyes glowing with blue electric sparks radiating pressure. Chansok just smiles wryly, thinking to himself, actually, I do have a special skill. I'm just not using it because I'm afraid you'll get seriously hurt. The referee shouts, "Ready!" Sang-ah immediately takes her stance. The moment the signal to start is given, she draws her sword at the speed of light. Chansok's eyes widen, focusing intently to keep up with his opponent's movements. A blinding explosion of energy envelops the stage, but Sang-ah is stunned to realize her blade only sliced through thin air. High above, Chansok is flipping backward with expertise to dodge the dangerous attack by a hair's breadth. Is she putting on an acrobatic show or something? How is she dodging so gracefully? Sang-ah cannot believe her eyes, her face showing clear shock. He dodged it. He dodged the electric strike with just a jump. While mid-air, Chansok silently analyzes his opponent's technique. Interesting. By running an electric current through the scabbard and the blade, she turned them into a magnet, combining it with the draw speed to create a railgun-like attack. He lands on the ground gracefully. He casually remarks, "Must say your skill is definitely the best one yet, but you missed the most important thing." To Sang-ah's bewilderment, he points out her fatal flaw. "It's the timing. You were too focused on just striking as fast as possible." Han Sang-ah's mistake was, to accelerate the sword even faster, she set up a magnetic rail right in the middle of the air. Chansok secretly judges that no matter how fast or strong the attack is, no idiot is going to walk straight into a strike with a trajectory that's right in front of their eyes. Having been seen through, Sang-ah grits her teeth in anger. "Don't get cocky. I don't need tricks to wipe you off the face of the earth." She immediately erupts her spiritual energy and lunges forward at a terrifying speed. Chansok easily sidesteps the slash and casually asks her, "Are you an idiot? I've already dodged your fastest move, so there is no way I'm getting hit by this one." Seeing that her opponent is far too superior, Sang-ah frantically tries to force her mana, her eyes glowing with intense pressure. Chansok realizes she is overexerting herself by trying to squeeze out every last drop of mana. He worries to himself, if she keeps going like this, her body will be completely destroyed. Just as Sang-ah is about to launch her next attack, Chansok closes the distance and coldly declares, "That performance was pretty cool, but let's end it here." Immediately, he lands a powerful punch to Sang-ah's stomach, making her grit her teeth in pain. Not giving her a chance to retaliate, Chansok follows up with a relentless, powerful combo. Han Sang-ah is left with no ability to resist. Her eyes roll back and she collapses instantly, her face smeared with wounds. Han Sang-ah falls hard onto the stage to the astonishment of the entire gallery. The crowd starts buzzing, not believing their eyes as they see the Academy's top student defeated. In such an overwhelming way, Chansok strolls away. He silently assesses that while Sang-ah's skills are far better than the others, her quick collapse proves she has become too dependent on mana and neglected her physical training. Hearing a moan behind him, he turns back in surprise, wondering if she still wants to keep fighting. But Han Sang-ah only trembles and raises her left hand to surrender. Chansok can't help but laugh. "You sure raised that hand quickly. This girl is pretty obedient." Immediately, the organizer's loudspeaker rings out, shattering the atmosphere. "Attention, the match schedule has been changed." The announcer asks Chansok to rest for a moment, which makes him wonder, since he thought everything was over. A shocking announcement is made right after that. In a few minutes, the winner, Chanseok, and a professional hunter are set to have a special match, an event arranged by the guild president that has the audience roaring with pure excitement. Seeing the wild reaction on the screen, he can't help but wonder if that mysterious woman from earlier stepped in personally to test his mettle, or perhaps not at that moment. A massive greatsword slams into the ground and Lee Se-eun steps out with an arrogant air, apologizing for her sudden entrance. But she insists it's the only way to verify his strength, introducing herself clearly. I am Lee Seun from the Zanabi Guild, as she stares deep into his eyes. Seun remarks that this stage seems a bit too small for Chanseok's talent, challenging him directly and giving him the option to refuse if it's too much for him. Chanseok instantly senses the terrifying pressure radiating from the world's 10th-ranked hunter, a true professional with an effortless demeanor, even knowing his current body will struggle. When facing an opponent like that, he still breaks into an excited grin and accepts the challenge immediately. Seun recognizes the burning passion in Chanseok's eyes and knows he's ready for the clash. For him, if he has to fight anyway, this is the perfect opportunity to reach his peak and prove his worth. So let's see. Should I boost my own value? Maybe a little more. The match explodes with powerful collisions that leave the crowd with their jaws dropped, while the commentator breaks into a cold sweat. Dripping with excitement from the suffocating pressure of that greatsword, Chanseok grinds his teeth and holds his ground, inwardly shocked, wondering, what on earth does she eat to be stronger than a monster? The confrontation drags on, and Chanseok struggles against the powerful swings of Seun. Though she still looks calm, she quietly notices that her own speed has dropped significantly since the start. On the opposite side, Chanseok is at his limit, gasping for air and drenched in sweat, bitterly realizing it's not that his opponent has no openings, but that his current body is just too weak, not capable enough to capitalize on those chances. Seeing her opponent is exhausted, Seun approaches him nonchalantly and praises his endurance. I thought you'd only last about 5 minutes. I didn't expect you to hold out for 30 straight. But it looks like you've reached your limit. To end this drawn-out match, she leaps high, swinging her giant sword with the declaration that she'll help him end things as gently as possible, gently sending him to the hospital, that is. He faces a precarious situation as his mana, both within him and in the surrounding space, have run dry. Chanseok lets out a determined breath, not wanting to reveal his trump card too early, but he's forced to. He has to activate his true power. Seun is stunned to realize her full-force attack missed, unable to believe he could dodge that strike. Looking toward Chanseok, standing amidst streams of dark purple flames, she gasps, "Is that purple stuff black market goods or forbidden items?" The paradox flame is the ultimate technique that he used continuously for 25 years in the other world, and it's the power he trusts most. Unlike normal fire, it doesn't burn physical matter, the proof being the clothes he's wearing. They are still completely intact. Instead, it uses the abstract concepts he targets as fuel to burn. With his current energy levels, he can't burn concepts that have a point of ignition as high as his ego memories or rationality, so the thing he chooses to burn right now is his fatigue. Witnessing his speed suddenly skyrocket, Lee Seun is astonished. "You got faster!" A massive collision occurs, and she is shocked to realize he has fully recovered in such a short time, and a barrage of consecutive attacks erupts. Seun clearly feels the mana density in the air fluctuating strangely, wondering what is happening when the arena's settings haven't changed at all. Its mechanism is simple, just like fire releases heat when burning matter. The paradox flame releases mana when it burns abstract concepts. He uses mana to ignite the flame, and the fire burns his fatigue to create even more mana. This is a blatant hack. Who could possibly beat that? It's an infinite cycle, helping him maintain a peak combat state. In other words, his true forte is a war of attrition. After a collision that crumbles the ground, Seun starts to get annoyed and snaps, "Do you intend to keep doing this? You're like a leech won't let go." Standing amidst the rubble, tattered but still wearing that smile, Chanseok replies casually, "I can still keep going, you know." He looks the world's 10th-ranked hunter straight in the eyes and asks provocatively, "Are you into guys who are as clingy as a hungry leech?" Facing Chanseok's provocation, Seun responds coldly, "No, I absolutely hate that type." The paradox flame has a cruel rule: when a tree burns, only ash remains, and ash cannot be burned again. Similarly, this flame always leaves residue, and once everything is completely burned until there is only ash, that is when it disappears. After 4 hours and 17 minutes of fighting, Chanseok finally hits his limit. Seun heaves her greatsword onto her shoulder, looking down at her opponent lying on the floor, and asks, "You held out very well. Do you want to continue?" Chanseok can only wheeze, begging, "Spare me. Grinding in a game is easier than fighting you." The loudspeaker booms across the arena, declaring that contestant Chanseok has conceded. The final victory goes to Hunter Lee Seun. Amidst the astonishment of the witnesses, Seun nonchalantly pulls a lollipop from her pocket. The hunters standing nearby are stunned. That lollipop She approaches Chanseok, smiles, and hands it to him. Here, a reward for your hard work. I left my business card inside it. Clutching the card inscribed with Lee Seun Hunter Partner, Zanabi Guild Team 3, Chanseok is still a bit hazy about her true identity. Before leaving, Seun gives him a knowing wink. We'll discuss the details later. For now, just give me a call. The official hunter selection exam concluded with an announcement inviting the winner. Chanseok went up on stage to accept the award, silently wondering if Zanabi was even a hunter management firm. Then, casually crunching on a lollipop, he held his new smartphone and couldn't help but be amazed by the incredible leap in technology. The hunter license is right inside the phone. Back in the day, they just handed me a scrap of paper. This smartphone is packed with all the essential features from a hunter community and monster byproduct market to satellite military communication. He was lost in discovery. A deep, gravelly voice suddenly boomed from behind him. You're the hunter Chanseok, right? In front of him was a massive guy with a fierce look and intricate tattoos covering his arms. He flashed a friendly smile. You look even more impressive in person than on camera. Looking at the giant who towered well over 2 meters, Chanseok guardedly asked, That's me, but who are you? Not making him wait, the giant handed over a business card introducing himself as Yoon Seong-hyun. A partner hunter from the TB Guild, he went straight to the point. I'll keep this short. Join my team at TB. If I train you, you're sure to shine brightly. It sounded like a high-end pyramid scheme. Observing the other man's confident expression, Chanseok silently judged that this guy didn't seem to be lying. Facing the giant's pitch, Chanseok thought to himself that he had prior commitments, so he couldn't give a definitive answer right then and there. He replied tactfully, I'll think about it a bit more before I decide. Yoon Seong-hyun burst out laughing and asked if he thought he was going to force him to answer right here. But then the guy suddenly placed a massive hand on Chanseok's shoulder, leaning in close with a threatening gaze. Think carefully, all right? Work-related accidents are pretty hard to avoid, you know. Leaving behind that ominous warning, the giant turned and walked away. Watching his back as he left, Chanseok silently made up his mind to cross the TB Guild off his list immediately. He picked up his phone and called a top 10 ranked hunter in the world. Lee Seung-eun quickly answered. Chanseok went straight to the point. It's me, Chanseok. Where should I go to meet you? Seung-eun let him know she was at a cafe called The Hut on the second floor of the association building and asked him to come there. Chanseok found the place silently wondering about the strange name of the cafe. As soon as he stepped inside, he was warmly welcomed by the staff. Lee Seung-eun was already waiting with a large sweet drink and kindly invited him to sit. Seeing Chanseok's expression, she asked curiously if something had happened. Chanseok nonchalantly recounted being approached by a giant guy trying to recruit him for a guild. Hearing the description, Seung-eun immediately realized it was Seong-hyun from the TB Guild. She explained that once that guy has his eyes on someone, other guilds won't dare to come near or make an offer. Chanseok smirked slightly and asked, So does that go for the Zanabi Guild too? Contrary to his prediction, Seung-eun casually scooped some ice cream and replied indifferently, I don't intend to recruit you. The answer left Chanseok stunned and amazed. Seung-eun suggested, Instead of joining a guild, what do you think about being a freelance hunter? Seeing that he seemed interested in not having to belong to any organization, she explained further that Seong-hyun definitely only intended to invite him into a junior position. Chanseok, confused, asked, What's a junior? Is that the name of a bubble tea? Only then did Seung-eun remember that he had never received training at the academy, so he was completely clueless about these terms. Seung-eun explained that the ranks of hunters in a guild are usually divided into 3 types: primary, intermediate, and partner. Primary and intermediate hunters are essentially just employees, drawing a salary under the management of team leaders who are partner hunters. In contrast, partner hunters own shares in the guild. Instead of a salary, they directly share in the net profits the guild earns. Chanseok realized, how is this any different from a pyramid scheme? They just changed the name to guild. And Seung-eun confirmed that the guild's founder had indeed used that as a model. She also revealed an important piece of information: one doesn't necessarily have to advance through the ranks one by one. You can absolutely become a partner hunter immediately if you have enough ability. Chanseok nodded, understanding that as long as he achieved impressive results, the big guilds would automatically seek him out to make offers. Seung-eun laughed while handing him more candy, leaving him wondering why she liked giving him candy so much. However, she also pointed out bluntly that for someone with no experience or connections like him, getting such lucrative offers is impossible. She then made an enticing offer. "I'll help you with that completely free of charge." While chewing on the candy, Chan-sok suspiciously asked why she was helping him so enthusiastically. Sung-eun admitted, "I'm just investing in a potential stock. Don't let me down, okay?" Which made him realize she wanted him to owe her a favor. She handed him a folder and let him decide for himself whether to accept or not. It was a request from Incheon City regarding Jeodong Island, which had become a corroded zone 2 years ago after an unsuccessful attempt to clear the rift. His task wasn't to clear the old rift, but to patrol the island to detect and eliminate any new rifts that might appear. The work would begin in 1 month, with a reward of 5 million won paid in advance and an additional 15 million won upon success. Holding the stack of documents, Chan-sok felt the pay was a bit pathetic for a job that risked his life. Seun just gave a sinister smile and said, "If you find it pathetic, then hurry up and get stronger and more famous. When that happens, money will flow into your pockets even if you don't need it," she said, looking straight into his eyes and asking, "So what's your answer?" Chan-sok's gaze became resolute. He answered slowly. In a luxury car cruising through the streets, Lee Seun was reporting her new findings to her superior. Upon hearing about Chan-sok, the boss asked doubtfully, "Is he that good? What kind of person is he?" Seun calmly confirmed that he was a civilian who had cleared the mandatory weapon tournament using only his bare hands. Even though the boss only commented, "Not bad," she immediately retorted, "Not bad doesn't do him justice. He held his own against me for 4 hours, boss. Can you believe it?" Facing the suspicion that she might have gone easy on him, Seun asserted that as a veteran hunter with 15 years of experience surviving the most hellish places, she should have been able to toy with him easily. "But for it to last 4 hours is unimaginable," she emphasized with exclamation. "Even if I were reborn, I doubt I'd ever see another monster like him again." The boss still wasn't fully convinced, but no matter how highly she rated him, didn't the mission on Jeodong Island require hunters to have actual combat experience? He worried that no matter how excellent Chan-sok's skills were, he would struggle to fit in when teamed up with veteran hunters. To reassure him, Seun confirmed she had arranged for him to go with someone extremely reliable. Seeing her thorough preparation, the boss conceded, "All right, you are the brains of our operations in Zanabi, so I will trust you." However, he was still curious and asked about the young man's potential. "That kid, how far do you think he'll go if he reaches your level?" Seun smiled slightly, giving an assessment that left the boss stunned. "You might not like hearing this, but if Chan-sok reaches my level, he could even take you down, boss." 1 month earlier, a delivery worker was struggling to carry a heavy package to apartment 1506. He panted as he walked, muttering, "It's insanely heavy. I don't know what they ordered." The delivery guy was deeply questioning reality, looking at the package on the table, which was longer than a person's height. Chan-sok couldn't help but exclaim, "As long as this—" "Are you planning on letting Sun Wukong take his magic staff to wreak havoc in heaven?" The lock clicked open, revealing a sharp, cold spear with intricate mechanical lines inside. Chan-sok picked up his new weapon, satisfied, and told himself, this spear should be just right. Immediately after, he took out a bottle of glowing blue potion and affirmed, "And this is Alicia. It's a special type of medicine containing concentrated mana that hunters often use in emergencies. Normally, a hunter's way of processing mana is to control the mana in the atmosphere, store it in their body, and then use it when needed like drinking water from a filter. However, Chan-sok's method of controlling mana was completely different. He skipped the storage process and directly absorbed and used mana from the surrounding air. The advantage of this method is that there is no limit because the source of mana in the air is infinite. Furthermore, this continuous circulation process will gradually make the mana circuits in his body stronger, allowing him to use a massive amount of mana. The only disadvantage is that when the mana circuits aren't large enough, the amount of mana he can process is small, making it difficult for him to deliver powerful blows in a short time. Since there is no waiting time, he decided, it seems best to store a little bit before using it. Chan-seok opened the bottle, confident that if he practiced with it for a month, he would develop enough necessary strength. Time passed, and the setting now shifted to Jeodong Island, in Incheon City. Amidst the crowd of hunters bustling and waiting, Chan-seok took out his phone to complete the check-in procedure. The staff in charge looked at the tablet. Then he announced clearly, confirmed, "You are invited to join Squad 8 to serve as a sandbag." Chanseok stood in the middle of the crowd of hunters, discussing wages and fear before departure. Suddenly, a voice calling his name made him jump and turn around. It turned out to be Han Sang-ah with her short gray hair neatly groomed instead of her previous long black hair. She explained that her frizzy hair from before was just static electricity, and suggested they worked together since they were on the same squad. Seeing Chanseok's wary attitude, Sang-ae frankly admitted, "You fight so terrifyingly well that I want to stay close and learn a few moves." Seeing her joke about her shoulders falling off from surprise, Chanseok actually believed her and worriedly asked about chronic dislocation, leading her to sigh and advise him to take better care of himself. He thought to himself, this girl has absolutely no sense of humor, just like when they faced each other in the arena. Right after that, a manager wearing glasses gathered Squad 8 to begin the mission briefing and explain the terminology. See for the first-timers like him. Erosion cracks are classified into 3 levels from Class 1 to Class 3, with Class 1 being the most dangerous. The first crack to appear in a specific area will be named Alpha. Currently, it is located at a gloomy church on the northern side of Jeodong Island, even though it is not yet classified because cracks grow stronger over time, and everyone is strictly ordered not to approach that area. Squad 8's primary mission is to patrol and eliminate any newly emerged cracks to protect the island's safety. As the ship docked at Jeodong Island, the other hunters began to tremble, feeling a cold energy, as if it were freezing their blood. Chanseok just stood and watched, thinking that they were overreacting to a normal event. The team officially set foot on the desolate island under the surveillance of the command room offshore. Through their communication devices, they received good luck wishes and a reminder to contact them immediately if urgent assistance was needed. The team's first plan was to scout 2 key areas within 1 week. CEO Trang calmly pulled up a map on his phone and proposed that the group set up a base at Wazisa Temple for better tactical positioning, but the hunters with him immediately acted arrogant. "Who the hell are you? I've never seen your face before. Are you some kind of newbie?" They acted like they were above everyone else, and aggressively questioned why he chose that temple instead of other locations, but Chanseok remained completely calm. He explained that from that position, they could directly observe the entire Upnezi and Jeodongmyeong area, not to mention that the old temple was incredibly sturdy. Even monsters would have to take their shoes off in the courtyard. Despite his sharp reasoning, the group of hunters wouldn't stop grumbling, "There are plenty of other places to stay around here. What happens if we get surrounded after climbing up that mountain?" CEO Trang could only sigh and reply, "We aren't fighting thousands of enemies, so how on earth would we get surrounded there?" One of them roared with contempt, swearing they would never take orders from someone as inexperienced as him. Watching the stubborn group, Chanseok silently sighed. Realizing that in any world there are stubborn people who defy all logic, he didn't want to waste his breath anymore. He coldly suggested, "If you aren't going to listen, then get lost. Stop getting in my way." With that, Chanseok immediately dashed into the deep forest to start his mission. He had only expected Han Sang-ah to follow him, but unexpectedly. He realized there was someone else trailing behind him with incredible speed. He glanced at the young man with brown hair and silently judged that this guy's mana was even higher than Han Sang-ah's. Chanseok asked, "Your name is Kim Min-chae, right? I'm curious, why are you following us?" Kim Min-chae calmly replied that he was worried about 2 rookies operating on their own, so he decided to come along to provide support, moved by that sincerity. Chanseok smirked in thanks for his concern, and thought to himself that at least there was one decent person in this group. While moving, Chanseok suddenly stopped. His eyes turned sharp as he sensed something unusual. He signaled the group to stop and commanded, "Wait." Before the confused group could react, he reminded them, "Look there. The monsters are having a party." Kim Min-chae cautiously peeked over the rock and was left speechless by the horrifying scene ahead, below the bushes. A swarm of grayish monsters with hideous shapes and sharp teeth were gathered in a dense crowd. Kim Min-chae turned pale and stammered, We should take a detour. There are too many, at least 50 of them." Chanseok remained strangely calm. He reassured him, "Stay calm, Hunter Kim Min-chae. What is your special skill?" Min-chae was stunned and asked back if he was actually planning to fight. But CEO Trang coldly replied, "Isn't it only natural for hunters to exterminate monsters? I'll ask you again, what is your skill?" Under that sharp gaze, Min-chae had to confess that his skill was fire magic, specifically fireball. Immediately, CEO Trang ordered, "Very good, then when I give the signal, you attack first. Min-che looked at Han Sang-ah in confusion, seeking help, but realized she agreed with this insane plan. He hurriedly protested, 3 people against 50. Are you planning on donating blood for charity? And besides, didn't you say this was your first mission? He suggested calling for reinforcements via radio, but Chanseok immediately rejected it because they wouldn't make it in time. While Chanseok's group had set out from Wazisa Temple, the other hunters were searching all the way out by the coast. He explained that calling for reinforcements right now was extremely risky because there was no guarantee they would arrive, and if the monsters scattered while they waited, they would become a huge threat to other people. Min-che silently admitted that Chanseok was right, especially when recalling the conflict with those other hunters earlier. They probably wouldn't bother coming to help anyway. Chanseok insisted the group had to resolve this themselves, and the key was a surprise attack. Not wanting to waste time, he used the tip of his sword to draw a battle strategy right on the ground. Min-che, you will use a fireball to hit the center. I will block the 2 flanks, and Han Sang-ah. She witnessed a detailed strategy that anticipated every possibility. Min-che could not help but be amazed, wondering who this man really was, to have the aura of someone who had survived tens of thousands of battles. The monsters were still wandering around, oblivious to the catastrophe about to befall them. According to the plan, Kim Min-che gathered all his courage and lunged out with hands ablaze. A giant fireball descended right into the center of the enemy formation, creating a terrifying explosion. The monsters were caught completely off guard, screaming miserably as they were swallowed by the sea of flames. Burning bright, the barbecue party on Gyeodong Island had officially begun. In the middle of the chaotic battle, Kim Min-che shouted, I need some time before I can fire the next one. What kind of mage is this weak? Chanseok nodded, signaling he understood. Fire it as soon as you're ready. Min-che quickly replied, Yes, I understand. Chanseok immediately lunged into the enemy encirclement, keeping his philosophy of prioritizing efficiency in combat. He understood that to achieve that, dividing roles was a matter of life and death. He swung his spear, wiping out the monsters lunging toward him, telling himself he would take care of everyone in the way so they couldn't touch Kim Min-che until the next fireball was ready. Despite his strength, Chanseok realistically admitted he could not stop this massive swarm of monsters all by himself. That was why role distribution became extremely important. Han Sang-ah immediately appeared to support him. She drew her sword with lightning speed, focusing all her spiritual energy to ensure not a single monster could get past her defensive line. From behind, Kim Min-che poured all his might into his flaming palms and shouted, I'm ready! Chanseok immediately sidestepped, I'll clear the way, fire. A massive fireball was launched instantly, creating a thunderous explosion that swallowed the targets in a sea of flames, making it seem like everything had ended perfectly. Chanseok began to speak, saying everyone did a great job, but his words cut off when he realized the terrifying truth right behind him. Kim Min-che was pointing a gun directly at his head. With a cold and resolute gaze, Min-che simply smiled and asked if he could move aside. Chanseok let out a sigh of relief when he realized it wasn't a weapon meant for him, thinking to himself, Whoa, that was close. I almost thought our brotherhood was about to hit a snag. When in reality, Min-che was just using the device to attach chips to the monster carcasses. How strange. Chanseok wondered if they were microchips. Min-che explained that once the area is secured, the scrap dealers he contracted would come to collect them. Wait, so a hunter also doubles as a dealer. Are you selling scrap metal now? Because the byproducts from the monster carcasses are bulky and heavy, making it hard for hunters to transport them alone. Tagging them with chips makes it easier for the buyers to locate them after they've been appraised and sold. The profits are split with the hunters after deducting a commission. Faced with Jiang CEO's skepticism about their reliability, Min-che insisted that finding a trusted partner to sign a contract with is incredibly important. Just as they finished clearing the area, Min-che couldn't stop praising him. You're seriously a beast, Chanseok. I never thought the 3 of us could take down 50 of them like that. Right when they were feeling pumped, a giant monster dove down from above. Chanseok quickly pushed Min-che out of the danger zone, asking anxiously, Are you okay? Min-che looked at the new enemy in shock. What is this now? A creature with sharp teeth and a grotesque grin was looming closer. Chanseok narrowed his eyes and assessed. It looks like a mid-tier monster. It was a creature with bulging muscles, fiery red wings, and a presence that completely overshadowed the small fry from before. Chanseok gritted his teeth in tension. Damn it! Could this be the leader of that last group of monsters? The monster let out a menacing roar, signaling that a life-or-death battle was about to begin. Sensing the mana from this monster was far beyond the small fry from before, Chansok coldly ordered, "I'll handle this. Don't interfere." Seeing Min-che and Sang-ah still hesitant because they were worried the three of them wouldn't be able to escape if he failed, and even with Min-che wanting to coordinate a pincer attack to stall for time and report the situation, he roared decisively, "Stop talking nonsense and get back right now! Do you want to go home in a body bag?" He thought to himself that fighting alone would be much better. Standing tall with his spear facing the enemy alone, Chansok felt confident because he could now freely use his paradox flame without worrying about hurting his teammates. To end the fight as quickly as possible, he stared straight at the monster and challenged it. "Bring it on. Sweetheart, let me show you a few basics so you can go get reincarnated early." A terrifying explosion occurred immediately afterward. It shook the entire area. Witnessing that scene, Han Sanga asked anxiously if they should help because he looked like he was in danger, but Kim Min-che stopped her immediately. He realized that although he looked like he was being cornered, Chansok, it was actually not taking a single hit. Sang-ah was shocked to realize Chansok was dodging and countering simultaneously against lethal strikes that even she would have struggled to dodge. The strange thing was that every time the spear touched the target, black flames erupted mysteriously. She noticed that as the firepower increased, the monster's speed also began to drop significantly, although he looked like he was struggling at first now. Chanseok was completely controlling the game, wearing a smug smile as if he were toying with prey. Han Sang-ah couldn't believe it. What kind of rookie fights like they're hacking? That's cheating. Chanseok delivered an extremely powerful downward strike, pinning the monster to the ground amidst the rubble. He quickly gripped the spear handle, put his weight into it, and suddenly tossed the weapon into the air to prepare for the finishing move. Witnessing Chansok suddenly let go of his weapon, Kim Min-che screamed in terror. He threw his weapon away! Is he planning to fight it with empty hands and empty words? The monster seized the opportunity and lunged like a gust of wind, making him shout in despair. But facing the sharp teeth closing in, Chansok kept a cold face, not even flinching. Before the monster could do anything, it was pierced by the spear falling from above, pinning it to the ground and making it completely unable to resist. Looking at the dying enemy, Chansok judged to himself, "I didn't expect it could still move after I burned through all its power. I have to finish it off completely." Behind them, Kim Min-che and Han Sang-ah stood frozen in place with shocked faces. Min-che couldn't believe his eyes, stuttering, "No way!" It was clear that Hunter Chansok looked like he was being cornered, so how did the monster fall so easily? What the hell just happened? Chanseok retrieved his weapon and called out. He asked if it was normal for a monster this strong to appear on Gyeodong Island. Min-che trembled and explained that for a creature that wasn't even the core of a rift, its presence could only happen if this were a grade 3 erosion zone or higher. Jang CEO pondered, remembering that erosion rifts are divided into 4 levels. "During the mission briefing, I heard the Alpha Rift here was originally unclassified," Min-che said with a grave expression. "If that's the case, it looks like the Alpha Rift on Gyeodong Island has escalated to a level 3. Han Sanga was stunned and protested, saying the briefing information was completely different. But Chansok cut her off immediately. "Think realistically. If it's not a level 3, there's no other way to explain the appearance of that monster earlier." Min-che was terrified and shouted, "Wait, the difference between unclassified and level 3 is like night and day. If that's true, then the number of hunters who could survive and make it back would be virtually 0. Facing a life-or-death situation, Kim Min-che pleaded desperately, "We have to go save the other hunters. With your skills, even a level 3. Chansok coldly interrupted, "No, thank you, but I have no interest in doing charity work." His blunt answer left Min-che horrified. "What, why?" Chanseok replied indifferently. "How could I possibly save every single hunter on this island by myself? I have my limits too if I can't do something I say I can't." He asserted that the team's mission was to identify and destroy new rifts, not to save those in danger. Besides, while doing this work, you can't expect everyone to make it back alive. Han Sanga looked at him with questioning eyes. "Chansok, let me ask you this. If you were in their shoes, wouldn't you feel helpless, resentful, and beg to be saved?" Chanseok turned to look her straight in the eyes and asked back sarcastically, "So naturally I should feel compassion and go save them. I'm saying this not because I don't understand human emotions. I'm talking about the reality of this world. Some deaths are unavoidable. When facing death like that, regardless of what you think or feel, you're still going to die. He warned his teammates seriously not to be swayed by desperate situations because with that kind of mindset, they will never survive in this harsh world. Night fell at the ancient temple. Chanseok checked the surroundings and announced that the building was secure, and there were no traces of other corrupted creatures. Hearing this, Kim Minchi breathed a sigh of relief. When asked if he saw anything, Chanseok looked into the distance and replied, "It's too dark, so nothing special, but thanks to the flashlight, I can see the positions of the other hunters." However, he worried silently. Using lights so openly would make them living targets for the monsters. If it were just small fry, it would be fine. But if another high-level monster appeared, the situation would be dire. Thinking of the monster he just encountered, Chanseok decided to send a message. Warning to everyone, this is Chanseok from Team 8. Given the level of the monster we just saw, it's possible the Alpha Rift has reached level 3. Using light recklessly is very dangerous. I suggest everyone limit it. Han Sang-ah asked, if we destroy the Rift's core, will the corrupted zone disappear? Chanseok confirmed that if there was no more energy radiating from the Rift, all corrupted creatures would vanish completely. A thought popped into his head. He muttered, just go and wreck their home. Get it over with and go back to sleep. Leaving Han Sang-ah and Kim Minche to rest, Chanseok silently slipped away. After activating the alarm device, he told himself that this would warn him if any monsters approached, so he could focus on finishing the job and returning soon. Chanseok dashed through the night forest feeling lucky that he had memorized the location of the Alpha Rift from the mission briefing. He believed things would go smoothly if he kept this speed, but a bad feeling struck him, making him freeze. A growl echoed right behind him. Chanseok clicked his tongue. I jinxed it. Looking at his obstacle, he muttered, you again. A stream of dark purple energy from the paradox flame began to erupt on his hands as he faced a giant wolf-shaped monster with glowing eyes. Chanseok coldly remarked, I've never seen this face before. He stood firm facing the massive creature that was baring its fangs at the operations center of the Geodong Island Hunter Association. The atmosphere was more chaotic than ever. Keyboard tapping sounded frantically, accompanied by terrifying reports. Report. We've lost contact with several hunters from Team 5. They are presumed K1A. The situation worsened as the monsters began to move in an organized fashion, and Team 3 just confirmed another casualty. The manager roared in despair. Damn it. What the hell is happening with a rift that was supposed to be unclassified? He immediately ordered the activation of the emergency communication network and sent a call for support to all hunters in the vicinity. Amidst the chaos, a staff member suddenly shouted, Manager, there's a guy running right into his death. The manager was stunned and ordered him to stop immediately, but when he realized it was Chanseok from Team 8, he paused. Chanseok was the first to realize and confirm that the rift had been upgraded. Realizing this was the only hope to grasp the situation, the manager ordered to connect to his device immediately. He stayed on the line to confirm he was still alive, convinced that if anyone had the answers right now, it had to be Chanseok. As soon as the signal connected, Chanseok was struggling to dodge the monster's thunderous strikes roaring into his radio. You crazy bastards! You're telling me this is an unclassified rift? It's way faster than you told me? He was furious, yelling at the association for their negligence in failing to investigate properly, leaving hunters to face death. He even threatened them, shouting, You better wait until I get back. I'm going to slash the face of whoever messed up this report. Despite being heavily insulted, the staff breathed a sigh of relief just knowing that Chanseok was still alive in the middle of that battlefield. It was brutal. However, the reality was much tougher than it looked. Chanseok realized his paradox flame in its current state wasn't strong enough to finish off the beast immediately. Usually, he would use the flame to wear down a strong enemy's stamina before delivering the final blow with his spear, but this monster stood tall, completely unfazed. It turned out that draining so much mana on the island to take down that giant bat earlier had left his reserves dry, significantly weakening his power. Chanseok knew he couldn't leave Geodong Island right now. He had to find somewhere else on the island to recharge his mana so he could keep fighting. Chanseok's eyes lit up when he spotted a target. Found you! A deep blue rift appeared in the middle of the dark ancient forest. Without a second thought, he dove straight toward it. Chanseok coldly threw a challenge over his shoulder. Better run fast. Don't keep me waiting, you overgrown lizard. A look of murderous determination crossed his face before he plunged into the heart of the rift. Back at the operations room, the atmosphere turned to panic as the GPS signal suddenly vanished. A staff member reported in a frenzy, Hunter Chansok has entered the alpha-level corrosion rift. The manager stood frozen, grinding his teeth in helpless frustration at Chansok's reckless move. Stepping into the space inside, Chansok remarked with surprise, "This place is cleaner than I thought." Looking at the desolate scenery around him, he wondered to himself if the unclassified and level 3 rifts were this vast. Then just how massive are the level 1 and level 2 ones? Suddenly, a monstrous foot stepped forward. A giant purple wolf beast loomed directly behind him. As the monster opened its jaws and roared madly, he calmly gripped his spear. He thought to himself, one of the biggest problems with the paradox flame is that it spreads to every living thing in the vicinity except for him, regardless of whether they are friend or foe. A burst of dark purple flames erupted violently, engulfing all of Chansok's weapons. If the fire reached an uncontrollable level, it would become useless, but fighting alone meant that drawback was no longer an issue. Chansok nimbly dodged the monster's pounce, letting the dark purple flames begin to gnaw at his opponent. The most important part began. The mana absorbed from the enemy was spreading to every corner. Seeping through every muscle fiber and bone in his body, the process was visibly expanding and strengthening Chanseok's mana circuits as he felt a new source of power surging within. He silently assessed that this direct absorption was far more effective than he had anticipated. Meanwhile, the wolf monster could only scream in despair before being completely incinerated by the flames. Suddenly, a glowing green energy circle appeared in the night sky. Shaking the space, Chanseok smirked as he realized the enemy's true intentions. So this is what you've been up to." Immediately, a swarm of gargoyle-like monsters with giant falling wings landed on the ground surrounding him. It turned out that the previous monster had managed to call for reinforcements just in time. Facing the circle of monsters, Chansok coldly retorted, "Sure, there are a lot of you, but you're all just trash to me." A massive surge of dark purple energy erupted from his body, creating a shockwave that wiped out everything nearby in an instant. Feeling the power surging through every fiber of his being, he told himself he was now many times stronger than before, though still not on par with his peak in the other world. His cold eyes scanned the debris, searching for his real target. Where is the core of this erosion rift? According to the hunter, Kim Min-chae, that had to be the most heavily corrupted creature in this space. While he was deep in thought, a deep, raspy voice suddenly rang out right next to his ear, making him freeze. A bizarre shadow with hollow white eyes appeared directly behind him, bringing with it a terrifying pressure that seemed to freeze space itself. This was it. Chansok realized the enemy had patiently waited until his paradox flames had dimmed, before finally revealing itself. Looking at the monster with falling ears and the poise of a true swordsman, he couldn't help but marvel. "Oh, you can speak human. Do you also know how to speak your last words?" He realized the level of a creature that was the true core of the rift was on an entirely different level than the lackeys before. The monster growled with murderous intent and declared firmly, "You will die." Unfazed, Chansok gripped his spear into a fighting stance, silently calculating that with his current level he could absolutely execute a 4-hit combo chain. To finish off his opponent immediately, Chansok lunged with wind-tearing speed. He unleashed a series of powerful consecutive stabs, forcing the monster to retreat and struggle to fend them off. With its own sword, metallic clashing sounds rang out repeatedly. Chanseok's eyes turned icy as he whispered the name of the skill, Orbital Dual Spear. Immediately, a brilliant green surge of energy erupted, striking straight at the monster with tremendous power. He silently reasoned that a green trajectory would be created along the path of his attack, simulating the first stab and repeating it perfectly 4 more times. Essentially, this was just a simple technique of 4 consecutive stabs, but what would happen? If that green trajectory attacked a beat slower, it would create a 2-stage pincer spear, extremely dangerous and making it incredibly difficult for the opponent to dodge. The monster was pinned and couldn't dodge in time. Faced with a pincer attack deployed with a time delay, the monster was completely caught off guard and fell into a passive state, struggling and surely destined to make a mistake. He coldly declared, "End of the show, honey. Go back to where you were produced and respawn." 4 brilliant points of light pinned the target, creating a chain of explosions that shook the very space. The monster collapsed, its body beginning to disintegrate and burn away in the faint green flames. Looking at the scene before him, Chansok thought to himself, "I actually expected it to just disappear." But after the monster vanished, Chanseok discovered a strange object. It was emitting a mystical green light. He curiously picked it up and wondered, "What is this?" A box, As soon as he cracked the lid open, a look of pure astonishment appeared on his face. This is... At the same time. In the command room, the situation was becoming dire as the corruption zone continued to spread from the center of Dongji Island. The manager shouted in despair, ordering staff to coordinate the hunters' positions to avoid casualties, but bad news kept pouring in as Team 9's signal had completely vanished. Support hunters also unexpectedly clashed with monsters, making it impossible to approach the island due to energy interference. The manager stood frozen in front of the screen, his face showing utter helplessness. This is it, it's over. Everyone get ready to write your resignation letters. He bitterly realized that without a miracle, he could only watch as all the hunters were wiped out. Suddenly, a staff member shouted, announcing a message from Chansuk. The CEO sent it from the heart of the Alpha Rift. To the shock of everyone present, a loud announcement was broadcasted throughout the system. The Alpha Corruption Rift on Rio Island has been resolved. The signal from the Alpha Rift has completely vanished, confirming the target has been eliminated. And it didn't stop there. All the corrupted creatures attacking other hunters were simultaneously destroyed. The manager stared blankly at the screen, unable to believe his eyes. This is a miracle. But how? Meanwhile, in the middle of the battlefield, now returned to silence, Chanseok leisurely sat leaning against his spear, looking up at the starry night sky, and softly whispered, "The air is so fresh." Elsewhere, Han Sang-ah was swinging her sword continuously, creating brilliant green slashes to push back the swarm of monsters surrounding her. Surrounded on all sides, her hands trembled from exhaustion. Blood dripped from wounds on her face, blurring her vision. She silently worried as the number of monsters continued to increase while Chansok remained completely unheard of. Standing beside her, Kim Min-chae trembled and asked, "Are we about to become appetizers for these beasts? Help!" Seeing a sea of pitch-black monsters flooding in like a torrent from the deep forest, Sang-ah realized Min-chae had reached his absolute limit, and even she didn't know if she could. How much longer could he hold on? With a deep gaping wound on his leg, leaking blood non-stop, a disgusting screeching monster lunged straight at Sang-ah with razor-sharp claws. She tried to react and fight back, but her legs completely buckled from the strain. She had no strength left to stand as death loomed, and Kim Min-chae could only scream in desperation, "Sang-ah!" Just as the monsters were about to tear them apart, a total cleanup happened. The monsters vanished even faster than a paycheck hits your account. Both of them looked around, dazed, unable to understand why the enemy had disappeared so strangely. Right there before their eyes. At the hunter-gathering point on Gyeodong Island, Chanseok was taking it easy. He walked among the tents filled with the wounded, thinking to himself that those monsters must have caused quite a ruckus while he was off dealing with the rift. News of Chansok single-handedly clearing a rank C rift spread, leaving the other hunters stunned. "Huh, Chansok, you mean he actually took care of that corrosive rank C rift all by himself?" Amidst the skeptical looks, Chansok trudged out of the deep forest with his spear over his shoulder. Seeing him return, Kim Min-chae waved frantically. "Over here! Chansok, you're finally here. I was so shocked when I got your message. How could you even think about facing a corrosive rift all by yourself?" To maintain his image, Chanseok put on a serious face. "Let's just say, it wasn't my body but my heart that drove me to protect the other hunters." He secretly prided himself on the fact that image management was an essential skill. Even though Han Sang-ah was looking at him with suspicion as he sat to rest at the camp, Chansok secretly regretted not heading out earlier before sunset. Suddenly, a man in a crisp suit approached. "Hunter Chanseok, right. Nice to meet you. I'm from the Korea Operations Corporation. I'm Dongtae manager of the 3rd branch for the northern region, Gyeonggi and Incheon provinces." Dongtae went straight to the point. The mayor was itching to meet the garbage-cleaning hero. Shortly after, under a pouring rain, Chanseok arrived at the mayor's office building. He inwardly mocked the habit of these powerful old men in this world, always barking orders. Walking under an umbrella, Chanseok started calculating. Come to think of it, the contract didn't mention any bonus for clearing a rank C rift. I should negotiate a better price while I'm here. Greeting him in the lobby was Lee Pinzi, an information and communications officer. He beamed, "Great to meet you, Mr. Chansok. I'm Lee Pinzi." He led him inside and mentioned that the mayor had been eagerly awaiting this meeting. After receiving the shocking report from Gyeodong Island early this morning, the mayor himself became a huge fan of yours, Chansok. Pinzi revealed that the mayor had even canceled his entire morning schedule just to meet him. Chanseok acted modest. "Is that so? We could have met later, you know." After all, I didn't do anything that impressive. Pinsy immediately countered, asserting that a rookie hunter single-handedly destroying a rank C rift was unprecedented. Not since the days of the first hunter who held the title of the Great Pioneer. Hearing this, Chan Seok thought to himself, that guy was the real monster, because even for himself it had been a real struggle to finish it. The office door opened, and Pinsy loudly announced his arrival. In Cheon Mayor Park, Ryan broke into a warm smile to welcome him. Oh, thank you for traveling such a long distance to get here. I am Park Ryan, the mayor of Incheon City. I am deeply sorry for calling you in during such terrible weather. Mayor Park Ryan warmly invited Chan Seok to sit down and asked Officer Lee Pinsy to make some coffee. Looking at the steaming cup on the table, he didn't hold back his praise. You are our nation's national garbage-cleaning Superman. This country owes you a huge thank you. He confessed that Gyeodong Island had long been a thorn in their side, but due to a tight budget, the city couldn't afford to hire expensive hunter guilds. Park Ryan breathed a sigh of relief that the problem had been solved at such a low cost, and was even more amazed when he learned this was only his first mission. He suddenly jumped up excitedly, declaring, I never expected the first step of such an extraordinary person to be here in Incheon. As mayor, I am truly very proud. Park Ryan continued to ramble on about Korea's status as the safest country in the world, with Incheon playing a key role. Thanks to the excellent infrastructure of the airport and the free economic zone projects, he proudly bragged about international cities like Songdo and Cheongna, which attracted countless foreign investors. With their massive capital, Chan Seok just sat silently sipping his coffee, wondering to himself, did this old man take the wrong medicine? Why is he talking as much as a radio? Finishing his speech, the mayor gripped his hand and committed, I will ensure your path as a hunter is very smooth. I will support you with everything I have. After the meeting, Chan Seok sat in a luxury car gliding through the pouring rain. The driver suddenly asked about his true purpose for becoming a hunter. Chan Seok looked out the window and nonchalantly replied with a practical example. If a toilet is clogged and overflowing with filth, someone has to be brave enough to jump into that pile of garbage to unclog it, that's all. The answer left the driver stunned for a moment, then he grew thoughtful and admitted he had predicted that with his talent. Chan Seok would soon become famous, get invited by companies to do commercials, and appear on popular TV shows. Seeing that the other party seemed worried by that he would be blinded by the limelight, Chan Seok smiled slightly. The driver admitted he had seen too many promising hunters lose themselves to fame and money. He explained that Korea was currently the last sanctuary on Earth, but even this place was being dominated by the power of money. Looking into the rearview mirror, he affirmed that what Chan Seok had just done was truly extraordinary, and that many people in need would be watching him with hope. The driver looked at him through the rearview mirror, with eyes full of expectation, entrusting his belief that he would forever be a symbol of hope for everyone hearing those words. I wonder what Chan Seok is up to with this little act. Is he trying to turn himself into a walking billboard? Returning to the office and seeing Mayor Park Jeon's desperate expression, he realized the man wasn't even bothering to hide his intentions, laying it all out on the table. However, for someone who had endured endless hardship and betrayal for 25 years in another world, these political parlor tricks couldn't shake his resolve. Chan Seok spoke coldly. If you're planning to support me that much, there must be something I need to do to return the favor, right? Like perhaps helping a mayor with plummeting approval ratings get re-elected? The remark hit the mark so hard that Park John was left speechless. Flustered, he admitted. How did you know? It's true. I'm starving for votes. Chang Seok calmly replied that all it takes is a look at his phone to see his term is ending, and that his re-election campaign is struggling. Park John tried to salvage the situation by reminding him that he was the one who granted a rookie like him the mission permit. Chang Seok understood the old man's intentions all too well. He wanted to turn him into a talent discovered by Park John himself to polish his own image. Chang Seok secretly despised the mayor's attempt to ride his coattails. Park John continued to boast about his connections with major corporations making an offer. The current coffee brand model's contract is ending soon. We could replace her face with yours, Hunter Chang Seok. He spoke excitedly about a bright future, but Chang Seok suddenly slammed his coffee cup down on the table. Cutting him off coldly, he said, Mayor, it seems you take me for someone cheap. As Park John stared in shock, he declared that the world is in need of a new face to change this gloomy atmosphere. Chang Seok firmly asserted, If a talent like me continues to work as a hunter, all the things you're promising would have been mine already. Having his scheme ruthlessly exposed, the mayor began to panic, trying to hold on by offering safe missions and high pay. But Chang-sok just replied coldly, "That's an incredibly boring offer." He turned his back to walk away, not forgetting to sarcastically add, "Good luck to the model sister. I won't be stealing her rice bowl." Walking out of the building under the pouring rain, Chang-sok left the mayor in shock at having lost a powerful political pawn. At the same time, in a dark, gloomy corner under a bridge, a mysterious figure in a black cloak was listening to a report from a subordinate. "I see. So the experiment at Ryodong Island was a failure." The bald man knelt, trembling as he bowed his head to apologize. "I am sorry." The mysterious figure coldly remarked that what is done cannot be undone, but the subordinate quickly spoke up. "I have some good news to make up for it." He held out his phone to show his master a video from Chang-sok's hunter certification exam. Seeing the black flames burning on the screen, along with the praise for his absurd power, the cloaked figure muttered the name Chang-seok. He wore a sinister smile and commented, "He's quite excellent, isn't he? The first day of every month is always the most anticipated time for the whole nation, from ordinary citizens on the street to children at home." Even the criminals were glued to their phone screens tracking the September 2025 Hunter rankings. Usually these rankings rarely change, and are just seen as a form of entertainment, but this time was completely different. Even hunters recovering in the hospital couldn't help but exclaim with excitement, "It's finally here." The public was more invested in this than in their own crushes. At the association headquarters, an employee respectfully reported, "Chairman, here is the World Hunter ranking for September." Chairman Moon Jong-ti pondered. He received the information with a thoughtful expression. Meanwhile, Lee Se-eun, who was in the middle of a snowy mountain region, couldn't help but curiously ask if that guy was on the list. Chang-seok, now dressed in a stylish suit, casually swiped through his phone and told himself that no matter how much they show off, the only thing that really matters is the top 10. The list began to reveal itself with big names. 10th place went to Lee Se-eun, who had just finished setting up a tent in harsh conditions. 5th place went to Kim Chae-hyun with her cold demeanor. 3rd place was Cho Yuri burning in red flames, and 2nd place was the powerful Jang Tae-sok. And then, a real shock occurred when the top spot in the world officially called out Chang-sok. Chang-seok was slightly stunned by this unexpected result. An employee approached and announced, "It's finished. Why don't you head out and get some fresh air?" He excitedly offered his congratulations. "I already saw your name. Congratulations to Chang-sok for making it into the rankings in record time. Usually, a veteran hunter spending 5 years clearing a grade 3 rift alone is perfectly normal and often ignored in the hunter world. But for a rookie who just joined like you, this is a shocking feat. A rookie making such a feat upon debut caused the media to explode surrounding him for interviews. Standing in front of a barrage of camera lenses, Chang-seok was bombarded with repetitive questions about his old profession, or whether he truly fought alone in the rifts without any help. He felt no different from a kid on a talent search show and coldly announced he would only take one last question when a reporter pressed him about his mindset and his promise of determination as a hunter. Chang-seok looked straight into the lens with sharp eyes. "Forget about empty talk like, 'I'll do my best.'" He loudly declared, "Talk less. Check the results before you start talking." The scene shifts to a helicopter soaring over a desolate, ruined landscape. What was once the bustling Gosol prison is now just a deep, black void. The chairman sitting opposite him explains that this is the common fate of many countries around the world. When most nations lost their administrative capacity after the erosion rifts appeared, he proudly declares that South Korea alone has become a powerhouse, not just protecting its own territory, but also making incredible technological strides. The helicopter they are riding in is proof of that progress. It's powered by mana and completely soundproof from the outside. Chang-seok asks pensively, "So those other countries have basically been wiped off the map?" He receives a nod confirming that many capitals have vanished entirely. The chairman invites him to take a closer look at the 8 Great Rifts, a list of the 8 most dangerous erosion zones in the world, with Gosol Prison being one of them. Gosol Prison formed suddenly 13 years ago, spreading from the city center in a giant circle without any warning or signs. The lucky few who survived the initial event were quickly wiped out as the surrounding space completely turned into an erosion zone in just a few short days. An entire bustling city vanished without a sound. The chairman looks out at the wasteland below and concludes that while the world map hasn't changed much, the reality is that the power of central governments has been severely weakened from within. Seeing that he has enough info on the erosion zones, Transeok coldly speaks up. It's good to know things I wasn't aware of, but you calling me here, does that have anything to do with this? Chairman Moon Jong-tai speaks pensively, revealing that a few days ago, CEO Hyun from the TB Guild came to see him looking furious because Transeok refused to join them. Transeok suddenly remembers the savage look on the giant's face when he threatened him before. The chairman mentions that the guy suddenly asked about his whereabouts, which catches Transeok off guard. He explains that even though he didn't reveal any personal info given the big fish eats little fish mentality of the TB Guild, they will surely try to break him by force. Transeok clicks his tongue, annoyed. He knows all too well that with his current power going head-to-head with that monster using pure strength alone would be incredibly difficult. Realizing he wants to act on his own instead of being tied down by guilds, Chairman Moon suggests that the best way to stop TB is to raise his own status. Through important missions proposed by the chairman himself, Transeok silently realizes this old man has his own motives, and definitely won't help him for free. Responding to that suspicion, the chairman just coldly asserts that the only thing he needs to remember is that he is the one helping him right now. With that, he hands over a mission file. Transeok silently judges that this isn't a bad deal since completing missions for the association chairman will help him build a reputation incredibly fast. He cuts straight to the point. So what exactly do I need to do? Chairman Moon assigns him a mission to escort a cargo ship from Busan to Nanning City, explaining that transporting daily necessities is very difficult nowadays due to the erosion zones. But when he looks at the cargo list, Rolex watches, high-end ceramics, ginseng wine, and even luxury cars, Transeok can't help but sarcastically ask if the definition of necessities has changed after his 20-year absence. The chairman nonchalantly replies that for some people, these are indeed necessary, while acting surprised at the 20 years mark he just accidentally let slip. Transeok still can't understand why these luxuries are needed in a country where the central government has collapsed. Chairman Moon explains that although countries are crumbling because of the rifts, international politics still exist, and these items are needed to grease the wheels of diplomacy. Realizing he's being dragged into dirty power games, Transeok immediately unbuckles his seatbelt and flatly refuses the mission, ignoring the chairman's frantic attempts to hold him back and his insistence on how much the South Korean government values this. Transeok doesn't change his mind. He coldly declares politics is a game for old men. I just like cleaning up monsters. Chairman Moon Jong-tai looks at Transeok with a patronizing expression. Hunter Transeok, maybe this is a bit rude to say, but you're just a rookie hunter who just debuted. It seems like all this excessive attention has become a poison for you. Not letting the old man finish his sentence, Transeok nonchalantly waves his hand, throwing the entire mission file out of the helicopter door. Watching the papers listing the luxury goods flutter away into the air, the chairman screams in terror, "What the hell are you doing?" Transeok just coolly replies, "Take this pile of trash back and make paper airplanes out of it." To the chairman's utter shock, Transeok throws himself out of the helicopter and free falls through the sky. A loud splash echoes as his body hits the water hard, creating a massive column of spray in the middle of the vast ocean. Standing on the helicopter looking down, the chairman can only stare in disbelief and let out an exasperated, "Kids these days, honestly." At Incheon Port at sunset, a worker is lazily sipping a cup of coffee when suddenly the water starts bubbling continuously. A strong hand abruptly reaches up. Clasping the edge of the pier, Transeok launches himself out of the water, soaked and breathing a heavy, tired sigh. He thinks to himself, I actually thought I was going to die there. Who told them to threaten me like that anyway? The worker standing nearby just freezes in complete shock. Seeing his sorry state, the kind-hearted worker speaks up. I don't know what happened, but you must have had a really rough time. Transeok nods in reply. Yeah, thanks. Standing amidst the rows of shipping containers, he makes a resolution what he needs to do right now. It is to quickly build up his own strength. He tells himself he will prioritize the most difficult and grueling requests to become a major player soon. Only then will he avoid being manipulated by people like CEO Hyun or Chairman Moon. Transeok scrolls through his phone to find the next challenge and stops feeling satisfied. The rescue mission on Tsushima Island, that looks like a decent one. It is a support mission to search for victims kidnapped on Tsushima Island, with a danger level forecasted at a grade 2 corrosion rift once the accept button is pressed. He sat quietly gazing at the brilliant sunset on the horizon and sighed with relief. Chanseok told himself that he would be busy for a while to come. On September 3rd, in the middle of lobster fishing season, fishermen from neighboring islands set sail in unison, but the sea this time had a strange vibe. Full of death, the corrosive creatures inhabiting Tsushima Island suddenly appeared. They crazily hunted and kidnapped the fishermen as if they were preying on them, according to a survivor who luckily escaped. The kidnapped fishermen are still alive. The mission is to head to Tsushima Island to rescue the hostages and completely eliminate the corrosion rift there, the CEO mused. Reading the information on his phone, he told himself, so that's the content of this mission. With a reward of up to 55 million won for a rift forecasted as grade 2, he silently calculated that if he handled it all by himself, the entire amount would be his. Money is the ultimate truth. Even a hero has to eat. That is definitely not a bad figure, not to mention if he succeeds. He would also gain a legendary hero story and immense fame. This is truly a challenge worth taking, but Chanseok couldn't help but feel concerned. Knowing that the strength of corrosive creatures at each level is completely different. If a grade 3 rift only has the destructive power of a tank, then a grade 2 creature carries the stature of a real natural disaster. Even for a grade 1, an entire nation must mobilize all its strength to deal with just a single creature. Although the Paradox Flame helped him overcome grade 3 easily, could he withstand a grade 2? It remains a big question mark. To eliminate all risk variables, he realized he needed a truly useful partner. Yet those with real ability never bother looking. At a request from civilians like this, just when he was stuck, a familiar face flashed in his mind. Ah, I've got someone. On the deck of a ship gliding over the waves toward Tsushima Island, Han Sang-ah approached and called out, Chanseok, how much longer until we arrive? I'm about to turn into dried fish from seasickness. Chanseok casually pulled out his phone to check and replied, probably about an hour. Sang-ah reminded him to take the opportunity to recover his stamina, because the upcoming battle would certainly be much more brutal than the last. Seeing the other person looking distracted, she pressed, Hey, are you even listening to me? Suddenly, her eyes stopped on the armor on his shoulder, and she cheered excitedly. Chanseok, is that the limited edition Iron Sarah shoulder guard? Look at that leather finish for added aesthetics. You must have grinded your whole life to buy this, right? Faced with her gushing, Chanseok could only sigh and ask back, Are you? Always this talkative. He calmly revealed that it was a gift from a scrap dealer he had a contract with. Hearing that Sang-ah only pouted with envy because her partners never gave her anything. As classy as that. Chanseok smirked and teased, Of course, kiddo, because the level of expectations is different. I am the rising star who single-handedly cleared a grade 3 rift while you are just a rookie with a hollow valedictorian title from the academy. If you feel offended, then try to be stronger and more famous. He acted like an ex-lover. Those words made Sang-ah ponder, remembering the phone call a few days ago when she was still full of doubt and asked him, So, do you really need a team? At that time, she was extremely worried because the two of them almost lost their lives at the grade 3 rift, and now they have to face a grade 2 rift full of danger. He suddenly asked a question that dug deep into her mind. Don't you want to become stronger? He repeated her own words from before about wanting to learn from those stronger than her. Chanseok stated firmly, If you still think that way, I can guarantee this. If I mentor you, you could become many times stronger than you are now. Sang-ah looked at Chanseok with determined eyes, silently resolving to become stronger at any cost, even if she had to dive into hell. Suddenly, the alarm sirens blared repeatedly, signaling a strange object approaching ahead. Through the dense fog, the silhouettes of 5 ancient ships slowly emerged, looking menacing. Because he needed to rescue the hostages secretly, Chanseok was calculating an approach plan when he was astonished to see Sang-ah casually gliding over the water. Seeing him frozen in surprise, she smirked and challenged, Don't tell me you can't do this. Sang-ah laughed gleefully as she saw the super hunter now having to let her carry him on her back to move across the sea. What a top-tier super hunter who can't even walk on water. I'm dying of laughter. After giving this kid a flick on the forehead, Chanseok could only lose face and ask her to be careful because water was splashing everywhere while admitting he is not yet able to run on water. As they neared the fleet, Chanseok ordered Sang-ah to handle the nearest ship. He explained that he could feel a mana stream getting stronger and more dangerous behind them, so he needed to head deep inside to investigate. Sang-ah quickly nodded in agreement and infiltrated the deck, but she immediately held her breath when she spotted a mysterious figure. Standing silently in the gloomy space, Chanseok coldly reminded her to look closely, because those movements were absolutely not human but those of bloodthirsty zombies. As soon as he landed gracefully, he whispered a warning that if she kept landing so roughly, then her knees would soon be ruined before she could even eliminate the enemy. In front of them, a massive horde of zombies with hideous shapes was loitering all over the deck. Chanseok determined these were only the lowest level of Grade 2 and reminded Sangha that being overly aggressive now would only attract unnecessary attention. However, Sangha didn't care at all and straight up spammed her moves to annihilate the zombies watching as Sangha erupted with a brilliant blue electric field to attack. Chanseok immediately barked at her. "Are you trying to burn the place down? You're burning through your mana like it's nothing." He warned her that if she kept going like this, she would burn herself out long before the real fight began, especially against such weak monsters. He insisted that a fraction of that energy would be more than enough to finish them off. Seeing the hungry look in her eyes, he promised to teach her how to become many times stronger. Even so, Sangha still recklessly threw herself into the fray, forcing Chanseok to roar with frustration because she still didn't know how to control her energy output. He kept demanding that she cut back on her mana consumption to preserve her stamina for the long haul ahead, all while painful memories of a cold, dark childhood suddenly flooded her mind, fueling her resolve she would never let herself be a weakling ever again. She had to become stronger at any cost, to decide her own fate. Right in the middle of her fighting, Chanseok's shout cut through her thoughts, warning her that a monster was closing in, right in her face. Sangha's eyes blazed with determination. She felt no fear of death. For the sole purpose of becoming stronger, she was ready to leap straight into hell itself. The skeletal monster was finally defeated, its body shattered under Han Sangha's blade. She stood there, chest heaving, her face smeared with blood and grime, yet her eyes remained vigilant as she asked, "Is it over? I haven't even warmed up yet." Just then Chanseok appeared on the deck, waving his hand with calm confidence. "I've already taken care of all the other ships." She softly thanked him for his advice earlier, admitting she had learned quite a lot. Chanseok, busy attaching chips to the monster carcasses, replied nonchalantly, "Don't sweat it, this world is full of idiots. Even if you spoon-feed them, they never bother to learn." Sangha mused, revealing that this was actually the first time someone had given her any advice. Chanseok asked in surprise if she had no seniors or friends at the academy to help her. She just replied coldly that because she learned everything so fast, everyone found her annoying. Chanseok smirked and asked if she was dreaming of surpassing him. If she kept getting advice like this, Sangha looked him straight in the eye with unwavering resolve. "There hasn't been a teacher yet that I haven't surpassed." Chanseok's expression shifted, stunned by her over-the-top confidence. He immediately poured a bucket of cold water on her. "That won't happen with me, so don't get your hopes up. I'll make sure you're looking up at me for the rest of your life." That arrogant reply made Sangha grind her teeth in frustration. Hearing that response, "It literally drives me crazy." After finishing the cleanup on the ship, the two returned to the rally point. The security staff stood tall and reported, "We will continue to guard the island. Good luck to you both." Chanseok replied calmly, "Understood." "Keep up the good work." Pushing deep into the island, Chanseok began analyzing the situation based on information from the survivors that the hostages were being held at the shrines. Sangha noted there were 2 shrines on the island, Gajin and Atazumi. Considering the distance, Chanseok decided the Gajin shrine would be their first stop, as they could reach it in just a few hours. However, a bad feeling hit him, making him frown in thought. Getting there is easy, but dragging 15 people back, that's going to be a living hell. According to the report, there were 15 hostages in total, and bringing them back safely would be even harder if anyone was injured. Furthermore, Chanseok shuddered as he sensed a dark, ominous mana hidden behind the thick fog. To avoid being relentlessly hunted by corrosive creatures during the rescue and while bringing the hostages back to safety, Chanseok realized they needed at least 1 vehicle. Finding a small truck, he turned to ask Han Sang-ah if she was a good driver. Receiving a confident answer from her, they immediately set off. But the reality turned out to be a nightmare as Sangha drove like a lunatic with Chanseok screaming in terror. As the truck smashed into a crowd of monsters, he yelled, "You crazy woman, is the brake just for decoration?" getting scolded. Sangha didn't take it lying down and shouted back, "If you don't like it, you drive." Realizing his own driver's license had been gathering dust for 25 years, in the other world, Chansok sighed, climbed onto the roof, and told himself it was better to risk a car crash than to take the wheel himself. He stood firm on the roof with his spear in hand, asserting that he was better at fighting anyway. The truck sped down the road, trailing a massive swarm of monsters wildly pursuing them. Chanseok focused intently, delivering precise stabs, crushing the heads of any creature that dared to get too close. After checking the sturdiness of the rope holding him to the roof, Chansok suddenly felt danger closing in. He shouted a warning to Han Sang-ah, "Enemies incoming!" From the left, a swarm of monsters was rushing straight at the side of the truck from the bushes. Sang-ah gritted her teeth with determination. "Leave them to me!" She then took a sharp turn to handle the attack. Suddenly, Chansok panicked when he saw what Sang-ah was about to do. "You're crazy. Wait if you do that, then." But it was too late. The truck careened wildly, sending the swarm of monsters flying like scattered chess pieces. Sang-ah laughed, exhilarated by the thrill. "Get off the road and roll, you pests. This girl drives like an action movie." Looking at the chaotic scene, Chansok was left speechless, thinking to himself that maybe he should have driven after all. The truck crazily sped up the long stone steps. That led to the temple deep in the forest. Behind them, hundreds of monsters shrieked, chasing them closely like a violent wave, shaking the very space around them. Seeing the temple gate ahead, Chansok roared, "I see the temple, get inside!" Sang-ah asked anxiously, "There are too many of them. Should I take them all out?" Then he immediately leaped out of the vehicle the moment it came to a halt. "I'll go ahead." As soon as he touched the ground, a dark purple aura of the paradox flame erupted violently around his body. Chansok gazed coldly at the horde of monsters and declared, "Since you refuse to stop chasing us..." He poured all his power into activating the paradox flame. Instead of attacking the monsters directly, he calculated silently. "I just need to incinerate the friction on these stairs." Down below, Sang-ah had successfully held off the remaining zombies. Up above, Chansok had also spotted the hostages and approached them. She called out, asking, "Is everyone okay?" She announced firmly, "I am Hunter Han Sang-ah from the Hunter Association." But instead of being relieved to be rescued, the man became even more panicked and burst into sobbing uncontrollably. Sang-ah frantically waved her hands, trying to explain that she was there to save them, not to capture them, but the victim's shrill screams wouldn't stop. In sheer desperation, the man shrieked, "Run, get away!" Before Sang-ah could even process what was happening, a massive shadow loomed right behind her. It was a monster shaped like a warrior, an ancient samurai radiating a killing intent with a chilling blue spirit aura. Just as its gigantic blade was about to come crashing down, Chansok dashed in to face the new enemy. Changsok's eyes flared with a powerful dark purple energy. He ordered coldly, "Get the people out of here! Leave this toy to me." Facing the enemy's powerful strike, he gritted his teeth and focused all his spirit power to hold up the great blade descending from above. Just as the monster roared wildly, intending to finish off its opponent, a loud noise erupted from behind. Han Sang-ah had driven the truck charging straight at them at a terrifying speed. It slammed into the monster, pinning it against a solid rock wall. "Go meet your ancestors, you obstacle," as he watched the enemy being crushed under the vehicle. Amidst the thick dust from the horrific collision, the truck began to smoke heavily. Chansok looked at the wreckage and turned to Sang-ah with a serious expression. "When we head back, don't touch the steering wheel ever again." He even made her promise by hooking his pinky finger. "Promise me." Hooking pinkies really, which only made Sang-ah snap in frustration. "Just get in the car already." When he asked about the hostages, she confirmed that everyone was already inside the truck. Suddenly, Sang-ah's face paled and she screamed, "Chansok, look in front of you!" Chansok stared ahead with a tense expression. From the darkness of the gloomy forest, dozens of glowing red eyes were staring right at them. A zombie monster with a deformed face crawled out, making Chansok realize the situation was far from over. "It seems it's still alive even after being hit by the truck." He turned and made a request that stunned Sang-ah. "Han Sang-ah, lend me your sword!" She shrieked in shock and protest. "What, are you insane? Asking a swordswoman to borrow her blade is a huge insult, you know. Touch my sword and I'll skewer you." Regardless of her protest, the zombie horde was screaming and swarming in from every direction. The honor of a swordswoman or human lives, she knew clearly which was more important. Facing Chansok's steely questioning, Han Sang-ah fell silent, then decisively tossed the sword to him. Chansok caught the weapon cleanly, his other hand still gripping his spear. His cold gaze fixed on the device glowing on his wrist. "I didn't expect to have to use this so soon." The memory brought him back to a few days ago inside the Level 3 erosion rift on Geojeto Island. Amidst the ruins, he had found a strange mechanical gauntlet emitting a purple light. Infinity Gauntlet Level 3 version. It sucks mana like a straw. The moment he put it on, he realized this wasn't an ordinary item, as it was crazily absorbing mana. From its intended use, it seems like a basic piece of gear to replenish one's own mana. But for Chang Seok, it was so much more. Considering the mana storage capacity of this gauntlet-style battery, he only had about 5 minutes of use, but in those 5 minutes, he was confident he could become strong enough to go toe-to-toe with anything. Chang Seok leaped into the air, hands clutching both the spear and sword facing the zombie horde. A swarm of monsters was slashed to pieces, falling like rain, leaving Han Sang-ah stunned. No way. He suppressed that many monsters all by himself. Now Chang Seok ordered Sang-ah to head straight to the harbor without looking back. The truck packed with hostages roared wildly through the night. Heading toward Hatakatsu Harbor, Sang-ah gritted her teeth at the wheel. She thought getting past the previous monsters was it. But reality was much worse. Zombies kept pouring out like a flood. They surrounded the vehicle from every side with disgusting shrieks. Seeing that the truck was starting to malfunction and smoke, Sang-ah shouted anxiously, "The car is reaching its limit. We should get out and handle this right now. The car is about to break and she's still itching for a fight." But Chang Seok immediately cut her off with a firm, commanding voice, "Just keep driving." Despite being rattled by the pressure of the horde chasing them closely, Sang-ah still floored the gas, speeding forward. A strange thing happened. The truck suddenly glowed with a brilliant blue spirit aura. Sang-ah was stunned to realize the monsters that had been chasing them so crazily were suddenly blocked by an invisible wall, unable to advance even a single step. Watching the zombies growling behind the mysterious boundary, Sang-ah wondered if something was protecting them. Isn't this area something? Her gaze came to rest on a golden magic circle glowing brightly on the wall nearby. Chang Seok casually explained that it was a geometric defensive formation, seeing her confusion over this unfamiliar concept. He simply said it was a method for drawing charms to ward off monsters. When pressed about its origin, Chang Seok coldly replied, "Don't ask so many questions about knowledge from another world. You wouldn't get it anyway." Chang Seok thought to himself, feeling smug about his achievement as his skills continued to improve. Sang-ah asked curiously if this formation could repel every kind of monster. "Something isn't it?" His eyes suddenly turned somber. He admitted he wished that were the case, but in reality it was completely useless against anyone truly strong. Immediately, a monster wearing samurai armor that had easily broken through the barrier earlier came charging forward. Its eyes, red as blood, glared ahead, and it growled in disjointed, bloodthirsty tones, "Sacrifice! Must protect! Must protect!" Sang-ah felt the murderous intent and stood stunned, wondering if this was the legendary Mind's Eye. Chang Seok also sensed the atmosphere suddenly turn cold, but to him, it wasn't as threatening as it looked. Sang-ah broke out in a cold sweat, thinking about the ability to awaken the sixth sense to predict an opponent's moves, a technique even masters struggled to achieve. "Master," Sang-ah asked anxiously. Chang Seok reassured her, "No need to be scared. The Mind's Eye. It's all a scam. Don't waste your time believing in it." He told her to watch closely. "Because I'm going to teach you how to deal with things like this." The samurai monster roared madly, pouring all its strength into its blade to unleash a powerful strike. Sang-ah screamed in a panic as she saw him step forward alone. "What? Why are you going alone? Are you trying to commit suicide?" "Hey." Chang Seok calmly explained that the Mind's Eye is actually just data accumulated from countless battles, a type of conditioned reflex created from that experience. Because it reacts subconsciously to things like hostility or fear, just emitting murderous intent is enough to make the opponent fall into a pathetic state. Sang-ah was shocked to hear him mention supreme realms like the Mind's Eye, Sword Soul, or Heaven Man Unity. Just as the samurai monster swung its sword, Chang Seok simply swung his spear. He swept it in one decisive motion. A brilliant green energy explosion erupted, crushing the enemy into fragments in an instant. He casually turned his back and walked away, leaving the ruins behind with a dismissive remark, "Honestly, they're nothing special." Chang Seok thought to himself that the Mind's Eye and Sword Soul are all just for show. He affirmed that he had the right to say that, because he had paid the price with countless sacrifices to free himself from that trap. Back in the other world, Han Sang-ah stood silently watching his back, marveling at the absurd strength of this man, and she questioned herself about what she had achieved. During this expedition, Sang-ah realized Chansok had far surpassed everything she imagined about true strength. She gripped her sword hilt, determined not to continue with a half-hearted attitude. If she wanted to reach her goal, she looked toward Chansok and bravely spoke up. "I have a request, Chansok." Her eyes shone with determination as she made her final offer. "Please teach me properly." Chansok looked momentarily surprised and asked, "Wait, have I been teaching you for free this whole time? Or do you want me to tutor you 24/7? But for Sang, a simple advice or demonstrations weren't enough. She craved direct guidance from him. She saw herself as too weak compared to him, and that was why she wanted to advance faster. Facing that urgency, Chanseok pondered and asked for the real reason behind it. Sanga's eyes darkened with resentment. "To kill Klapsadai with my own hands." It was one of the 8 corrosive rifts, the most dangerous in the world, the thing that swallowed the entire Himalayas in the blink of an eye. Chanseok remarked that the goal was way too big and asked if she wanted revenge. Sang-ah confirmed it was a vendetta for her family. She handed him a card and emphasized, "Of course I'm not asking you to help for free." Chansok took the card and read, "Case White Group." Sang-ah revealed it was her family's conglomerate with a market capitalization of 257 trillion won. Despite being the heiress of a prestigious family, she had abandoned her grandfather's succession war. Chanseok understood that if she achieved great things as a hunter, she would only be dragged back into that vortex of power struggles. He asked bluntly what she wanted. Sang-ah replied decisively, "Make me the best. In return, I will provide you with top-tier elixirs that aren't sold on the open market." Sang-ah believed that Chanseok also wanted to become stronger like her, and these medicinal herbs would help him reach the realm he so desired. Chansok remained silent. He thought to himself that Sang-ah would never believe that he had reached that realm a long time ago. The image of the hero in the sea of fire appeared, reminding him that the only reason he needed power was to return the world to how it was. He took her hand and coldly declared, "Keep your fancy herbs. You eat them. I'm already at the peak. I don't need the extra boost." Chansok told Sang-ah that preparing those things would be enough. The most important thing right now was to get the vehicle carrying the hostages to the medical center immediately. After checking the condition of the 7 patients, the doctor pensively took notes and said that given their current state of malnutrition, it would take at least another week for them to wake up and talk. He asked both of them to let the victims rest and promised to notify them as soon as they recovered. As soon as they left the patient room, Chansok unexpectedly ordered Han Sang-ah, "Follow me, we're starting training right now," leaving her stunned as she asked, "Right now? Guess there's no such thing as a day off for a master." Standing in the middle of a desolate, empty lot, Chansok gripped his spear tightly and posed a question before they began. "If I swing this spear with everything I've got, do you think you can dodge it?" Han Sang-ah broke into a cold sweat. She felt it was an obvious question given the massive gap in their strength, but Chansok insisted firmly. "You can definitely dodge it." He emphasized that if she learned to push her senses to the absolute limit, it was entirely within her reach, and he began to teach her his combat techniques. "Look with your eyes, listen with your ears, smell the air, and feel with your very skin." Chansok demanded she master every sense to fight in a state of complete heightened awareness. Instead of relying on raw instinct, he smirked and asked, "Well then, let's see how well you've learned." The moment he finished speaking, Chansok vanished, leaving Sang-ah horrified as she realized he'd moved so fast he didn't leave a single trace. Before she could even finish her thought, Sang-ah, panicked eyes darting, trying to use her hearing to locate him, but Chanseok had already closed the distance behind her, cold and blunt, as he whispered, "Wrong." The freezing tip of the spear rested against her neck. As he criticized her for being too slow, he didn't stop there. He taunted her, teaching her that in a real fight, there is never time to think. Your senses must lead and your actions must follow. He demanded she accept every sensation and move instantly because senses that haven't been mastered will only serve to deceive you. Chansok coldly declared, "Theory time is over now, it's time for practice." Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the area, sending the guards into a panic. Turning back to look for their comrades, a police officer grumbled about why they hadn't called sooner, only to freeze in pure terror at the sight before him. Right before their eyes, amidst the thick dust and the deafening sound of clashing weapons, Sang-ah was swinging her sword like a madwoman while Chansok blocked every strike with a bored, sleepy yawn. His sharp eyes were locked in intense focus on every one of her movements. The sheer power of their collisions created shockwaves that shattered the stone floor beneath their feet. Sang-ah gritted her teeth, pouring all her strength into her sword, but she was shocked to realize she was completely overwhelmed by Chan-seok's lightning-fast attacks. She thought desperately, I can't dodge this. Just as the spear tip was about to strike, a shout from afar cut through the spar. Master Chan-seok! A police officer ran over, frantic, reporting that one of the survivors had just woken up. Urging him to come quickly, Chan-seok immediately stopped, muttering calmly, Is it that time already? Seeing Sang-ah panting from exhaustion, he remarked that since she had learned to block well enough, their first training session would end there. Sang-ah stood frozen in disbelief. You beat me into the ground, and that was just the appetizer. When asked if she was okay, she only nodded wearily. Inside the room, the man in the hospital bed trembled as he recounted the horrific memory, unless I was hallucinating. A truck arrived at the place where I was being held, and people stepped out of it. Chan-seok and Sang-ah were stunned, wondering if they were other hostages. But the survivor's answer was even more chilling. He insisted those people were incredibly calm, and that the monsters didn't show any hostility toward them at all. They were acting like they were supporting them. Do monsters these days have to hit their KPI too? They had selected a few hostages and loaded them onto the truck to be taken elsewhere mysteriously. Chan-seok pondered, finally realizing why there were only 7 hostages at the temple. When the man assumed they were saved because he had escaped, Sang-ah was shocked to realize the truth. It wasn't an escape at all. Those people had let him go on purpose. Chan-seok stated firmly that an ordinary civilian could never escape a place that even 2 skilled hunters struggled to infiltrate. He concluded that if no mastermind had let him go, he must be a genius hunter. Immediately, Sang-ah gritted her teeth in rage, realizing the entire trip was actually a vicious trap. She couldn't understand how they dared to use human lives to play such a dirty game. Chan-seok radiated a bone-chilling aura. His eyes blazed with fury at the shamelessness of those behind it all. Sang-ah wondered to herself if he was angry because he was being looked down upon, or because of their cruelty toward the hostages. Chan-seok turned back and asked the survivor, Is there anything else you can tell us? A cat. The man recalled a detail about a cat-shaped mascot on the belt of the person who got off the truck. Checking the information, Chan-seok realized it was the mascot for the airport, Tsushima. Sang-ah mocked him for being clueless about technology, asking if he'd just crawled out of a cave somewhere. In this day and age, everyone uses their phones to look up information. Standing in the middle of the empty airport, not even an ant in sight, Sang-ah planned to suggest returning to the temple. But Chan-seok had noticed something unusual. He muttered, Found him. Above the ruins of the airport, a man with blue hair and a face covered in piercings stood looking down with an arrogant smirk. Chan-seok silently scoffed. He looked like he'd been put together by a sewing machine, but Chan-seok could feel the pressure radiating from someone who was clearly no small fry. This fashion sense is straight out of a horror movie. The strange young man crossed his arms, wore a sinister smile, and shouted a provocative greeting. Hello, little brats, call me Kim Ji-hyun. How about I capture you alive and keep you as pets later? Seeing the shocked expressions on Chan-seok and Sang-ah's faces, he casually grabbed a hostage by the hair and declared, Looks like I should show you the opposite first. With zero hesitation, he mercilessly hurled the poor man into the pitch-black abyss of the corrosion rift. Watching this brutal scene unfold, Sang-ah stood there trembling, thinking to herself, Are you seriously throwing people into the corrosion rift? If you do that, they won't be able to escape until the core is destroyed. A gray, rotting hand reached out from the darkness, followed by blood-red, bloodthirsty eyes. She realized the horrifying truth in terror. A human, turned into a creature of corrosion. The man from before had now become an undead monster with a deformed face and a twisted body. Kim Ji-hyun looked at his product and noted with disappointment, What a waste of materials. How am I supposed to produce something top-tier with this? With that, he unleashed a powerful kick, crushing the creature's body. Discarded like a broken toy. Chan-seok and Sang-ah stood frozen, wondering if these maniacs intended to do the same to them and questioning how they could be so cruel. Ji-hyun smirked, explaining that sacrificing ordinary people wasn't enough to create the corrosion creatures he desired. Sang-ah gritted her teeth, realizing the truth. Their real objective wasn't a ransom. They were using the hostages as raw material for experiments. Behind him stood an entire horde of grotesque undead creatures. These were once innocent civilians who had been transformed. Ji-hyun nonchalantly declared that by the orders of the elders he would explain the grand mission of their organization, the Descendants of Dangun. He asserted that this entire group had gathered and acted for one single purpose. He emphasized maintaining and strengthening the dominant status Korea currently held, ensuring no one could provoke them. With a manic grin, he declared he would turn this nation into a superpower. An incredibly powerful stomp from him caused a terrifying tremor, tossing the surrounding cars into the air like toys. The car went flying and slammed into the Tsushima airport building, creating a massive explosion and leaving behind a pile of ruins. Standing amidst the smoke and dust, Chan-seok could only sigh, "Ugh, my head." Another delusion of grandeur freak, huh? Amidst the rubble, he gripped his spear tightly and asked back, dripping with sarcasm, "Did I hear you right?" "I thought this country was already a superpower." Kim Ji-hyun roared with fanatical intensity that it still wasn't enough. He wanted to take this proud nation to a level where no one would dare look down on it while launching a series of relentless kicks. He screamed about the painful history of the Korean peninsula, about the days of having to bow down and pay tribute, and ultimately about being stripped of their sovereignty. This villain is really taking a history lesson while fighting. Chan-seok silently judged his opponent. Turns out it's not just the Chinese. These Korean oppas are just as intense toward the Japanese. Even without weapons, he was a taekwondo black belt with speed far beyond what Chan-seok expected. With eyes burning with resentment, Ji-hyun declared he would repay every ounce of humiliation that the nation had endured down to the very last drop. Chan-seok determined that while his opponent was fast, his power was still within manageable limits. He started to understand the man's logic. If the rifts disappeared, Korea's status as a superpower would also waver. Chan-seok coldly challenged him, "So that means you have absolutely no intention of saving the world?" Kim Ji-hyun calmly admitted it, then sowed seeds of shock by declaring that his organization had found a way to control the corrosion rifts. That thought made Chan-seok pause to calculate, because if that were true, humanity would no longer have to suffer. Chan-seok pressed him, asking about the extent of their control, only to realize the truth when he admitted they had only succeeded a little bit. He immediately exposed him. "So you haven't actually mastered it yet?" Chan-seok stared right through him, mocking him. Con artists are usually all talk and never show any real evidence. He asserted that a bunch of thugs hiding behind noble pretenses surely didn't have the skill to pull that off. Their pride wounded. Kim Ji-hyun roared, "Shut your mouth!" and unleashed a powerful kick that shattered the ground. Chan-seok struggled to defend himself silently, clicking his tongue for mocking him too much. He checked the device on his hand, admitting to himself he was only trying to stall for time to recharge his mana, but the current situation wouldn't allow him to wait any longer. With such little mana left, Chan-seok knew he couldn't trigger the paradox flame and could only hold his ground in a battle of attrition. Just as Kim Ji-hyun lunged to finish him off, Han Sang-a intervened just in time with a powerful slash that shook the entire airport. Kim Ji-hyun clicked his tongue in annoyance. He had assumed she was standing still because she was terrified, but it turned out it was all preparation for a lightning-fast counterattack. Kim Ji-hyun looked at Han Sang-a, mocking her. "Oh, you're a pretty girl, but you hit pretty hard, don't you? How about you come be my wife?" Sang-a didn't answer. Her entire body erupted with a brilliant blue electric field. She gripped her sword hilt tightly, ready to risk it all. Seeing this, Chan-seok hurriedly tried to stop her. "Han Sang-a, you can't handle him, fall back." But she remained steadfast, whispering that she had seen the energy bar on his gauntlet running dry. "You need more time, right?" Chan-seok was taken aback by her keen observation. Sang-a immediately pulled out a vial of sparkling blue Alicia and asked how much time he needed. Chan-seok mused, "About 5 minutes." Without hesitation, Sang-a downed the high-grade potion and tossed the empty vial aside. Her body erupted with incredible spiritual energy. A blue, electric aura covered her body, followed by her declaration, "Just leave this to me." Witnessing such recklessness, Chan-seok panicked. "How much Alicia did you refine anyway?" "You're going to overload," Sang-a coldly replied. "This is an emergency and we only have one chance." Understanding her resolve, Chan-seok gripped his spear tightly with a steely gaze. "Okay, 5 minutes then. Don't go destroying my airport," Sang-a whispered to herself. "Don't you dare lose, Chan-seok." Amidst the dark night of Tsushima, Kim Ji-hyun wore a sinister smile. He dodged the lightning attacks, while throwing out provocations. "Calm down, pretty girl. You might accidentally kill him, you know." Disregarding the threat, Sangha lunged forward frantically, unleashing powerful electrical slashes that lit up the entire sky. A single strike came crashing down directly onto the enemy's position. It caught him completely off guard. Sangha was panting heavily. Her eyes locked with intense focus on the swirling dust cloud when suddenly Kim Ji-hyun emerged from the smoke with a streak of blood on the corner of his mouth. Yet his smile remained as arrogant as ever. He nonchalantly remarked that her last attack was nothing special, leaving Sangha in total shock and horror as Kim Ji-hyun unleashed a devastating counterattack. It sent Han Sang-ah flying backward. She coughed up blood, her condition turning critical. Just as she was about to collapse, a hand caught her in time. Chansok had appeared, his gaze icy cold. He stared straight at his enemy and sneered, "Hey, you scarred freak, are you ready to die?" Ji-hyun was stunned to realize the mana radiating from Chansok's body was surging unnaturally. He couldn't believe someone could accumulate that much energy in such a short time. He wondered if Chansok had been hiding his true strength all along. Standing firm to shield his comrade, Chansok coolly countered, "Why so surprised?" "It's the same principle as those piercings on your face, isn't it?" The comment left Ji-hyun paralyzed with fear. "How do you know my secret technique? Am I exposed?" Chansok coldly added, "Only an idiot wouldn't figure that out." He pointed out that the surrounding area was flooded with pure mana leaking out because Ji-hyun was abusing power beyond his control, and thanks to that excess mana, Chanseok had fully restored his paradox flame. Facing his opponent's confusion about how such a wasteful mana absorption method could exist, Chansok cut him off decisively. "You don't need to know because today you die right here." He activated his ultimate skill, Blue Trajectory, a lightning-fast chain of 16 strikes. It erupted with unbelievable speed, leaving Kim Ji-hyun's body heavily battered. He gasped in agony, I can't breathe." He was horrified to realize he couldn't even feel his own heartbeat in his chest. Chanseok looked coldly at the defeated man who was still clinging to his remaining pride with a sliver of mana and remarked casually, "I see you're still trying to cling to your pride, even though I've already incinerated all your muscle strength." In his death throes, Ji-hyun could only cry out in desperation, "Help me, Captain, immediately!" A blinding bolt of light shot toward them at incredible speed, but Chansok dodged it just in time. He stood firm amidst the rubble, his icy gaze looking up as he whispered to himself, "Another one. Who else wants to play the villain now?" A gloved hand gripped a traditional bow appearing from the shadows. Looking at the hooded figure looming high above, he asked himself if this was the captain that Ji-hyun had just mentioned. The energy radiating from the mysterious figure was so powerful that even Chansok had to admit he was truly worthy of the title. He silently estimated that this guy had to be at least twice as strong as Lee Se-eun. No, his skills must be 3 or 4 times greater. The mysterious figure spoke in a deep, murderous voice. "You're quite gutsy, aren't you? Are you not afraid of death?" Chanseok looked up at the silhouette standing on the edge of the building. He calmly replied, "If you intended to kill me, you surely would have done it a long time ago." Realizing his opponent had no immediate intention of attacking, he smirked, letting the purple flames of the paradox flame flare up across his face as he provocatively asked, "Are you interested in this guy?" Chansok's purple flames flared intensely, causing Kim Ji-hyun to scream in desperation, "Help me!" The hooded man on high, who was all talk and no action, coldly commanded, "First extinguish the flames on Kim Ji-hyun. I will not say it a second time." Chansok observed pensively. He realized Ji-hyun's mana was completely exhausted, and the hooded man himself was using his own mana to keep his subordinate alive. He shuddered, realizing that if that earlier arrow had been aimed at his head instead of his wrist, he wouldn't be standing here alive right now. But he had deliberately held back. As soon as the flames died out, Kim Ji-hyun could only wheeze in pain. With terrifying speed, the hooded man closed in and caught him, accompanied by a comment. "Well done!" Chansok was stunned by that split-second dash to close the distance. He demanded to know if the man knew what he had done to his own subordinate, because with all his muscles incinerated, Kim Ji-hyun would have to spend his entire life in a wheelchair and survive on mana. The hooded man called Chansok's name and asserted that capturing him alive was necessary. His burning red eyes flashed with the pressure of blue electricity. "But as long as you're still breathing, that's enough." Unfazed, Chansok challenged him, "Come and get me, let's see if you've got the chops," because he'd rather die of a heart attack than become a puppet in his hands. Unexpectedly, the hooded man paused. He decided to retreat because he couldn't yet understand the principles of that blackish-purple flame before leaving. He warned that when the rifts first appeared, no one thought they could be controlled. However, he had succeeded. The hooded man left behind a firm threat that one day it was inevitable that Chansok would have to kneel before him. The mysterious figure's shadow dissolved into the swirling vortex, leaving Chansok standing alone amidst the ruins. Amidst the wreckage of the airfield, Chansok gritted his teeth, realizing he'd just gotten himself into trouble with someone extremely unstable. Han Sang-ah winced in pain as she stepped forward, wondering if they were the target. She asked if it was because of his special ability. Chansok confirmed it, though he wasn't sure of the real reason himself. Sang-ah mused that if that were the case, they could have taken her hostage while she was unconscious, which meant they might have already known his background. Chansok brushed it off. He figured the terrorists wouldn't care about such things. He told her to think carefully about what their true objective might be. Sang-ah suddenly realized a terrifying possibility was the South Korean government involved in this. Chansok coldly added that they might even be receiving direct support from the higher-ups. This left Sang-ah rattled because if they really controlled the rift as they claimed, destroying it now might be a mistake. Chansok nonchalantly advised her to just pretend she didn't know anything, even though she admitted she wasn't very good at lying. Pushing political troubles aside, Chansok decided to deal with the immediate problem. He told Sang-ah to stay put while he went inside alone. Even though she worried about the horrors that might be waiting behind those doors, Chansok was resolute. "Just sit here and recover. I'll see what's in there myself." With that, he took off. Leaving Sang-ah alone in the ruins, Chansok landed before a massive ancient temple radiating a haunting, cyan-colored spiritual energy. This was the center of the rift. A level 2 corrosive rift on Tsushima Island harboring dangers beyond imagination. Standing before the imposing structure, swallowed in darkness, he observed it and muttered to himself, "So this is a level 2 corrosive rift, huh? For a castle built for soft zombies, this place was terrifyingly solid. Do zombies hire architects these days?" He could feel the cold, deathly aura piercing through his lungs. With every breath he swallowed hard, knowing without needing to be told that right behind this door was the core of the corrosive rift. Even though he didn't want to think negatively before the battle, he knew that a single moment of carelessness could cost him his life. The heavy doors slowly creaked open, revealing a dark, enclosed space. Stepping inside, Chansok was stunned to see a strange object emitting a hazy blue smoke, a cauldron. He couldn't help but wonder if this was really the core of a level 2 corrosive rift, because everything was so different from what he had imagined. Suddenly, a hand shot out from the shadows and grabbed his ankle, making Chansok jump in terror. From beneath the floor, a man severely wounded was desperately crawling out, wheezing for help. "Help! Please help me!" Before he could even steady himself, a monstrous entity dragged the victim back into the darkness. The man screamed in absolute agony, his pleas cut short as he was thrown directly into the boiling cauldron. Chansok stood frozen, watching the horrific scene unfold. Right before his eyes, a grotesque hand gripped the edge of the cauldron. From the boiling depths, a creature with a half-rotted, disgusting face crawled out. Chansok was horrified to realize the truth. This cauldron was the factory for the zombies, using living human beings as raw material. He felt pained, wondering how they could be so cruel. A wave of nausea hit him, forcing him to cover his mouth, while a deep sense of contempt for the trash who created this hell surged within him. Suddenly, a deep, raspy voice echoed, "Another delivery walking right into the basket, eh?" Chansok shuddered as he felt a cold, killing intent closing in behind him. Heavy footsteps echoed, followed by the appearance of a pair of feet glowing with a haunting blue flame. The mysterious figure remarked that this sacrifice was very special, completely different from the weak ones before. He mused about a fierce energy that somehow felt oddly familiar. A warrior with long hair obscuring his face, his body draped in cyan spiritual energy, loomed out of the shadows. He gripped his katana hilt, his vacant eyes staring straight at Chansok, asserting with conviction that this was the aura of a true warrior. "Draw your weapon, for I shall temper my blade with your blood." The enemy before him slowly drew his katana. Chansok gritted his teeth, wondering if this was truly the core of a level 2 rift, when the pressure it radiated was enough to make his hair stand on end. He was shocked to realize the hooded guy might have subjugated and be controlling a monster. This terrifying. Even when it was alive, Chansok realized that even the hooded guy earlier hadn't reached this level, which meant there was someone even stronger behind it all. Any carelessness with this one would lead to death. The monster lunged at incredible speed, giving him only enough time to gasp in horror at its agility. Chansok quickly regained his composure. He understood that the way to deal with a strong enemy was simple. Before they could grasp his weaknesses, he had to end the fight with a single blow. He gripped his spear, channeling all his strength into a decisive finishing move. A thunderous collision erupted between the spear and the katana, creating dazzling sparks that shook the entire temple. The monster was shocked to see its attack. At full power, completely blocked. But what surprised it even more than being blocked was the power erupting from the other side. Chansok was stunned. He hadn't even seen the opponent's parrying move. The samurai coldly declared that in essence, a fast attack should never be seen. Before Chansok could even react, his shoulder was struck by the blade. Chansok gritted his teeth in pain, unable to believe the opponent could be that fast. The monster chuckled mockingly. Even a blind squirrel finds a nut occasionally not bad at dodging. Since that's how it's going to be, let's see how you handle this. A lightning-fast strike crashed down, leaving Chansok severely wounded. He never expected he'd be forced to use the paradox flame so soon. But a massive problem arose because his opponent wasn't a living being. The paradox flame was completely useless for a direct attack. Trapped in the center of all that pressure, Chansok gritted his teeth, racking his brain for what to do next. The monster seemed genuinely curious about the surprises he kept pulling out, wondering to itself, I wonder what it'll take to make this little pet crumble faster. In an instant, another sword swing landed, leaving Chansok severely wounded. He was horrified to realize that every muscle in his body had been shredded by his enemy's ruthless blade. For a moment, he nearly lost consciousness from pain that exceeded his limit. Even so, he struggled to stand, gripping his spear tightly with a gaze filled with resentment. Luckily, the samurai had missed the muscles from the shoulders up, and Chansok immediately triggered his paradox flame to rapidly heal his body and seize the moment. He circled behind his opponent to deliver a finishing blow, but his budding hope was crushed by a cold voice. I said, stop showing off with that slow motion. The sharp blade cut into his flesh once again, hot blood dripping onto the floor as Chansok collapsed, his breathing ragged and labored. The sword was held right in front of his face, leaving him staring at his enemy in pure terror. The monster pulled back his blade slightly casually, remarking that he was quite lucky the last blow had missed. Coldly, Chansok called him out for intentionally holding back his killing blow this entire time. Indignant, he demanded to know if the enemy was just toying with him out of pity, or if there was some other scheme behind this strange behavior. The samurai sighed, admitting a bitter truth. Indeed, I could have finished you off if I were who I used to be. The remark stunned Chansok, who blurted out, what talk about an unexpected plot twist? Right now, I can't even remember a name. Most of my memories from when I was alive have completely faded. The gaps in his technique caused by memory loss had become his fatal weakness, leading to his defeat by an unknown identity and the burden of these humiliating shackles. Observing his opponent, Chansok realized that while the body was still there, the experience and memories were almost entirely gone. His situation was the exact opposite of his own. Those shackles were definitely the control mechanism those people had mentioned. Pain and melancholy were etched onto the samurai's face. I have lost too much my name and even the reason I hold this sword. He gripped the chain around his neck tightly. With a trembling, resentful voice, he added, all that remains is the hatred overflowing in my sorrow. The pressure from the surrounding spirit energy suddenly spiked. Chansok broke out in a cold sweat, gritting his teeth in tension. Damn it, what do I do now? With black tears streaming from his eyes, the samurai hesitantly advanced his sword, radiating overwhelming bloodlust. He asked bitterly, looking at me now, I'm no different from a monster, am I? Looking at the grotesque form with bizarre eyes on the opponent's attire, Chansok determined that the samurai's resentment had intensified, though he had lost a vast amount of technique. And because his memories were erased, his combat experience was gone. This was the only opening Chansok could use to turn the tide. He steeled his resolve. If he couldn't kill him in one blow, he still had a chance to win. To defeat an opponent of this caliber, Chansok knew he couldn't hold back anymore. He roared in his mind, I have to pour every ounce of my power into this strike. Black flames suddenly erupted, engulfing Chansok's body, healing all his wounds and instantly restoring his energy. The samurai was stunned. Watching this strange aura, he remarked, you possess a truly strange ability. That black flame seems to be burning something else entirely. Chansok smirked. Sharp eyes you've got. This flame burns through concepts. While it may seem to have infinite destructive power, the larger the scale of the concept, the more mana and mastery it requires. He recalled that when he took down Kim Ji-hyun, he had to be extremely careful not to burn away his own muscle strength due to the feedback. If he were in his prime back in the other world, he would never have had to worry about controlling his power with such restraint. It was a case of the good old days are gone. If he had been as powerful as a great sword in the other world right now, he was just a tiny fruit knife. However, this wasn't the time to be picky or fear risks. Chan-suk coldly declared, "From now on, I'm going to burn away the durability of this entire place." The samurai looked confused. "What is durability? Your language is so hard to understand." Chan-suk just waved his hand dismissively. "I've explained enough, so I'll skip that part this time." A terrifying shockwave occurred immediately, sending the samurai flying. He could only groan in pain. Chan-suk adjusted his glove, a look of triumph on his face. "Try to figure it out while you're getting beaten." He calculated that since he had realized his opponent's limits, the current plan was working perfectly. The samurai stood there, his eyes glowing with ethereal blue spirit energy. Then he suddenly roared, "Let's go somewhere else to solo, it's too cramped here." Immediately, a catastrophic explosion shattered the temple's entire structure, and both charged at each other with blurring speed. They created blinding flashes of light weaving through the air. The samurai swung his sword incredibly fast, creating razor-sharp cuts. Chan-suk gritted his teeth, using all his might to block. The katana blade came down, sparks showering everywhere as the two weapons clashed violently. Chan-suk's eyes showed clear shock at the crushing pressure from his opponent. The samurai continuously unleashed lightning-fast slashes, forcing him to roll and dodge by a hair's breadth. Amidst the falling rubble, a cold voice rang out, "Sliced." The space around them seemed to be divided by the powerful blue spirit energy, leaving fragments shattering in the air. Utilizing the debris as a foothold, Chan-suk poured all his strength into the tip of his spear, diving down from above like an arrow of light. He roared, creating a massive piercing strike that shook the sky. Below, the samurai looked up at the incoming energy with a wary expression. The ferocious strike from above created shockwaves of energy, though powerful that the ground shattered. The samurai stumbled back in shock and gasped, "What in the world is this? I've never seen anything like this before." Even compared to the battlefields of the past, he looked at the absurd flow of power engulfing his opponent and trembled, asking, "Are you human or are you a monster?" His eyes widened in horror as he realized he had completely lost control of the fight. High above, Chan-suk prepared to unleash the finishing blow. With the number 10 symbol glowing brightly on the tip of his spear, a series of energy blades crisscrossed at lightning speed. The samurai's silhouette was completely consumed. Immersed in the blinding blue light tearing everything to shreds, he roared in absolute agony as his body was ripped apart by thousands of razor-sharp energy cuts. Mad screams echoed through the space as Chan-suk's power crushed every last bit of resistance. Looking down from above, Chan-suk coldly observed his opponent desperately struggling amidst the dense ring of energy blades that were slowly swallowing him whole. Chan-suk lunged forward with terrifying speed. A fiery clash rang out against the opponent's katana. The two were locked in a speed battle that a normal person could barely follow. A thrilled smile appeared on his face. Both signals indicated the battle was reaching its end. Memories pulled him back to the past, to the other world, where the hero Hyun-sok sat thoughtfully and asked his comrade, "Hey, what would you do if you met an opponent you absolutely couldn't defeat?" Seeing the other person looking confused, he just smiled slightly and replied, "I'm just curious, that's all. How would you handle a fight with a warrior whose strength is on par with your own? I know this question might not bother you, but if someone with equal strength, it actually appeared if someone like that showed up." He stared into the void and stated firmly, "It's simple. One lives, the other logs out." Back to reality. Chan-suk was kneeling amidst the ruins, his breathing heavy and exhausted. A cocky smile appeared on his lips once again as he looked straight at his enemy and declared coldly, "One thing is for sure, just as I expected, I am the strongest." After the monster completely dissolved into nothingness, a strange object began to take shape from the currents of mana, shining blue. Chan-suk approached and whispered, "A reward, you really are a loot addict." A radiant blue treasure chest appeared amidst the rubble. He felt secretly relieved. Thank God it appeared exactly the same way it did in that other world. A click echoed as he opened the chest directly to claim the spoils of war. Looking at the item inside, he was surprised and asked himself, "A spear?" Picking up the weapon, Chan-suk couldn't help but wonder. It's too short to be called a spear, right? But then, feeling the energy vibrating within the handle, he muttered to himself, "Don't tell me." The moment he poured his spiritual energy into the weapon, it suddenly extended, just like the Monkey King's staff. Chansok noted with satisfaction, "Looks like its length can be adjusted with mana. This thing is going to be really useful." As he walked away, he pondered the laws of the corrosion zone. They say the quality of rewards depends on how many people enter the rift. He secretly regretted missing the chance to optimize his loot. I should have brought Han Sang-ah here, and just left her in a safe spot just to get more rewards. Suddenly remembering his comrade's situation, his eyes dimmed as he wondered if Han's sword... Sang-ah's sword was still in one piece after those fierce attacks. Back at the meeting point, Han Sang-ah was fast asleep, exhausted from the fighting. Suddenly a sword was tossed down beside her. She jumped awake and whispered, You Chansok? She stared in awe at the shiny black katana in her hand. What a beautiful sword. Is this luxury or a knockoff? I picked it up on my way here. Judging by the one who used it, this is a good blade. You should take it. Han Sang-ah marveled at the razor-sharp sword in her hand and whispered, This sword is seriously amazing. It's been kept in excellent condition, too. Thank you. She couldn't help but ask, How were you able to find a weapon like this around here? Then she panicked, noticing Chansok's ragged, sweat-drenched appearance. Don't tell me. You just went to clear a corrosion rift, did you? Are you okay? Chansok wearily brushed it off, assuming she had rested enough while he was gone. He whispered, I'm going to get some sleep now, and immediately collapsed to the floor. Watching that, Sang-ah could only stare in shock. Oh my god, so even supermen get tired, huh? There is an insurmountable wall between a Tier 3 rift and a Tier 2 rift. So when the news broke that Chansok had cleared a Tier 2 rift all by himself, the magnitude of this feat was on a completely different level. All over the streets, people were buzzing with excitement. Did you hear the news? Some rookie hunter cleared a Tier 2 corrosion rift all by himself. No one could believe it, because even talented pairs of hunters admitted that doing it alone was impossible. Images of Chansok appeared all over the big screens in the city center, making anyone who passed by wonder, who on earth is this guy? Chansok's phone kept vibrating with a flood of notifications, making it impossible for him to check important messages. Looking at the crowd swarming below his hospital window, he sighed. Being famous is such a pain. Can't even go out for a breath of air. Just then there was a knock at the door, and a woman with braided purple hair and glasses walked in. Hello, Chansok. I'm Jasu Jong from the Embassy Tower Secretary's office. Chansok invited her in and thanked her for covering his medical bills, even though he admitted he had never heard of that name before. At the Embago Tower, Jae-soo-jong explained that her organization isn't exactly a household name because they specialize primarily in IT and telecommunications. Jae-soo-jong warned him to report immediately if he felt any discomfort. During the treatment, Chansok bluntly voiced his suspicion, I don't feel uncomfortable, but I do have one question. The cost of this treatment and this room, it doesn't look cheap at all. You definitely want something from me, don't you? When he told her to get straight to the point instead of wasting time. Jae-soo-jong, ignoring his serious demeanor, smiled and produced a gift box, asking, Do you like cake? She then revealed a device called a shield generator, a tool capable of creating defensive barriers against attacks from corrosive creatures. This new tech sounds pretty legit, right? Chansok remarked while nibbling on a strawberry shortcake as Jae-soo-jong explained the mission to transport a mana-powered shield generator. This is a prototype from the United States. If we can mass-produce it, we hope it will save regions that hunters just can't reach. Realizing the importance of the mission. It could change the fate of humanity, Chansok mused. He asked, So this is a pretty large-scale request, isn't it? Jae-soo-jong confirmed it, noting they were calling for cooperation from other hunters. Hearing that even the Zanabi Guild had agreed to help Chansok was stunned. Even Zanabi? This seems way bigger than I thought. The route was mapped out from Brazil Vostok to the Netherlands by train, then airlifted to Dover in the United Kingdom for a test run. When he asked why they chose such a distant location, Jae-soo-jong explained that the restaurant organization in Italy is expanding its influence across Europe and North Africa, making the UK the only safe haven thanks to the surrounding sea. The situation in Europe has descended into anarchy, with governments paralyzed and hunter companies taking control like warlords, especially since the train was also carrying relief supplies. Chansok quickly realized the danger. I see. This train is an easy target for those guys, isn't it? Jae-soo-jung acknowledged the harsh reality and asked if he had ever been abroad before. Chan-seok said this would be his first time stepping foot in Europe. Jae-soo-jung smiled, confirming she would personally join the mission to oversee data collection and analysis for him. Imbago Tower watched as she spoke as if her participation was a given. Chan-seok clicked his tongue slightly but still laid out a condition. I want Hunter Han Sanga to come with us. He insisted she was the reliable friend he had already promised. Jae-soo-jung happily agreed, saying if it was someone he trusted, they would be more than glad to invite her to join. Feeling this wasn't a bad deal for himself, Chan-seok smiled, reached out his hand, and declared, Fine, let's go have a blast together. Seeing the helicopter landing, Chan-seok couldn't help but exclaim, I never expected you to mobilize a whole helicopter just to pick me up for a civilian mission. It seems clearing a rank 2 rift solo really is different from a rank 3, huh? Truly different when you're treated like a rank A, Chairman Moon Jong-tae coolly confirmed. Of course it's different. That was the moment my expectations turned into certainty. The association will do its absolute best to ensure all your operations go as smoothly as possible. That's good to hear. Proving his actual strength really did make things go much smoother, but a question still nagged him. Did the chairman know about them? If he did know, how would he react? Does he really want this miserable reality to end? Or does he want it to continue? Lost in thought, he cracked open the partition door and was stunned to see an acquaintance. Lee Se-eun was sitting there waiting. She smiled softly. Long time no see, Chan-seok. Rumors about you have reached all the way to Jeonju. He could only laugh it off. Ha, I guess there's nobody who doesn't know about me now. By the way, where are we going? A military base, he asked in surprise, and learned that the South Korean military would also be involved in this request from Imbago. Chan-seok inwardly assessed that once the shield generator succeeded, defense's reliance on hunters would decrease and the military definitely wouldn't like that one bit. Suddenly recalling a past event, he asked Lee Se-eun, Do you know an organization called the Descendants of Dangun? She confirmed she knew all about that extremist terrorist group. She was surprised he mentioned them. Se-eun revealed that the Descendants of Dangun were popping up everywhere, specializing in jumping in to interfere while hunters were clearing rifts. Even though he somewhat understood their logic, he just nodded slightly. I see. Suddenly, Se-eun tossed him something small. He looked blankly at the pack of candy in his hand, pumpkin candies. Trying to turn me into a princess. She didn't answer, but instead asked if he had ever been abroad before. He secretly wondered why Jae-soo-jung and now Se-eun were both asking about his overseas experience. Since this was truly his first time going so far, Se-eun looked at him with an enigmatic gaze. Right. Then I guess you can still think that way. This mission will surely make you realize quite a few things. The helicopter glided through the brilliant sunset, leaving the city behind with new challenges awaiting. The strategy meeting at the military base officially began. Major General An Hun-chul declared firmly, All right, let's start the meeting. Everyone please follow along with the provided documents. He began the briefing. Regarding this massive transport operation, the train they're tasked with protecting consists of a total of 80 cars. 65 cars are for cargo and other uses, while the remaining 15 are reserved for the hunters on the mission and to ensure comfortable quarters for the South Korean military. Looking at the schematic, Chan-seok couldn't help but inwardly scoff when he saw Lee Se-eun favored with her own private car. It really is the special treatment you'd expect for the 10th-ranked hunter in the world, he thought, as Major General An continued. And there's more. Imbago Tower has assigned the protection of the shield generator car to a small group of hunters, including the Janabi Guild. However, considering the long journey and anticipated fatigue, I suggest we let other personnel, including the South Korean military, share the burden of guarding it, he proposed, but Lee Se-eun coldly cut him off. No, thanks, but we'll handle it ourselves. Before the stunned Major General, she asserted that having the Janabi Guild responsible for the shield generator means it is already a prime target for many factions. And you shouldn't overlook that fact. Se-eun declared firmly, Therefore, no one except Janabi is allowed near the shield generator. Her rigid attitude made the atmosphere in the briefing room incredibly tense, and the officers could only exchange uneasy glances. Major General An cleared his throat to break the silence. Let's continue, shall we? Se-eun smirked slightly in response. Please bring back the route map. From Vladivostok through Holland to Dover in the UK, the Major General detailed the dangers. Along the way, the train will have to pass through many erosion zones, specifically 7 locations where the rifts are close enough to pose a serious threat. Furthermore, The bandits running rampant in the Siberia region are also a major concern. Hearing this, Chanseok inwardly sneered that facing train robbers is like something out of a 21st century Western movie. Major General An mentioned that despite sending official letters to the 8 lords established in Europe, only 3 had responded cordially, which everyone in the room realized immediately. That meant the other 5 were effectively enemies. An officer spoke up anxiously. How many enemies are we going to have to face during this 2-week mission? Eroded creatures, bandits, and even the lords, can this actually succeed? Others also started to feel pessimistic, thinking this was an impossible mission. Amidst the murmurs of concern, Lee Se-eun flashed a mysterious smile and reassured them, "Chill out, guys. As long as I'm here, you've got nothing to worry about." The day the campaign launched finally arrived at the station. In Vladivostok, Russia, amidst the white snow, the massive train loomed under heavy security. The loudspeaker clearly instructed second-class passengers to board quickly to stay on schedule. Chanseok walked leisurely. He marveled at the train's length over 1 kilometer, making the trek to first class quite a workout. Free gym on the train, how convenient, he thought. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, reminding him not to forget the promise made years ago. Han Sang-ah was already there in her distinct combat gear, confirming she would deliver the full amount that she had promised to Alicia right after this mission. Seeing Sang-ah puzzled because she hadn't seen him until now, Chanseok nonchalantly replied that he had the privilege of the luxury first-class cabin, so naturally she hadn't seen him. Looking over, Lee Se-eun was also sitting comfortably in the VIP cabin. Sang-ah could only sigh at the class difference between an ordinary hunter and a world-class superstar. Just then, Ja Swang also appeared to greet him. She smiled and asked, "Have you had a chance to wander around and check out this armored train yet?" Chanseok acknowledged the massive investment from Imbago Tower, but also worried that such a show of force would make the train an easy target. Ja Swang reassured him that the outer shell is made from depleted uranium, a material extremely durable used in armored vehicles, so the safety is absolute. Chanseok nodded in understanding, telling himself that with Lee Se-eun's presence, this mission couldn't possibly fail. However, the crisis struck faster than anyone could have predicted. Less than 10 minutes after departure, a swarm of eroded creatures shaped like red glowing eyes. With wings, they frantically attacked the train. The radio crackled urgently, calling for backup for Car 57, as soldiers were being severely wounded and unable to resist. Without hesitation, Chanseok lunged out with his sword glowing with bright blue spiritual energy. He gritted his teeth in frustration, realizing the monsters had appeared so soon. He swung his sword, obliterating the bloodthirsty swarm surrounding him, but the monsters kept pouring out like a flood, causing him to sigh wearily. The more I kill, the more appear. There's no end to this. He thought that if Lee Se-eun were here, things would be much easier. Currently, the Trans-Siberian Railway is heavily damaged, so the train's operation and track repairs have to happen simultaneously. Since the workers cannot protect themselves from the eroded creatures, a hunter is forced to stay by their side to shield them. And ironically, Lee Se-eun was the one assigned that task. Keeping the strongest warrior in one spot where she couldn't unleash her full power made Chanseok feel furious. If I were the commander, I would blow the head off out of whoever came up with this damn plan. The author, obviously, he muttered while swinging his sword to send another monster packing. Chanseok clicked his tongue. Damn it, today is as long as my patience is short. Meanwhile, in Khabarovsk, Russia, another horrific scene was unfolding on the white snow. A giant shark-like monster was being dragged, leaving behind gruesome trails of carnage on the ground. The one controlling it was a huge, bald hunter in heavy, imposing armor. The large hunter squinted into the distance and muttered, "What in the world is that?" Amidst the swirling snow, a man wearing traditional hanbok was calmly standing by a small fire. Recognizing who it was, the bald hunter looked annoyed. Why does it have to be him again? After ripping the shark's body apart with his mechanical arm, the massive hunter glared at the man standing before him, grumbling about how he'd just appeared without saying a word. "What a pain," the man Lee Hyun said with a calm smile, responding, "Hey there, buddy, still keeping yourself well-fed these days." Lee Hyun smiled, mentioning he'd come to hand out a job, but stumbled upon quite an interesting show right as he arrived. He called the massive hunter Nikolai Baranov. The ruler of Khabarovsk complained that he'd just caught a giant shark for dinner, only for it to wake up right after he'd knocked it out, and he took a look at the man's disheveled appearance. Lee Hyun told him to wipe the blood off first, prompting Nikolai to sarcastically ask if Koreans actually ate things like this. He also cursed those from that place as being ill-mannered, then cut straight to the point to ask about the job, insisting he wasn't short on cash. Lee Hyun replied nonchalantly, "I know that well." He promised this would be an incredibly exciting challenge, revealing that a train departing from Vladivostok would be passing through in a day or two. Nikolai thought it was a cheap joke. Since the Trans-Siberian Railway had been destroyed long ago, Lee Hyun explained that among the awakened there were those with rapid repair skills provided they had enough materials. Realizing the train was being repaired while it moved, Nikolai curiously asked what they were transporting. Lee Hyun insisted that what was being transported didn't matter. It's about who's guarding it. And when Nikolai pressed him on who that was, Lee Hyun coldly replied, "Janabi's Candy Girl," a name that left Nikolai visibly stunned. Lee Seun asked if he already had a way to handle it. Nikolai claimed that hijacking a train guarded by Lee Seun sounded like fun. Lee Seun corrected him, saying it wasn't exactly a heist because Janabi's mission was just to protect one specific car. Nikolai boldly declared that he'd just blow it up then. Lee Hyun shook his head. He didn't want the car blown to bits, so he handed over a terminal and ordered Nikolai to break into that car and connect the device to the machinery inside. The giant asked, "Once the job is done, am I allowed to smash everything inside to pieces?" Lee Hyun gave a sinister smile, assuring him he would be very grateful if he did. Nikolai's eyes burned with madness as he declared that not only would he smash the cargo, but he'd also slaughter every single hunter. Back to the battle on the train. Chanseok was still holding off the swarm of monsters all by himself with just his spear, witnessing that irrational strength. The hunters with him couldn't help but be shell-shocked. It was unbelievable. Is he really just a rookie? He's wiped out hundreds of monsters all on his own. Someone even trembled, commenting that he looked more like a monster than the creatures themselves. Driving his spear deep into the ground, Chanseok casually remarked that things seemed to be under control for now. Looking at the hunters sitting on the floor from exhaustion, he inwardly sighed, despite it just starting. But they're already in such a pathetic state. They're completely useless. Maybe I should just treat this as a solo fight. Carrying the team until his back nearly broke, Han Sang-ah suddenly stood up and urged everyone on. "Everyone get up now! The mission isn't over yet. We cannot afford to let our guard down." Chanseok smirked, silently praising her. She really was the only useful person here. Suddenly he braced himself, feeling an abnormal wave of killing intent. Chanseok worriedly wondered if it was an avalanche, while the control room remained oblivious, announcing they would continue operations. Despite detecting an obstacle, Lee Seun immediately roared over the radio, "Stop the train! The enemy has appeared!" She stood firmly on the roof of the car, her eyes cold and sharp, as she watched the danger closing in. A massive flaming drill suddenly descended, and Lee Seun instantly swung her greatsword. From afar, a beam of glowing red energy shot toward them, but she used her sword to deflect it elsewhere to protect the train. Amidst the dust and smoke, the giant Nikolai Baranov came charging in like a missile with his mechanical armor. Han Sang-ah was horrified to see the enemy close in so suddenly. "Who are they? How are they here so fast?" Chanseok calmly reassured her, "Stay calm. Didn't you read the briefing? Near Khabarovsk, there's only one person capable of doing this. That is the armed gang led by Nikolai." At the same time, Lee Seun realized she had fallen into a trap. Another trap. They were waiting to greet us, huh? Strange talismans suddenly flew around her, radiating a deep, purple spiritual energy. Lee Seun was terrified to see her body being besieged by lightning and charms. Seeing that scene, Han Sang-ah asked frantically, "Miss Seun, what's happening?" Within the glowing magic circle, Seun gritted her teeth, admitting, "It looks like I've been sealed." A hexagonal barrier enveloped her completely, isolating the strongest commander from the battlefield. The bad news was quickly broadcast to all hunters on the train. "Attention all hunters. We are under attack from the sides. Commander Lee Seun is currently unable to participate in the battle." The crowd of hunters began to panic. What losing the carry in a game means it's game over. The situation grew desperate as the enemy forces swelled to 510 times their own, leaving them on the brink of annihilation. Chae-seok spoke up firmly. "Even with the commander away, we have nowhere left to run. Let's protect the train." Sewon added with murderous intent, "And let the hunt begin." Without hesitation, Chae-seok launched himself off the train, followed by Sangha. "Let's wreck them. What are we waiting for?" His reckless move stunned the other hunters, who screamed, "Is that madman actually jumping down there?" Just 50 of us against 500. Provoked by the new recruits' bravery, the others steeled themselves and charged into the fray. "To hell with it, fine. We can't let those rookies take all the glory." Inside the seal room, Seo Yoon gripped her sword, determined to break the barrier and return to the front lines. She tried to smash through, but the mysterious figure in the hanbok stood outside. He spoke coldly. "It won't be that easy." Seo Yoon narrowed her eyes, demanding, "Are you the one who cast this seal?" He smiled nonchalantly and introduced himself as Lee Hyun from the Dangun Descendants organization. He then dropped a bombshell. They both shared the same lineage, descendants of Prince Yangni. That made them 10th-degree cousins. Lee Hyun mockingly sighed. "Isn't it a joyous occasion to meet family in such a foreign land?" A loud explosion echoed as Seo Yoon's greatsword collided with the barrier and shattered. She gasped in shock. It broke." Lee Hyun gloated, claiming the seal wasn't so easily broken, and advised her to surrender now that she had lost her weapon. But Seo Yoon remained terrifyingly calm. She gripped the hilt of her broken blade and shot back. "Why are you making such a big deal out of a broken sword?" Instantly, a brilliant blue mana erupted from her hand, regenerating the blade right before his eyes. Lee Hyun clicked his tongue in surprise. He hadn't expected her to have that. As it turned out, she possessed the Mirror Ring, a high-grade item obtained after clearing a Tier 1 corrosion crack with the ability to instantly copy and restore any weapon destroyed, returning it to the wielder's hand. Seeing her persistence, Hyun sneered, "You're a fool to think you can keep trying until the seal breaks." Seo Yoon smirked and replied, "Oh, a fool am I?" She added coldly, "With a mouth like that, you're not getting a girlfriend in your next life either." Seo Yoon swung her new sword with everything she had. Meanwhile, in the distance, the enemy watched in shock as a pillar of light flared into the sky. High above the bald giant, Nikolai hovered in midair. Thanks to his jetpack, he laughed arrogantly, challenging them. "Do you really think you can stand against us with such pitiful numbers? I am the one who decides who walks away alive. Drop your weapons and surrender, and I might just spare your lives." Chae-seok looked up at him with curiosity, realizing that even though he was flying, the man didn't emit a shred of mana. "Wait, are you hacking the game and not getting banned?" Sangha explained that the armor was a product of a project from 15 years ago, designed to fight without mana and even integrated with a translation feature. Chae-seok secretly wondered how a prototype military item from South Korea, which had been scrapped due to a shortage of materials, had fallen into the hands of a Russian alpha leader. Facing human enemies, Sangha's anxiety became clear. She was struggling with the idea of actually killing her own kind. Chae-seok noticed her teammate's hesitation. Chae-seok said coldly, "This is your first time fighting humans, right? If you can't handle it, then go back." Sangha wondered to herself if he had never faced humans before either. But Chae-seok had already moved. He stated flatly that since they were trying to kill him, there was no difference between them and the corroded creatures. Rapid clashing sounds rang out as Chae-seok and Sangha began their sweep. They quickly took down those in their way with decisive, powerful strikes. He advised Sangha to just act if she could, and don't let the guilt eat at you. With a piercing gaze, Chae-seok asserted that the discomfort would fade in a few days, or at most a month. Screams and shouts echoed across the snowy battlefield. The sound of clashing weapons was deafening, and the scene became brutal, filled with grievous wounds and utter chaos. Watching the scene, Chae-seok only furrowed his brows with a look of disgust. Truly sickening. He mocked himself, feeling strangely at home in this mess. Amidst the constant clanging of metal, Chae-seok observed that while his side had superior skills, the sheer number of enemies was creating immense pressure. The Russian criminals were attacking crazily, using overwhelming force to push back the hunters' formation. Chae-seok knew there was only one way to turn the tables. He had to take out the enemy commander. Up ahead, the giant Nikolai laughed arrogantly, his mechanical hand crushing a hunter's throat. Noticing him, he shouted, with glee, "Oh, the rising star from Korea is here." "Hello, honey." Chae-seok smirked to himself, realizing that even the Russian thugs knew his reputation already. Before he could finish, Nikolai swung his flaming blade in a massive attack, forcing Chae-seok to put everything into blocking it. Nikolai sneered with disdain. "What is this? You're nothing special, are you? Is South Korea really so short on talent? Big talk for a dead man." Chae-seok thought, evaluating his opponent. He was fast, strong, and possessed armor so sturdy that he couldn't leave even a scratch. He admitted this was a tough opponent, and it wouldn't be easy to win, but that's only if you've never set foot on Tsushima Island and undergone the grueling training there. Instantly, Chan-seok exploded with speed, landing a powerful blow that sent the giant flying. Nikolai gritted his teeth, snarling in fury. "You bastard!" He frantically activated his jet-powered armor and lunged like a flaming arrow, shouting, "I'll finish you with this!" Chanseok remained calm, observing every opening. He noticed something highly contradictory. Despite threatening to finish him off, the enemy was actively holding back his firepower. Why? Is he afraid of damaging the shield generator? So the attack just now was simply to stop the train. Then, Chanseok continued to piece together the strange events. Happening right now, if Lee Se-eun weren't here, everything would surely have been shattered into pieces. Does this mean they knew in advance who would be joining this mission? Too many questions flooded his mind, from the Russian guy appearing in a South Korean military uniform to the SEAL master showing up at the exact crucial moment when both sides clashed. Dark purple flames began to eat away at the metal shell, making Nikolai panic. "What is this?" Chanseok coldly replied, "I'm burning through its durability. I'll end this as quickly as possible." Suppressed by the flames, Nikolai roared frantically in desperation. "You damn little rat!" Not giving his opponent a chance to counter, Chanseok poured all his spiritual energy into his ultimate attack, loudly declaring the skill name, 16-fold Azure Orbit. The incredibly powerful impact created a massive tremor, leaving Nikolai shocked as he realized his sturdy armor had cracked. He panicked, thinking he needed to retreat to buy some time. Then he shouted, trying to negotiate, "Wait! Don't you want to break the seal for that candy girl? If you stop now, I can help you." But in response to this offer, there was only a cold blade that sliced his body in two, ending all his cowardly hopes of negotiation. Chanseok looked coldly at the wreckage and declared, "Too bad. I can handle it myself. I don't need help from a piece of scrap like you." Just then, dry, cracking sounds echoed from the train car. A foot stomped hard onto the ground. Nikolai's underlings stood frozen in place, their faces filled with terror. Feeling an overwhelming pressure erupt, Chanseok smirked, his eyes full of trust. She can do it on her own. Inside the crumbling magic circle, Lee Se-eun appeared with the demeanor of a war goddess, her cold, sharp eyes focused intensely on breaking the chains. Finally, the massive train plowed through the snowy mountain range, leaving behind a battlefield with countless enemies lying listlessly on the cold snow, no longer able to resist. Chanseok stood quietly among the other hunters, calmly watching the train as it gradually stabilized after escaping the seal. Lee Seung-yoon approached with a radiant smile. "Well done, Chanseok. This result far exceeded my expectations." She casually handed him a pink candy as a reward. Chanseok took it, thinking to himself, "Candy again?" He wondered aloud if the seal master from earlier was part of the Dangun Descendants organization. Soon confirmed that he had managed to escape as soon as she broke the barrier, making her regret losing track of him. Hearing that, Chanseok simply replied, "I understand." He then nonchalantly unwrapped the candy, about to put it in his mouth. This action made the surrounding hunters panic, screaming, "Don't eat that! You'll kick the bucket!" The crowd of hunters shouted in astonishment, "How can you even eat that? Have you lost your mind?" Chanseok looked at everyone's overreaction, bewildered, asking, "What's wrong with you guys? If I'm not supposed to eat it, am I supposed to play house with it?" Se-eun laughed, explaining that other hunters usually collect her candies like medals to show off their achievements, leaving Chanseok speechless. Thinking everyone was making a big deal out of nothing, his gaze suddenly sharpened as he observed South Korean soldiers busy collecting shards from the armor. Nikolai's predator armor? Chanseok silently questioned, "Are they cleaning up the trash, or are they destroying the evidence?" The fact that Nikolai could possess and operate specialized South Korean military equipment was highly unusual. To pull that off, he must have had backing from a force strong enough to ignore the government, or perhaps the military itself had secretly facilitated these actions. Looking at the soldiers cleaning up the battlefield, he couldn't help but doubt whether he could truly trust the people traveling on this train. Meanwhile, at the ancient-styled base of the Dangun Descendants, Lee Hyun was stumbling along with a haggard expression. He gritted his teeth, blaming himself for wasting too much mana on that previous seal, which still yielded no results. Just as he saw the team leader appear, Hyun bowed apologetically. "Leader, I'm sorry I have failed." Contrary to the tension, the team leader just casually consoled him, saying it was only a small failure, and that stumbling is unavoidable when aiming for greater goals. He advised Hyun to focus on recovering his health instead of being scared like a little mouse after one failure. Despite lecturing his subordinates about maintaining their pride the moment he stepped into the elevator, the captain's face twisted into the sheer rage he had been trying to hide. For a long time, he felt like his heart was being torn apart as both of his trusted subordinates, Kim Ji-hyun and Lee Hyun, were defeated one after another by a mere rookie. He grit his teeth, muttering to himself. If he had seen through the mana patterns of Shansok's paradox flame earlier, he would have finished him off right then and there. The elevator stopped at basement level 3. The captain stepped out. He entered a room filled with computer monitors and called out to Dr. Seo Gyun-woo. Seeing the uninvited guest, the obese doctor who was in the middle of eating some chicken looked up. He immediately asked about the purpose of the visit. The captain got straight to the point, asking about the progress of that thing. The thing that the two of them had discussed previously. Seo Gyun-woo confirmed that it was completely feasible, but it required an enormous budget and a lot of time. The captain responded coldly, "Money isn't the problem. I'm just worried you won't actually deliver any results." Dr. Seo clicked his tongue in regret, suggesting that if they could grasp the operating principle of the shield generator on the train, the project would progress much more smoothly. The captain stood in the shadows, his red eyes glowing with schemes as he asserted, "Don't worry about that. This train still has plenty of room for us to play around with." Meanwhile, the train continued to speed through the white, snowy landscape, but inside the command carriage, the atmosphere was as tense as a guitar string. A soldier, his face showing clear signs of exhaustion, was reporting the damage from the recent fierce clash. "Report, we have 5 dead and 10 injured. We've lost a third of our force." Right from the first battle. Sitting pensively by the window, Seyun couldn't help but feel worried that the casualty numbers were so high. Just as the journey had begun, she immediately ordered, "First provide first aid to the injured hunters. Proper treatment can only be carried out once we arrive." "Gwasobalan, contacts them right now." An army officer asked about the power currently in control of Poland, and received the answer that it was Mazaka. Hearing this, Seyun decisively ordered, "Contact the Hunters Association and sign a contract with Mazuka immediately. Tell them we are requesting cooperation and hope they will comply." The officer hesitated a bit, wondering if the lords there would really be that easy to cooperate with strangers. Xian's eyes narrowed sharply. She wore a confident smile and asserted firmly, "They have no choice but to do it. If they still want to receive my help and the Janabi Association's support in the future, in short, whether they want to help or not, they have to. Don't worry about it." Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Espresso Hunters Association in Poland, the atmosphere was just as heated. Robert Diner, the association's partner hunter, was furious. Upon receiving the request for cooperation from Korea, he roared with contempt, "What, a request for cooperation from the Zanabi Association? Tell them to get lost. Who do they think they are trying to give us orders?" A junior hunter hurriedly tried to intervene, reminding him that this wasn't a request from just any ordinary hunter. "It's from the candy lady herself, Lee Si-yun, who cleared over 5 Grade 1 corrosion cores all by herself." He warned that refusing her request without a valid reason would lead to unimaginable consequences. However, Robert remained unperturbed. He shouted aggressively, "She's just a hunter too. If that woman told you to jump into a fire, would you do it too?" A blonde hunter standing nearby stood tall and declared, "If necessary, I am ready to do exactly that." Continuing, "I am ready to do exactly that." Furious, Robert scolded his subordinates as fools, and insisted that Lee Seyun was just a partner hunter making a living by taking on commissions. He stormed over to open the meeting room door, but immediately stopped in surprise to see that all the hunters in the association had already gathered there. A female hunter, with red hair, stepped forward with a resolute gaze and declared firmly, "If you refuse the candy lady's request, I would rather pay the contract penalty and leave Esprit. I'd rather go now. So choose, are we going to help them or are we going to bail and leave them with nothing?" Robert Diner was absolutely livid. He grit his teeth and roared in front of his subordinates, "That woman is just a hunter. No matter how famous she is, she's just a hunter like the rest of us." However, Robert's words were immediately drowned out by fierce protests. One hunter declared loudly, "The candy lady is completely different." Others began to recount Lee Seyun's favors with infinite gratitude. "If it weren't for the aid fund she established, I wouldn't have been able to become a hunter. Thanks to her, my mother got her surgery in Korea. When I was injured at a corrosion core, if it weren't for her saving me, I would have died there." Witnessing that absolute loyalty, a close friend advised Robert, "Roberto, if everyone quits right now, the company will collapse." Under the overwhelming pressure from his own brothers in arms, Robert Diner broke out in a cold sweat. He grit his teeth, cursing internally, "Damn it! Lee Seon, is her influence really this massive?" Meanwhile, on the train speeding through the desolate lands, Se-yun sat pensively by the window with a troubled expression. She worriedly thought about the condition of the comrades, who were injured. Their condition is worse than I thought. We still have at least 5 more days until we reach Warsaw. Can they hold on? I just hope there won't be any further delays. However, her wish quickly vanished as an alarm siren blared repeatedly and an emergency announcement echoed throughout the train. Everyone was stunned. Attention, all hunters, corrosive creatures approaching. It's a swarm of slimes chasing us. I repeat, a swarm of slimes, someone shouted, looking out the train window. Giant, deep blue spheres were leaping, chasing the train at a terrifying speed. Clear commands rang out. Everyone prepare for battle! The crowd of hunters began to panic. Screams echoed everywhere. Slimes! No way! Get to the roof of the train now, they're right on our tails. People scrambled, gripping their sword hilts tightly. Why are there slimes here of all places? Don't tell me. Seyun said, face serious. Everyone stay calm and get ready to fight. Seeing her gravity, Chansok asked blankly, what even is a slime? Seyun explained, they're corrosive creatures from the Grade 1 Corps in Brest known as the Refrigerator. Chansok gasped, Grade 1. He couldn't help but wonder, Brest is over 600 kilometers away. How did we get on their radar? Seyun leaped onto the train roof and replied coldly, the corrosive zone must have expanded recently. She took a defensive stance, ready to face the danger. Damn it, dealing with Grade 1. Creatures in this situation is going to be a nightmare. Looking at the massive blue slimes approaching, a hunter asked nervously, are they actually that dangerous? Seyun said sternly, their body temperature is equivalent to liquid nitrogen. A single touch is enough to freeze a hunter's gear and shatter it instantly. But the horror wasn't over yet. The archer squad shouted, aim ready, fire! A volley of magic arrows whizzed through the air. However, an unthinkable scene unfolded. The magic arrows hit the slimes and bounced off as if hitting solid rock. Seyun realized some of them have extreme magic resistance. Chansok pondered, analyzing the situation. If magic attacks don't work and regular physical arrows can't damage these corrosive entities, then we have no way to kill them. The hunters began to panic, screaming in despair as they saw their magic arrows were completely useless. If they couldn't escape the corrosive zone before the train was surrounded, the mission would surely end in failure. Just as everyone felt stuck in a hopeless situation, Chansok stepped forward. He calmly asked a lead archer, mind letting me borrow your bow? I want to try something. Ignoring the hunter rambling about mana focus and trajectory, Chansok just clicked his tongue. He planned to do it his own way. Seyun watched his back in shock, not understanding what he was planning. Chansok gripped the bow, channeling spiritual energy, causing the arrow to erupt with the dark, hypnotic purple flames of the paradox fire. He told himself if their magic resistance is the obstacle, the simplest solution is to use this flame to incinerate the very concept of magic resistance. Instantly, the monster's protective barrier was gnawed away by the black flames and vanished entirely. The nearby hunters couldn't believe their eyes. They shrieked in astonishment as the magic resistance, which had been a source of terror for so long, was neutralized in a split second. Chansok thought although covering the whole battlefield in paradox fire would be more effective, he was worried he couldn't fully control its destructive power in this situation. He had to choose to strike at their weak points to clear a path for the train. Chansok advised the hunter beside him, appearing completely calm, you can attack as soon as the black flames die down a bit. They'll end up causing chaos for each other anyway. Watching from behind, Seyun shuddered, remembering the attack she once thought impossible to dodge. She wondered, was the slime's magic resistance completely crushed just now? Seyun realized this was the same skill from before and wondered if Chansok's special power was the ability to erase intangible things. To her, this man was a total enigma. But shaking off her surprise, Seyun immediately took action, seeing the opportunity. After all, if their magic resistance was gone, a flash of a blade cut the giant slime in half mid-air. The hunters cheered excitedly. Amazing, we can actually take these things down. Seyun quickly warned, there are still a few more roaming around. Meanwhile, another hunter shouted a warning about the final monster charging straight toward the train. With terrifying speed, a massive slime leaped high into the air, blocking out the sky above the train cars. Shrill screams erupted everywhere. It's right above us. Everyone find cover. It's going to crush us. Seyun gritted her teeth, worrying. She knew she could slash at it, but it was too big. Her gear would definitely shatter from the freezing temperature before she could recover to save everyone. In desperation, she wondered if there was any single move that could save them all right now. At that moment, Chansok remained calm and began to grip his weapon. The overwhelming power of the creature's massive size and extreme temperature made defeating it seem impossible for any hunter. It's so big, if it just throws its weight around, it'll sink the whole train. Yet Chanseok calmly stated, the answer is unexpectedly simple. He swung his glowing spear high, presenting a simple truth. Don't worry about its strength. Once it's turned to dust, it's all over. Seun stood frozen watching that magnificent sight. The monster, once a source of terror, was now just particles of dust falling into the void. A glorious scene turning the impossible into the possible played out before everyone present. Even though it lasted only a fleeting moment, everyone felt the overwhelming pressure and extraordinary nature of the man named Iyu Chansok. Slime debris fell onto a hunter's head, causing them to groan at the freezing cold. Chanseok touched the remaining substance, then commented casually, "Cola flavor. I prefer cola-flavored candy." Hey, I think that's a bit unsanitary. Not everything can just be shoved down your throat. The Trans-Siberian train under the command of Lee Se-un continued its grueling journey, braving countless waves of attacks from corrosive entities, heading toward Poland. The atmosphere inside the command car grew heavy as a military officer announced the schedule for treating the wounded and distributing the aid supplies for this region. "We'll be stopping in Warsaw for 3 days, the officer added, noting that Warlord Mazuka and the Hunter Company partnering with them had promised full support. Hearing this, Lee Se-un let out a faint sigh of relief. That's good news, at least for now. However, she couldn't help but worry about the cooperation of other factions, and pressed him, "What about the transport arrangements? Is there any word from the other warlords besides Mazuka?" The officer shook his head helplessly, saying they hadn't received any response from the others. Lee Se-un fell into deep thought and ordered, "There's no other way. Keep trying to reach them. We'll be in Warsaw for a few days anyway." Soon after, the massive train pulled into the central station of Warsaw, Poland. Iyu Chansok stepped off the train. He looked around with high expectations, having heard that Poland was one of the better-off countries in Europe. He'd come just to see how cool the European scenery really was. But the reality that slammed into his vision was a horrific scene beyond imagination. Chansok stood stunned, wondering, what the hell is this? Is this even a country? Before him, the station was nothing more than a den filled with corpses strewn across the rubble. And that wasn't all. The surrounding landscape was frighteningly barren, with barely a trace of vegetation. He bitterly speculated that perhaps they had eaten everything edible and burned the rest for warmth. Glancing at Lee Se-un and the other veteran hunters, he was surprised to see they remained completely calm before this hellish sight. Chansok wondered, has this become normal for them already? While lost in observation, a middle-aged man with a mustache and crisp military uniform approached him asking, "You're Iyu Chansok, right?" Chansok was startled. He didn't expect this guy to speak Korean. The man introduced himself. "I am Second Lieutenant Joseph Polanski under Lord Mazuka. I'll lead you to your lodging." Immediately after, a luxury car picked him up. As they glided through the ruined streets of Warsaw, Chansok looked out at the desolate landscape and noticed that people were moving in separate directions. He quietly surmised, looks like they divide housing based on individual ability and status. Like the more they value you, the more grand and well-equipped your place is. Second Lieutenant Joseph Polanski began his sales pitch. He knew Iyu Chanseok was a freelance hunter and suggested he consider staying in Poland long-term instead of returning to Korea. He promised that while the infrastructure here couldn't match the modernity of his homeland, in return, Chanseok would gain something far more precious: absolute power. Looking at the expensive champagne on the table and then at the corpses lying in the street through the window, Chansok felt pure disgust. He wondered if the power the man spoke of was being able to nonchalantly enjoy such luxury in the middle of this hell. Joseph continued to manipulate him, claiming that in Korea he was bound by moral codes and public image. The guy started showing his truly rotten nature when he offered vile inducements. "But if you work for us, whether it's women or just any person that you want to beat to death to blow off steam, we can provide whatever your heart desires." Hearing this, Chanseok's face darkened with extreme disgust. He glared at the second lieutenant with ice-cold eyes, cursing in his head at the bastard. "Should I just punch him right here?" The car stopped in front of a shabby building as the sunset faded, ending the conversation that reeked of the guy's subordinate nature under Warlord Mazuka. Stepping into the room assigned to him, Chan Seok couldn't help but feel disappointed by the welcome. He had assumed that with his reputation they would give him a decent place, but in reality this room was no different from a cheap roadside motel. He walked over to check the bathroom, and consoled himself that at least it wasn't too filthy. But when he saw the cup noodles placed on the table instead of a proper dinner, he could only sigh. Fed up with the stingy hospitality of the Mazuka faction, he was about to pick up the noodles when a knock on the door cut through the silence, followed by a familiar voice. Calling his name, "Chan Seok, are you in there?" The door opened and Yasujong appeared, her face slightly flushed with embarrassment. She greeted him shyly and said she was just wondering how he was doing after the trip. Her purple hair was still slightly damp, and her face exuded an irresistible charm under the room's dim lights. It turned out she wanted to borrow Chan Seok's bathroom. The warm water quickly washed away the dust and fatigue from the battle on the train. Yasujong spoke timidly from inside the bathroom, apologizing because her dormitory had such poor quality, with rusty water, so she had to ask to use his room. Chan Seok casually replied that it was fine, adding that this was actually a good chance for them to get to know each other better. However, he immediately asked a suspicious question when looking at the food in the room. Why are the daily necessities here? All products from Korea. Yasujong sighed softly. She revealed that it was the result of the South Korean government's current trade policy. She explained that from minerals to fuel and food, everything produced in other countries had to be exported to Korea first. It was a domestic first consumption policy, where imported goods would be used by Korean citizens as much as possible, and only the leftovers would be sold back to other countries. Chan Seok couldn't help but be shocked to see that other countries would accept such unreasonable demands. With a bitter smile, Sujong said that if they offended the South Korean government, they wouldn't receive any support from the hunters, since all hunter visas are controlled by the government. In a world where farming or mining is impossible without the protection of hunters, other nations have no choice but to submit. Ridiculous demands just to survive. Having money and power really does give them the right to bully others, doesn't it? The result of this commodity cycle from Europe to South Korea and back again is nothing but low-quality goods ranging from expired canned food to 50 grains. Looking at the sprouted potatoes and soft cabbage, Chan Seok stared at the cup noodles on the table, contemplatively asking about the condition of the relief supplies they were transporting on the train. This time he anxiously asked if they were also carrying the same terrible food like those sprouted potatoes. Sujong stepped out of the bathroom in her robe. She adjusted her glasses and revealed a truth even more horrific. The relief supplies on the train were known as powder. Recycled mixture number 65, she explained, revealing that it was actually food waste dried at temperatures over 390 degrees Celsius and ground into a powder. The name number 65 means it contains up to 65% organic matter recycled from scraps like fish bones or banana peels. Chan Seok was stunned by the cruelty of reality. He knew full well that South Korea was perfectly capable of sending better ingredients to the world. Why go this far, oh my beloved homeland? Is this what you've become? She explained the brutal truth of the current world. If they sent food that was actually valuable, it would never reach the people who really needed it. Chan Seok was shocked and asked, "What did you say?" Sujong continued to point out the bitter reality. If it's expensive, who do you think is going to end up eating it? She explained that if they provided good food as relief in the best-case scenario, it would fall straight into the hands of the warlords. Even worse, those people would just sell the food to buy weapons. His heart grew heavy as he realized this world was operating in such a twisted way. Looking at the long scar on his palm, he silently understood the meaning behind Lee Se-eun's words from before. "Chan Seok, you've never been abroad, have you? You'll realize a lot of things soon enough." He bitterly told himself that he had been too naive. This world was even more rotten than the other world he had experienced. It was ridiculous. The world was on the brink of extinction. Yet there were still organizations plotting to control the corrosion cores just to keep this chaos going forever. Rage flared up. Chan Seok crushed the noodle cup in his hand. He had determined the attitude he needed to have from now on to deal with these parasites. Turning to Sujong standing nearby, he coldly said, "Sujong, can I ask you something?" The sudden approach of Chan Seok startled her, leaving her flustered. Chan Seok's gaze became razor-sharp as he got straight to the point. "Where is the nearest warlord faction that refuses to cooperate?" Immediately, the scene shifted to Hamburg, Germany, at the military base of the Kaiser warlord faction. Chaos was breaking out in broad daylight. Daniel Lewis, the leader of the German warlord faction, shouted in shock as he saw his soldiers being beaten to a pulp. "What the hell is going on here?" A soldier ran over in a panic to report, "Boss, that bastard from Korea!" "The EU's Chan Seok. He's causing havoc and demanding to know why. We won't cooperate with the train operations." Amidst the enemy encirclement, Chan Seok was rampaging wildly. Each of his punches sent armed soldiers flying meters away. Good grief, who just walks right in and starts throwing hands like that? Seeing his troops being defeated so easily, Daniel Lewis screamed to stop him. "Stop right there. If you dare touch me again, I will file an official complaint to the South Korean Hunter Association." But that threat was met with complete indifference. Chan Seok threw another powerful punch, landing it straight on a soldier's face. Daniel raged. "You dog! Do you really want to die that badly?" He looked straight at Daniel Lewis with eyes as cold as ice, and calmly declared, "If you intend to kill me, you'd better do it properly." Chan Seok emphasized a cruel truth, "Because that's the only way you'll be able to survive." Chan Seok's overwhelming presence made the atmosphere in Hamburg more tense than ever. Flashing back 3 hours earlier, Chan Seok had inquired about the location of the warlord, who was least cooperative and was told it was the royal castle of Warsaw. With decisive footsteps echoing through the palace corridor, he walked straight into the office and gently apologized for his abruptness. Inside, Lee Se-eun was buried in paperwork. She coldly asked him to be brief and get straight to the point. Because she was very busy. Chan Seok didn't beat around the bush. He revealed shocking information. The descendants of Dangun organization are plotting to control the source of the corrosion. Lee Se-eun was stunned and asked for confirmation, and he insisted that this was what he had heard from the mouth of one of their members himself at Tsushima Island. As she expressed surprise about why he was only saying this now, Chan Seok kept a calm, contemplative face. Seeing his resolve, Lee Se-eun realized he had truly made a decision. Chan Seok affirmed that he would never stand in the same ranks as those freaks. That made her smile with satisfaction, knowing he had made the right choice. "Besides, you're not an idiot, you wouldn't stand with them anyway." Just then, a notification sounded regarding the arrival of Han Sang-ah. Se-eun recalled how the two had fought together at Tsushima and guessed that she must be thinking the same way, as he was. Han Sang-ah entered with a heavy, troubled expression. She bitterly admitted that the tragic situation in Warsaw was something she couldn't believe even seeing it with her own eyes. Sang-ah cautiously asked if people in Korea are truly completely oblivious to what is happening in other countries. Jun looked at her with a knowing expression, reminding her that as the daughter of the Jeom-young conglomerate, she should be the one who understands it best. Sang-ah bitterly realized that if she hadn't become a hunter, she might have had to live in the dark her entire life. Faced with the desperate question of whether they could do anything to change this reality, Lee Se-eun coldly replied with just one word: no. She asserted that even though this is a tragedy, it is completely outside the scope of the mission they are tasked with. Lee Se-eun wearily complained that they are already buried in work with these requirements. And without any support from behind, she advised Chan Seok to just focus on the task at hand because the situation is dire, but he suddenly spoke up about that very matter. "I have something to say." Zeon was bewildered when she heard him propose that he would go and negotiate with the German lords himself. Chan Seok stated firmly that he would handle it his own way. Sang-ah couldn't help but feel worried about this so-called own way, especially when he casually asked if he could just use force to crush those damn lords once and for all. Looks like these lords don't want to drink the wine of peace and would rather drink the wine of punishment. Sang-ah immediately reminded him that he couldn't do that, because he has to maintain his public image. Zun also admitted that diplomacy is a nightmare, but Chan Seok had other plans as a freelance hunter. Not belonging to any organization, he will be the one to personally take the reins and punish them. He told them to stay in Poland for a while longer while he goes to settle this once and for all. Meanwhile, even though she finds his methods a bit extreme, Sang-ah still has to admit that there is no other way to turn the tide. She worriedly asked if he would be okay going alone. Chan Seok confidently asserted that he would be finished before the relief supplies here are fully distributed. He told her to just come and clean up the aftermath when he's done. Sang-ah still wasn't truly at ease. She worriedly asked if it was too dangerous, and offered to go along if he needed, but Chan Seok brushed it off. He told her to focus on the assignment he had given her, even threatening that she would be in big trouble if there was no improvement next time. He then turned to ask for a helicopter to be prepared, and estimated it would only take about an hour to arrive. With a confident air, Chan Seok opened the door and walked out, not forgetting to leave a farewell. "Then see you all in Germany." He's going to show them what diplomacy by action is all about. While the Kaiser lords in Germany are still under the illusion that the mana levels in Chanseok's body are nothing special. They believe that since a person's mana is always limited with their overwhelming numbers and state-of-the-art equipment, they can easily take him down, even if he is a renowned hunter from Korea. Even so, from the perspective of those arrogant fools, this was a very logical assumption, but they had no idea they were about to face a true nightmare, a cataclysmic energy explosion. It erupted right in the middle of the enemy formation, sending the armed soldiers of the Kaiser faction flying through the air like dry leaves in a storm, at the center of the destruction. Chanseok stood tall with an aura that completely overwhelmed their every assumption. Their beliefs about the mana limits of a normal hunter had completely collapsed, because Chanseok has never been a normal hunter. His eyes were cold and sharp as he locked onto the enemy, clearly issuing an ultimatum: make your choice. We can settle this, through words or by fighting until it all ends. If you keep fighting like that, who's going to be left to talk to you, witnessing such absurd power? Daniel Lewis, the leader of the Kaiser faction, couldn't help but be horrified. Cold sweat streamed down his panic-stricken face. He couldn't believe his own eyes. What kind of creature is this guy? His mana should have been exhausted long ago. How is he still able to move like that? In his desperation, Daniel frantically ordered his subordinates, "You useless idiots! What are you just standing there for? Open fire!" A barrage of guns fired simultaneously at the target, but Chanseok had disappeared in an instant. Daniel could only gasp so fast before he could feel a hand of steel crushing his throat. Daniel trembled in fear, his mind still unable to process how the opponent had closed in on him so quickly. He tried to use his last shred of authority to threaten, Do you have any idea what kind of consequences you'll face after this?" Chanseok's eyes narrowed with contempt. He repeated the word like a joke, consequences, with a sharp glare cold enough to freeze the blood of anyone looking at him. He calmly delivered the final blow: "I don't care." Realizing the firmness and overwhelming power of his opponent, Daniel Lewis completely fell apart. He trembled and raised his hands in surrender. Okay, let's talk this out nicely." The scene shifts to the inside of a military tent where Chanseok is resting after the sweep. He picks up a glass of dark, murky water and takes a large gulp, but immediately winces at the strange taste. "What the hell is this?" he demands. "You told me this was cola, but it tastes nothing like it." Daniel awkwardly explains that in this desolate wasteland, this is all they have to drink, because it has a similar color and is the easiest thing to find. Chanseok looks at the glass with a look of utter disgust, realizing that the reality in Europe is so bleak that even a glass of cola has become a luxury item. Daniel clicks his tongue bitterly. "It's been so many years since I've tasted real cola. Everything here is even worse than it was back in Poland." Even with translation tech to help, the harsh reality is that people are still living in torn-down tents with electricity and water that only work sporadically. This base was built back in the early days of the catastrophe, but once government support dried up, it became nothing more than a pathetic eyesore ruin. Daniel can't hide the helplessness in his eyes. He feels humiliated, realizing just how much power his country lacks. Chanseok takes another sip of the dark liquid, then coldly cuts to the chase. "So why are you refusing to cooperate with the train?" Daniel sets his glass down, his face turning serious and resentful. "Because we need that shield generator more than the Kingdom of England does. It's all because of those bastards at Restaurant." Hearing that name, Chanseok recalls the intel on Restaurant, one of the 8 great rifts based in Naples, with an influence covering all of Europe and North Africa. Daniel roars, insisting that the erosion zones England is facing are nothing compared to the pressure Restaurant is pushing north from Italy. They are fighting desperately, every second, every minute, trying to stop this invasion. So letting the shield generator pass through is something they just can't accept. Chanseok maintains his calm demeanor, explaining that the shield generator is still in the testing phase, and they need a stable place like England to gather the most accurate data. He delivers a sharp warning: "If you don't cooperate now, do you really think later on that you'll even have the chance to get it?" Daniel clicks his tongue, annoyed, claiming that this doesn't feel like a negotiation at all. Chanseok retorts firmly, "If you want it, then stop with the nonsense and just cooperate." Seeing his opponent still trying to act arrogant, Daniel defiantly asks if he has any other options. In response, Chanseok grips the glass in his hand, tight, his eyes sharp as he reminds the Lord that he already witnessed his other option, the force he used earlier. "Don't be stubborn and force me to take the hard way." "It won't end well for you, my lord." A sharp, dry crack echoes out. The glass shatters right in the palm of Chanseok's hand. Shards of glass pierce his skin and blood begins to drip onto the floor. He says coldly, "I wouldn't advise you to test that option." Witnessing this madness and overwhelming strength, Daniel completely crumbles, trembling as he asks for the specific terms of the cooperation he wants. Chan Seok shrugs, replying that it's none of his business. He's just the middleman setting up the meeting. Daniel looks at him suspiciously, asking if the candy lady Lee Seun ordered him to do this. Chan Seok just glances at him with an expressionless face and finishes it off. "No, I just felt like everything was moving too slowly, so I decided to step in and speed things up." That's right. Lee Seun would never be this reckless. Daniel Lewis stood up, straightened his clothes, and looked deeply skeptical. He bitterly accepted the fact that he had been backed into a corner. "Fine, I'll contact Lee Seun. Now you can get out of here." But Chan Seok just sat there acting like it was nothing. He replied coldly with a defiant attitude, "What are you talking about? I'm staying right here." This action left Daniel stunned and shocked. "What?" Chan Seok looked at him with sharp eyes and explained his reasoning firmly. "If I just leave like this, after only getting a verbal promise, who knows if you'll change your mind later? Do I look like a fool to you?" The Lord roared in annoyance at the young man's stubbornness. "And you intend to stay here for free, I suppose? Not making him wait long?" Chan Seok opened his palm to reveal a small, sparkling object. "Here, my lodging fee." Daniel looked blankly at the strange object in his hand. What is this cola-flavored candy? It took a lot of effort to get this from a slime. Hearing Chan Seok's casual explanation, Daniel looked at the candy, his face suddenly sinking with bitterness. He whispered softly, "You Koreans! You must be so happy to live your lives so carefree." Daniel bitterly admitted the harsh reality that the people of Europe were facing. "Here we don't even know if we'll survive until tomorrow. Or not." Looking into the tired eyes of the Lord, Chan Seok was silent and contemplative, clearly feeling the rot of this world. Chan Seok's gaze became deep and determined. He whispered to himself, "Wow. Now I truly understand just how much this world has collapsed. Whether it was the level 1 erosion cores or even the 8 great rifts suffocating humanity, it was all part of his plan." Chan Seok pulled back the curtain to look at Daniel, who was sitting alone in the distance. A confident smile flashed on Daniel's lips. "Then you'll have to thank me." With the iron-willed determination of a hero who had once saved the world, he vowed to crush all those threats to bring peace once again. "I will wipe them all out and save this world. Because I will make sure that in just a few years, you'll be able to taste a real cola again instead of that filthy water." At the square in front of the Goso royal castle, a long, desperate line of people waited for meager relief meals. The shouting of the staff distributing them rang out coldly. "Next person, get in line. Wait your turn, move." All they received was a bowl of watery soup, the very recycled mixed powder number 65 that Jia Suang had mentioned. A murky brown liquid. It looked no different from sewage. Holding the bowl of soup, a middle-aged man could not suppress his resentment. He looked at the watery substance in the bowl and shouted angrily, "Are you kidding me? This soup is basically just water. How do you expect me to eat this?" Immediately armed soldiers approached with an aggressive attitude. "Hey! Don't cause trouble, back off." The man still would not yield. He shouted at them, "I had high hopes when I heard the Koreans were coming. Turns out this is all it is." Faced with the tense situation, the commander coldly ordered over the radio, "Suppress the civilians. Use of force authorized." The black gun barrels pointed straight at the poor man as he bitterly cried out, "You guys are just thugs, no different from this rotten government. Truly a cornered dog will bite when they can't stand the hunger anymore." Poor man. But before he could finish, a gunshot rang out. The man collapsed amidst the shock of the surrounding crowd. Screams rang out all over the square. You actually killed him." Just for that. Amidst the smoke that hadn't yet cleared, the soldier casually lowered his weapon and announced, "He's not dead. That was just salt shot." The officer stepped forward, looking at the crowd with emotionless eyes, and declared, "I know everyone is having a very hard time, but to ensure everyone gets a portion, we cannot give out larger meals. If anyone dares to riot again, we will use salt shot without hesitation." But that threat backfired severely. The crowd began whispering, "Salt shot. That means they can't actually kill us." Realizing this truth, the long-standing hunger overcame fear. The entire square erupted into a horrific riot as the crowd frantically rushed to loot the supply crates. Relief supplies, screams, and the sound of trampling echoed everywhere. "Get out of the way, I haven't eaten anything for 3 days." The soldiers struggled in vain, only able to shout over the radio, "Damn it! Call headquarters for backup immediately. Meanwhile, inside the office at the royal castle, Seo Yoon was buried under a mountain of reports on the chaos outside. Notifications about casualties kept flooding in 37 people confirmed with minor injuries, and 8 people with serious injuries. Another staff member added, reporting on the rampant fraud. This is the 24th case of someone faking a ration card. Looking at the piles of paperwork, Sangha sighed, thinking to herself that everything was still a complete mess. We are seriously understaffed. Just as she was drowning in files at the office in Warsaw, an urgent announcement from a staff member startled her. Ms. Lee Seo-yoon, we just received a message from the Kaiser Lords. Seo-yoon couldn't hide her astonishment. She immediately ordered, "What? Connect the line right now." Grabbing the receiver, she said firmly, "This is Lee Seo-yoon from the Zanabi Association in Korea." As soon as she heard the update from the other end of the line, a triumphant smile spread across her face. Seo-yoon whispered to herself, "You did it, Chan-seok. So after your negotiation with your fists, the CAI Lords finally gave in and agreed to cooperate with the Zanabi Association." The scene quickly shifted to Hamburg, Germany, the base of Daniel's Kaiser faction. Louis, with a stern and somewhat wary expression, personally greeted the delegation. "Welcome to Hamburg, Ms. Seo-yoon. You really did send us a strange guy." Mentioning the strange guy, Chan-seok, Daniel still seemed shaken by his power. Seo-yoon replied calmly and politely, "It's a pleasure to meet you, Daniel. Thank you for agreeing to cooperate with us." While the leaders began their talks, Chan-seok chose a secluded spot perched precariously on a high rafter at the train station to quietly observe the area from above. Seeing him sitting blankly alone in the German cold, Han Sang-ah flew up to him and asked, "What are you doing up here?" Chan-seok glanced at her slightly and replied indifferently, "Just observing the area." "Is something the matter?" Sang-ah informed him, "Ms. Seo-yoon is looking for you." Chan-seok nodded slightly. "Got it, I'll be down in a second." But then his words suddenly stopped. The hero's sharp eyes narrowed, focusing entirely on an old clock tower, standing tall in the distance. A mysterious blue light suddenly flashed and vanished at the top of the tower, leaving behind a tiny mana ripple that could not escape his notice. Without an explanation, Chan-seok immediately launched himself off the rafter. Han Sang-ah could only shout in surprise. "Chan-seok, where are you going?" Landing on the balcony, where the light had just appeared, he stared into the empty space in front of him. His expression turned extremely serious. Even though the traces had been erased in an instant, Chan-seok was inwardly certain he was definitely right here. Immediately after being detected, the mysterious figure had used mana to mask his presence and flee. But no matter how faint the trail, it couldn't escape the eyes of the sharp-eyed Chan-seok. He mused that even though it was very faint, he could still see the mana trajectory by tracking those traces. He believed he would soon find the guy's location. Chan-seok's gaze shifted upward with suspicion. "Is he on the ceiling?" No sooner had he finished the thought than a sword strike descended from above. But with lightning-fast reflexes, he easily parried the opponent's attack. Chan-seok narrowed his eyes, inwardly surprised by his opponent's technique. Spatial power. That's certainly a new trick. From within the spatial rift, a man with a thick beard wearing a traditional hanbok and a conical hat stepped out imposingly. He remarked, "I didn't expect you to find my position so quickly." This mysterious figure was Sok Jo-hum, a member of the Descendants of Dangun organization. He coldly declared, "I must subdue you before I leave to prevent any future trouble." Looking at the opponent's eccentric outfit and weapon, Chan-seok couldn't help but mock him. A hanbok and a sword hidden in a cane. "What kind of style are you going for?" His pride-wounded Sok Jo-hum barked, "This isn't a sword cane," he declared firmly. "It is a jongdo." Immediately, Sok Jo-hum lunged forward with terrifying speed. Ear-splitting clashes rang out repeatedly as Chan-seok struggled to defend against the downward strikes. The pressure from his opponent's blade forced him to grit his teeth. The high-speed battle was fierce. Both continuously shifted positions amidst streaks of blinding light. Sok Jo-hum was shocked to realize that Chan-seok's movements were extremely strange. He thought to himself, those attacks should have landed, but somehow he managed to dodge them all with such skill. Watching his opponent struggle, Sok Jo-hum taunted, "You'll have to try harder than that." Meanwhile, Chan-seok remained highly focused. He noticed something unusual with every exchange and wondered if this was just a trick to deceive his vision, or maybe something else. "I wonder if this guy learned magic tricks." Suddenly, a burst of deep purple spiritual energy erupted from Chan Seok's feet, creating a terrifying pressure that left Seok Jo-hum stunned. Not giving his opponent a moment to recover, he dived from above like an arrow of light, pouring all his strength into his weapon to deliver the decisive blow. Just as the spear was about to hit, the unthinkable happened. Seok Jo-hum suddenly split into two, leaving Chan Seok dumbfounded, wondering, he split into two. The man arrogantly declared with full confidence, "You will never be able to lay a finger on me." Faced with this magical cloning technique, Chan Seok could only gasp in shock as he realized he had missed his target by a hair's breadth and had to face two entities at once. But in a split second, he had pierced the secret of his opponent. I've realized two things. First, he uses clones, and when those clones merge, his speed and power increase exponentially. Even though he was at a disadvantage, Chan Seok calmly analyzed his enemy's combat mechanics to find an opening. I didn't expect to meet a true match today. Seok Jo-hum stood imposingly under his conical hat. He declared, "Second, you can't do anything to me." He believed that with the difference in speed and his cloning technique, victory was already in his grasp. But a firm thought flashed through Chan Seok's mind. He's wrong. Even though he was injured and facing a bizarre opponent, Chan Seok was still nursing a plan to turn the tables and crush his enemy's arrogance in the very next strike. Watching him with narrowed eyes, he realized something about Seok Jo-hyum's speed. Seok Jo-hyum's speed had spiked abnormally the moment his clones merged. He silently assessed that this was definitely an innate ability. It boosted his physical strength to the maximum, but the real dilemma wasn't the speed, it was that intangible technique. It allowed every one of his opponent's attacks to pass right through his body as if he were made of air. Standing beneath the brim of his conical hat, CEO Jo-hyum gripped his sword hilt, radiating a chilling bloodlust as he boldly declared, "I'm going to end your life with my next strike." Seeing that arrogant attitude, Chan Seok silently concluded that given Seok Jo-hyum's demeanor, this intangibility technique of his had likely never been countered by anyone before. A smirk flickered across the hero's lips. That guy is unlucky. Out of everyone, he had to face me. Memories of the years spent fighting in the other world suddenly rushed back into his mind. That was back when he, under the name of the hero Lee Hyun-sok, had also faced creatures with similar abilities amidst the brutal battlefields of the other side. Tiny but monstrous creatures that constantly pushed the hero's army into desperate straits. A knight in heavy armor had once screamed in despair, "Damn it, Lee Hyun-sok! How are we supposed to kill these things? Our attacks just go straight through them. Nothing works." Observing the enemy's movements closely, Lee Hyun-sok had coldly realized the truth. They aren't just letting the attacks pass through. They're using mana to shift their physical bodies into another dimension. Ugh, that's cheating. That's so dirty. His comrade had remained bewildered, continuing to ask, "Then how? Can we counter that trick?" Lee Hyun-sok had calmly analyzed that these types of skills are usually activated right at the moment of impact, which meant it automatically synced with the opponent's strike speed to dodge. He had silently deduced a pattern, so to catch that timing, I just need to adjust my own attack speed. Back in the present, Chan Seok focused all his mental energy and lunged with a completely different speed. He unleashed a devious spear thrust right while his opponent was still airborne, directly shattering the arrogance of the man claiming to be the descendant of Dangun. Seok Jo-hyum was left in shock. Sweat poured down under his conical hat as he realized the absolute overwhelming power. He collapsed, forced to jam his sword into the ground to keep his balance, his breath coming in ragged, helpless gasps. His mind screamed with unanswerable questions. How could this happen? He couldn't believe that at that speed, his opponent could catch up and occupy this blind spot so easily. CEO Jo-hyum trembled, asking himself, "What the hell are you?" Suddenly an explosion echoed from the buildings inside the city. Both of them froze. All pursuit was stalled by the horrifying incident. Caught off guard, Chan Seok stared at the rising smoke and flames, muttering in disbelief. An explosion. Seizing the chaotic moment, CEO Jo-hyum sneered sarcastically. "Looks like I finally got lucky after all." Right at that moment, the communication device on Chan Seok's ear beeped urgently with the commander's voice. "Chan Seok, stop the pursuit and get back here!" Immediately, the situation is dire. A sarin gas bomb was just dropped on the northern outskirts of the city. Chan Seok shouted in shock. "What?" He knew. that sarin gas is a deadly nerve agent that can cause paralysis even in tiny doses. It's a weapon banned throughout the history of war and terrorism, because once it spreads, that area instantly becomes a living hell. Oh my God, who could be so evil? Dropping that, they aren't even human. Suppressing his shock, Chanseok replied firmly over the radio, "Understood, I'm on my way." He immediately turned and left the assassin behind, using all his strength to dash across the rooftops. However, in his heart, he couldn't stop questioning the enemy's tactical choices. But this is so strange. Why didn't they attack the center of Hamburg directly? Why choose the outskirts? Do they have some other twisted plot hidden behind this cruel act? No, the South Korean military had carefully calculated the impact site wind direction and wind speed. They estimated the sarin gas would cover the entire city of Hamburg within the next 15 minutes. If they didn't act quickly, all the precious relief supplies on the train would also be completely contaminated. Therefore, the train had to depart for the Netherlands in just 5 minutes. Rushing across the rooftops to regroup, Chanseok felt something was extremely off. He wondered, are there no other enemies lurking? He received a report that there was currently only one enemy, and Lee Se-eun was having to hold him off alone. Immediately, Chanseok saw through the true conspiracy. I figured out their goal. To his team's astonishment, he explained that the enemy had deliberately created this chaos to separate Lee Se-eun from the train, because once they lost the protection of their strongest hunter, seizing the train carrying the shield generator would become easier than ever. They used the trick of luring the tiger away from the mountain. That trap was set up pretty well. When asked who Lee Se-eun was facing, the answer made everyone shudder in fear. An archer. It's that mysterious archer we encountered at Tsushima Island. Looking toward the battlefield, which was being violently devastated by terrifying bursts of energy, Chanseok could only grit his teeth and mutter, "What a complete mess ahead." Lee Se-eun was trapped in an incredibly grueling battle, her eyes burning with determination not to let the assassin have even one more chance to attack the train. However, the archer from the Dangun Descendants organization had already prepared a devastating attack. He pulled back his bowstring, compressing a massive amount of mana that radiated flickers of blinding blue lightning. A bolt of light was fired with earth-shattering power. Facing this sudden thunderous attack, Lee Se-eun couldn't help but be shocked and stunned. However, with the skills of a world-rank 10 hunter, she stood firm amidst the storm of energy, her icy eyes focused intensely on finding a way to neutralize it. The surge of power was rampaging wildly, but she refused to step back from her mortal enemy. Behind her, a soldier shouted in a panic, announcing that the relief supplies had been fully loaded. The situation was critical. Smoke and fire were everywhere. The train had to leave immediately to escape the looming disaster of toxic gas. Urgent cries echoed, "Hurry up! Get on the train now!" The last few hunters scrambled into the train car before the doors hissed shut with a dry, pressurized seal. The control system loudly confirmed that all personnel were safe on board. Immediately after the departure order was issued, the faces inside the car showed clear signs of tension, covered in sweat after those life-or-death moments as the train sped away. The soldiers looked out the window in shock. A hunter trembled and stammered, "That guy! Who on earth is that archer?" Someone else watching the battle from afar with deep anxiety remarked, "It looks like even Lee Se-eun is being pushed into a corner by him. Even a world top 10 is struggling like this. Then we're just ants in front of them, aren't we?" Fear began to fill the train car. A soldier muttered in despair, "Don't tell me she's actually losing." Suddenly, a strange clack sound came from the ceiling, making everyone jump and look up in bewilderment as the hatch suddenly opened and Chanseok unexpectedly appeared hanging upside down from the ceiling. He casually muttered, "Damn, I almost didn't make it." To the utter amazement of the crowd, he coolly asked, "What are you all doing?" The soldiers just stood frozen, stuttering his name in disbelief, because they couldn't understand how he could have appeared there. At that moment, Chanseok looked straight at the confused crowd of hunters and asserted that Lee Se-eun wasn't fighting for her life just so they could sit back and do nothing. He warned that those bastards, "Separating the rank 10 hunter from the train is a sign of a terrible disaster about to strike." Chanseok immediately urged everyone to get up and prepare. To deal with the worst-case scenario, a hunter immediately issued orders over the radio to reorganize the formation. "Hurry up, they're coming, and they don't miss a beat." An emergency was declared across the system. All hunters head to the shield generator immediately. Meanwhile, amidst the battlefield shrouded in smoke and dust, Soon was still alone, sword in hand, blocking the enemy's sharp arrows. She silently marveled at her opponent's masterful skills and wondered if the masked figure standing before her was indeed the supreme leader of the Dangun descendants. The archer didn't hesitate to praise Seiyun's strength as she blocked every one of his attacks, a feat worthy of her reputation as a world-rank 10 hunter. Despite being pressed, Seiyun gave a confident smirk. Sorry for ruining your plans. But the archer's glowing red eyes behind the mask revealed a chillingly sinister look. He replied casually, Don't worry. The moment we separated you from the train, our victory was already decided long ago. It turned out that holding her back here was just a diversion, creating an opportunity for other members of the Dangun descendants to silently infiltrate and seize the train as it raced through the wasteland. Damn it, they've planted spies right in our base. I wonder if the train is safe. The train was still shaking violently on the tracks, completely unaware that the Grim Reaper was already inside. In a critical car, a woman with long black hair, braided hair, and a gentle but dangerous smile had been waiting for a long time. She softly spoke, greeting her accomplices. You've arrived, have you? That was Seo Jeonju, a high-ranking member of the Dangun descendants, the person directly holding the fate of the shield generator and all the personnel on this fateful train. An alarm immediately went off in his earpiece. Suspicious group appearing on the bridge ahead. Chansok immediately pressed his hand to his communication device, his cold eyes focused on observing the situation ahead. On the bridge, a group of people in strange red masks were forming an ambush, radiating the thick bloodlust of professional killers. The order to fight was immediately issued. All hunters prepare for combat. From the train cars, the hunters simultaneously leaped down to engage. Leading them was a woman with long black hair and bizarre attire, carrying a large object wrapped up on her back. The clash officially erupted. The masked crowd attacked with extreme ferocity, suppressing the hunters with brutal and calculated strikes. Amidst the chaotic scene of smoke and clashing sounds, the mysterious woman from earlier stepped forward. Her demeanor was incredibly calm, as if she were taking a stroll on the battlefield. She smiled slightly, her eyes sharp, and offered a polite greeting toward the protagonist. Nice to meet you, Chansok. Chansok narrowed his eyes, staring straight at his opponent, guarding himself as he asked, You know me? The woman smirked, revealing a sinister smile, and casually revealed her motive. My superiors ordered me to capture you alive. But honestly, I'm not very good at taking prisoners, and besides, those old geezers aren't here right now. So if I accidentally kill you, well, it can't be helped. Her gaze suddenly turned ice-cold. Oh, women, what a pain. Glancing at the object the opponent was lowering, Chansok was stunned to realize her weapon was a gazagium zither. Before he could even steady himself, the woman struck with terrifying speed. A shockwave of sound blasted straight at Chansok, leaving him no time to react. Chansok barely managed to raise his hands in defense, but the pressure from the zither was overwhelming. This enemy truly possessed a bizarre and formidable kind of power. So she attacks with sound waves. Chansok grit his teeth. Even though this attack was incredibly annoying, he kept his cool, telling himself that if this was all she had, it wasn't enough to break him. But the situation shifted instantly when a strange man with squinty eyes dressed in traditional attire suddenly appeared holding a massive blade adorned with bronze bells. He muttered about their power and began a bizarre ritual dance that radiated a sinister crimson spiritual aura. Seriously, another freak shows up to play with spiritual stuff. The squinty-eyed man's dance was no simple act. It produced constant vibrating sounds, and the bells echoed everywhere, carrying an immense invisible pressure. It felt as if the surrounding space was being distorted. Witnessing this strange technique, Chansok realized with a shock that this wasn't just some showy ritual. It hid a far more terrifying secret. It was an amplification skill. Immediately after, a sonic explosion rocked the entire train. The shockwave was so powerful that Han Sang-ah, far in the distance, was stunned, horrified, and wondering to herself, could that really be a sonic shockwave? She was gripped by extreme anxiety, realizing that if the sound was loud enough to be heard from this far away, then Chansok, right at the epicenter, must be under unimaginable pressure. At the scene, Chansok was straining to hold on. Blood had started to trickle from the corner of his mouth under the crushing force. Even though his ears were ringing, Chansok forced himself up, his eyes cold and sharp as he looked at the enemy and retorted with biting sarcasm. Your zither playing, it's absolute garbage. Jeonju smirked maliciously, insisting that sound was something he could never block. She told him to keep struggling in despair until his very last breath faded away. Hearing that, the deep purple paradoxical flames began to erupt fiercely from his hands. He replied coldly in his mind, "You say I can't block it. Then try this." The paradoxical flames flared up violently, engulfing the entire space in a mesmerizing deep purple spiritual aura. Jeonju was horrified by this terrifying power. She intended to scream and warn Lee Hyun to prepare for the next attack, but an expression of absolute terror instantly washed over her face. Jeonju's eyes bulged. Her mouth hung open, but not a single sound came out. She panicked, realizing her voice had completely vanished into a chilling, eerie silence. Chanseok maintained a cold, indifferent expression and muttered, "Just as I thought." He had burned away the very concept of sound, turning the battlefield into a realm of total silence. "One side is deaf, so I'll just make you speechless too." Seeing his opponent's bewildered face, Chanseok coldly added, "Doesn't seem like you're used to a quiet battlefield, huh?" Just then he vanished into streaks of purple light. Jeonju frantically darted her eyes around. Where did he go? Although she acted contemptuous on the outside, claiming it was just a cheap trick, deep down Jeonju was incredibly tense. She tried to reassure herself that she still had the upper hand. Since it was 2 against 1, even if he launched a surprise attack, her teammate would be able to finish him off. To Jeonju, anyone hit in this game, would have to gamble with their own life. But an ominous feeling hit her when she saw the strange expression on Lee Hyun's face. She stunned herself, thinking, Why does Lee Hyun look like that? A horrifying thought flashed through her mind. Don't tell me, I'm the one who's been ambushed. As expected, Chanseok had appeared right behind her. A cold, swift sword strike landed immediately, leaving the enemy severely wounded. The original plan of Jeonju and Hoon was to sacrifice one to capture Chanseok alive, but the brutal reality was the exact opposite. However, taking advantage of that moment, the other guy managed to use a seal charm on Chanseok amidst the dust and residual energy. Jeonju grit her teeth, scolding her teammate, "Why would you use the seal?" before actually subduing him. But Hoon could only wheeze that he had no other choice. A giant magic circle engulfed everything. Lee Hyun wore a triumphant smile amidst the pain and declared firmly, "I've got him. My seal hasn't just stopped officials, even Lee Seun couldn't escape it. Holding back a guy like Chanseok is surely more than enough." Lee Hyun smugly told himself that victory was within his grasp. But his smile vanished when a towering black shadow stepped out from the crumbling energy. It made the assassin tremble in horror. What could it be? Did he break the seal? Did I get too stressed out and not notice I thought it was 2 against 1, and even if Chanseok wasn't dead, he'd be crippled, right? He screamed in a panic. "Wake up, Jeonju! We have to grab the shield generator and retreat immediately!" But before they could act, Chanseok's sharp spear had already pierced his body. Lee Hyun coughed up blood, unable to believe the reality unfolding. How can this be? He surely couldn't have escaped it, could he? Chanseok stood tall with an overbearing, cold demeanor. He spoke up. "Who gave you guys permission to decide to leave? Are you guys out of your minds?" Chanseok smirked with contempt. "Go ahead, try to run. Jeonju, you too. Lee Hyun, leave the shield generator and try running away." His eyes were cold, as if to freeze every attempt at escape by the enemy right here at the central station. "In short, you guys had it easy coming in, but leaving is going to be up to me." Meanwhile, the battle between Lee Seun and the mysterious archer was also drawing to a close. Abruptly, Seun gasped for air, exhausted. The bleeding wounds on her face showed just how brutal the fight had been. The archer suddenly stopped and calmly declared, "Let's call it a day." He left behind fanatical propaganda about how her existence was proof of the greatness of the Korean people. Seun watched his shadow disappear. She clicked her tongue in disgust. Hwanguk theory. How can you even believe in that nonsense? Hwanguk, a crazy, fabricated historical theory claiming that an ancient Korean kingdom ruled the entire Eurasian continent around 60,000 years BC. It even claimed they possessed modern technology like submarines and telephones back then. This was the brainwashing tool used by the descendants of Dangun to gather forces and spread extremist ideologies, a ridiculous truth that the outside world saw right through. Looking at the fanatic in front of her, Lee Seun, with a face smeared with blood, could only respond with cold contempt. "You must be out of your mind to believe in such garbage." She couldn't understand how someone as strong as him could worship such a baseless theory. Maybe his life was so pressured and dull before that he accidentally grabbed onto that ridiculous legend like a straw of hope. Yet the archer remained calm. He spoke with a tone that was philosophical yet sinister. "Whether I believe it or not, does that really matter?" He asserted that the core wasn't about historical accuracy, but that countless people out there believed in it, and because of that blind faith, They were ready to follow him to achieve a grand dream. To him, faith was the ultimate power used to manipulate the masses without needing any scientific evidence. Faith doesn't need proof. You just have to believe in it. Right after that arrogant assertion, the archer's silhouette vanished into thin air, leaving behind a chilling silence. Seun stood still in the middle of the devastated battlefield. Surrounded only by rubble and fragments of stone, she leaned her greatsword against the ground. Her body was drained after the intense clash, even though the enemy had retreated. But his words still haunted her like a ghost, signaling that the Dangun descendants' plot regarding the train and the shield generator was only the beginning of a terrifying storm. Getting that shield generator to its destination is going to be as difficult as a monk's journey to retrieve the scriptures. Looking at the squinty-eyed guy who had just run off after slicing away his own flesh to escape Chanseok, silently concluded that with such heavy wounds, there was no way he could get far. He was debating whether to chase him down to finish him off, when the radio crackled to life, cutting through his thoughts. Command reported that they had completely lost contact with Commander Lee Seun. Amidst the life-or-death situation, with the strongest hunter missing, the temporary command of the entire relief train was officially handed over to Chanseok. Immediately, the red-masked minions of the Dangun descendants charged at him maniacally, surrounding him with bloodthirsty screams. "Die, you bastard!" One aggressive guy swung his blade down, but Chanseok simply sidestepped. Evading the lightning-fast attack by a hair's breadth, he didn't give his opponent a chance to react. He unleashed a powerful roundhouse kick to break the encirclement, then followed up with a lightning-fast punch, striking the enemy right in the face, shattering his mask, along with the dry sound of breaking bone. The battle was incredibly fierce. Chanseok snatched a sword falling through the air, and swung it in a sweeping motion, wiping out those who stood in his way. The whole bunch of assassins was sent packing in an instant. Standing amidst the scattered corpses, Chanseok grabbed the radio. "This is Chanseok. By the authority of the temporary command, I order you all to get the train moving immediately." This decision met with strong opposition from the members of the Zanabi group. They insisted on stopping to search for and protect Lee Seun. However, Chanseok remained firm. He secretly thought that in terms of future diplomatic relations, this might be an inefficient and risky choice, but he had absolutely no regrets, because what was being carried on this train was none other than relief supplies for the lives of millions waiting. "So you must return safely, Lee Seun." In the quiet atmosphere of the train car, Chanseok's gaze dropped thoughtfully. He wondered if his decision to have the train leave immediately was too cruel. When Lee Seun's whereabouts were still a huge question mark, a dark thought crossed his mind, making him shiver. Wait, if she hasn't returned yet, could she have really lost her life? Just as his anxiety reached its peak, a soldier came running down the corridor, panting and shouting loudly, "Chanseok! Chanseok!" He turned, squinting his eyes with wariness. "What is it?" The soldier, breathless, delivered shocking news. "Commander Lee Seun. Commander Lee Seun has returned." Upon hearing that, a confident smile mixed with relief immediately appeared on his lips. Chanseok muttered under his breath, "I knew it. Someone like her, how could she die from such trivial matters?" Behind him, the silhouette of the 10th-ranked commander in the world appeared, radiating pride, even though her face was still covered in wounds from the life-and-death battle. "It's good that you made it back." After being taken to the medical area, Lee Seun lay on the hospital bed with an IV drip flowing steadily into her veins. Seeing Chanseok come to visit, she tilted her lips, teasing. "You aren't sulking because we left first, are you?" Chanseok calmly replied, "No, you did a great job." Seun looked at him full of suspicion, wondering why that was the first thing he thought of instead of asking about her well-being. Her eyes suddenly grew distant and melancholic. "I'm still replaying that battle with the archer in my head," she bitterly admitted to herself, "but I couldn't see any way to move forward. If he hadn't gone easy on me maybe right now, I wouldn't even be able to sit here and talk." Looking into the empty void, Seun questioned herself in despair. Was this finally her limit? She mused, concluding that those sudden moments of enlightenment you see in movies don't actually exist in real life. She had just fought a battle that was completely lopsided, and now she had lost all her confidence. Chanseok just listened in silence, then skillfully changed the subject. "So how is the distribution of the relief supplies going?" "Everything is progressing very smoothly." Hearing this, Chanseok expressed his satisfaction in his own way, causing Seun to ask skeptically, "Is it really going that smoothly?" He casually laid out the next plan once they finished loading the relief supplies to the kingdom, The shield generator will be transported there as well. So make sure you take it with you. Seon asked in surprise if he intended to stay in the kingdom. He affirmed in a low voice, I doubt the descendants of Dan Gun will give up so easily. When asked about a specific plan, he declared decisively, I'll stay in the kingdom for a while to sharpen my skills, and then on my way back to Korea, I'll deal with them once and for all. You can't let these guys get away with anything, folks. Right there in the hospital room, Chansok suddenly made a decision that made the atmosphere incredibly tense. I'm going to challenge the rift we just passed by. I plan to take care of the Grade 1 corrosive rift called the refrigerator in brass. Seon was so stunned she couldn't speak. In her mind, she was screaming in horror, he's actually going to challenge a Grade 1 rift? Is it really that easy? With the experience of a top 10 ranked hunter in the world, she knew well that even her first time conquering a Grade 1 rift was extremely difficult. Even if it was Chansok, charging in there all alone was absolute madness. Seeing Seon's worry, Chansok calmly added, I thought so too. So Hansanga and I will go together. I've already talked to her. Hearing this, Seon could only curse under her breath at these lunatics. Whether it's one person or two, the difficulty level is exactly the same anyway. However, she couldn't just abandon her teammates. She declared firmly, I'm staying too. I'll help with everything I can. Well, more hands make light work. Everyone pitches in to get it done faster, right guys? Even though brass is considered one of the weakest Grade 1 rifts, Lee Seon still didn't forget to remind him, even so a Grade 1 is still a Grade 1. She looked at Chansok full of hope, reminding him of his arrogant promise from before, about crushing every rift on Earth to save the world. Seon whispered, even after the candles burn out, I hope you can keep that fiery will of yours even at the brass Grade 1 rift. Responding to her expectations, Chansok just smirked confidently. In that case, I have a request for you. The scene shifts to a modern, spacious villa, which has been set up as a temporary base for the hunter group. Chansok commented with satisfaction, the conditions for us to protect the shield generator aren't bad. Right. This place is very spacious and perfect for training. Hansanga, walking beside him, couldn't hide her worry. Is this really okay? This place is pretty far from the location of the shield generator. Chansok reassured her that the living conditions here were better, and since their mission was to deploy as soon as a problem arose, this location was perfectly fine. He insisted that as long as they followed the condition of reporting via radio every hour, the management wouldn't interfere with their operations. Sangha nodded thoughtfully, then she brought out a bucket full of sparkling Alicia potions. Anyway, about what you asked for. I brought them here. There aren't many left in stock lately, but what on earth are you doing needing a whole bucket of potions? Seeing the bucket of Alicia, Chansok's eyes lit up. This amount is more than enough. Without a moment's hesitation, he grabbed the bottles and started drinking them continuously like a madman. Witnessing that scene, Hansanga could only stand there in horror. Do you really have to drink them like that? Chansok, while chewing and swallowing, muttered an explanation with his face twisted from the bitterness. It's so bitter, you can't stand it if you drink them one by one. After refueling with enough energy, he wiped his mouth and announced loudly, Now that I have what I need, let's get started. Sangha looked in the direction he pointed and gasped, Aren't those just eggs? Chansok smirked, picked up an egg, and firmly asserted, There is no training tool more intuitive and effective than an egg. In my left hand is a normal egg, and in my right hand I will channel mana into it. Chansok began the training session with a visual example that left Hansanga curious. Sangha watched the result in shock. While the normal egg kept its yolk and white separate, the egg infused with mana had the contents completely blended together inside the shell. Chansok softly asked her if she could see the difference between these two eggs. I'm stumped by that question, but what about the others? Sangha contemplated the question, observing intently, and quickly realized her master's intention. So this was an exercise to master mana control. Chansok nodded in approval of her sudden insight. He pointed out quite frankly that Sangha still lacked subtle mana manipulation, and this exercise would help. It would help a lot if she practiced it whenever she had free time. Seeing Chansok turn to leave, Sangha frantically called him back, desperate for immediate live combat training. But Chansok coldly reminded her, Didn't you hear me say to do it? But in your free time, that's your homework. Faced with her disappointment, he countered by asking about the most important lesson from their first session. Training always begins with live combat. No sooner had he finished speaking The wooden door creaked open, and the world's 10th-ranked hunter Lee Se-eun stepped in with a massive greatsword on his shoulder. Se-eun grinned excitedly and asked if everyone was ready. While Chan-sok remained calm, Han Sang-ah just stood frozen, sweat pouring down her face in terror at such an overwhelming opponent. At the same time, in a dark, damp basement covered in cobwebs, strange, eerie humming sounds echoed. That's just how things are there. Geez, just seeing that in the daylight would be enough to make you wet your pants, let alone at night, right, guys? Among the tangled machinery and plastic wires, Kim Ji-hyun, the man who suffered a crushing defeat at Chan-seok's hands, lay chained to a cold laboratory table wearing an oxygen mask. His eyes slowly fluttered open to reveal the ceiling. In the gloom, he saw the face of the obese Dr. Seo-gyun-woo looming over him. He wheezed, asking where he was, and received a smug reply. This was the doctor's private lab. Seo-gyun-woo smirked, admitting that secretly moving him here from the hospital ward had been quite an exhausting task. Ji-hyun was shocked, wondering why the doctor would do such a crazy thing. Seo-gyun-woo calmly explained that since Ji-hyun was basically half a corpse right now, he was afraid he'd get bored, just staring at the hospital ceiling. Insulted Ji-hyun gritted his teeth and threatened, "You want to die." But the doctor just laughed loudly, knowing full well the man couldn't even breathe without his mana-assisted respirator. With a sinister glint in his eyes behind his glasses, Seo-gyun-woo leaned in close and whispered that he had just succeeded in a promising little experiment. He looked straight into Ji-hyun's hateful eyes and offered a tempting invitation. "Well, Kim Ji-hyun, don't you want your revenge?" A new dark conspiracy began to form from the resentment of the defeated. He had been infected with malice and had taken the doctor's bait. 1 month later, since beginning the grueling training in the UK, Han Sang-ah had been diligently working on her mana control exercise using eggs. She carefully cracked the shell, but seeing the white and yolk still separated, Sang-ah couldn't help but feel disappointed, whispering to herself, I still can't do it like Chan-seok. Even after putting in her all-controlling mana so subtly as to blend everything inside that fragile shell remained a massive challenge for her. Right at that moment, Chan-seok's firm voice rang out from behind her. "Your 5-minute break is over. Back to training." Seeing Chan-seok already decked out in his combat gear and gripping his greatsword, Sang-ah could only sigh, "Is it over already?" However, she quickly steeled herself, dropped the eggshell in her hand, and replied, "I'm coming," ready to dive back into the relentless training cycle day in and day out. Who knows if she's improved at all? The official sparring match began with a daunting challenge. A 2-on-1 fight against the world's 10th-ranked hunter Lee Se-eun. Chan-seok had clearly defined that this training aimed at 2 core goals. The moment the match started, Lee Se-eun exploded with incredible spiritual power, creating thunderous collisions that shook the ground and sent debris flying everywhere, forcing both Chan-seok and Sang to use all their skills just to keep from being blown away by the crushing pressure. The first goal was simple: become stronger. Lee Se-eun lunged with unbelievable speed, unleashing lightning-fast sword strikes that put Han Sang-ah completely on the defensive. Sang-ah's eyes widened in shock, realizing the massive gap in their strength. She gritted her teeth, enduring as her body was constantly pushed back, only managing to gasp in despair, "I haven't even touched the ground yet." Even after a month of grueling training, she realized that in the face of a true expert's overwhelming power, the path to the top was still incredibly difficult. In the middle of the breathless sparring match, Lee Se-eun unleashed powerful sword swings that left Han Sang-ah completely overwhelmed. In a moment of vulnerability, Se-eun was shocked to realize his greatsword. His pride and most important weapon had been knocked out of his hand. While she was still stunned, Chan-seok's firm shout rang out, urging her not to give up, but to immediately find a way to counterattack and land a hit on the 10th-ranked commander. This was when the second training goal was activated: improve the tactical coordination between Han Sang-ah and Chan-seok. Taking advantage of her teammates' guidance, Sang-ah suppressed her pain and flipped into the air, her entire body erupting with brilliant blue electricity. She poured all the mana she had accumulated over the past month into a strike from above, creating a massive explosion of spiritual power that shook the earth and blew everything away in a cloud of dust. Looks like after all these days of training, you've picked up a bit of combat experience. As the dust slowly settled, Lee Se-eun gave a grin of amusement. He admitted that he truly hadn't expected 2 rookies to disarm him in such a tricky, coordinated maneuver. Seyun didn't hold back his praise for the significant progress both of them had made over the past month of hard training, though he didn't forget to add a pointed reminder that he'd have to teach them again how to keep a tight grip on their weapons. However, the light atmosphere didn't last long before an emergency signal from the radio suddenly broke the silence. On the other end was a frantic cry for help from Dover. Reporting an emergency call, the shocking news immediately hit. The Dangan Descendants organization has officially launched a large-scale attack, and worse yet, a mysterious and thick black smoke completely blanketed the shield generator area, making the situation incredibly dire as desperate calls for backup went out. Instantly, the eyes of all three hunters turned cold and murderous. Without a single second of hesitation, they jumped into their vehicle and tore off toward the battlefield at breakneck speed. To stop the enemy's sinister plot, hurry up. Let's go wipe them all out. Inside the speeding vehicle, Lee Se-yoon couldn't help but scream in terror at her teammates' reckless driving. Damn it, why are you the one driving again? Han Sang-ah kept her foot firmly on the gas and retorted coolly, because I'm the only one here with a driver's license, that's why. Seeing the speed spiraling out of control, Lee Se-yoon could only grip her seat tightly and plead, "Can you please try driving even a little bit safer?" Suddenly, Chan Seok's eyes narrowed in alert as he sensed an overwhelming killing intent closing in. Before he could even process it, a purple shadowy figure slammed directly into the windshield. The vehicle shuddered violently, a sharp, sickening thud echoing out as it crashed into the target, leaving burning skid marks on the road and shattering the windshield into pieces. Han Sang-ah slammed on the brakes in a panic, her voice trembling with absolute horror. "Wait! Don't tell me! I just hit someone, did I?" White smoke billowed from the hood, obscuring the view of those inside the chaotic cabin. Chan Seok stared coldly out the window to assess the situation. He replied in a low, gravelly voice, not looking at the purple, stiff corpse with bizarre tubes protruding from its back lying motionless on the road. "I don't think that's a human." But then dry cracking sounds suddenly erupted from the wreckage as the creature began to twist its body and rise up in a grotesque manner. "Found you!" Chan Seok was stunned as he clearly saw the enemy's face through the cracked window. He couldn't believe his eyes. "Wait, is that Kim Ji-hyun, the guy I beat to a pulp earlier, now transformed into a repulsive biological monster with purple skin and eyes glowing with spiritual power?" Kim Ji-hyun snarled his name Chan Seok and spat out a cryptic threat. "You will never know." His appearance, with a body completely reconstructed, signaled the start of a bloody revenge that Dr. Seo Gu-won had meticulously prepared to confront the hero. Every step he took now carried the weight of 1,000 pounds cracking the pavement. He roared through his teeth, "To get to a pathetic loser like you! Do you have any idea how much I had to give up?" His entire body was now a mass of purple muscle, his eyes glowing with a frenzied crimson spiritual light. A single powerful stomp of his foot created a terrifying shockwave. It shattered the surrounding buildings, causing them to collapse into clouds of dust. Standing before the ruins, Chan Seok kept a strangely calm expression as he mentally sized up his opponent. "Right. There's no way you'd go down that easily. I clearly burned through all your muscle power, yet you're still able to move." Even though the appearance of the monster Ji-hyun was unexpected, Chan Seok quickly made a firm decision. "This deviates from the original plan, but I'll finish everything here." Before heading out, he turned to order his teammates, "Let's split up. Han Sang-ah, head to the port, and I'll go straight to the headquarters. We'll split the work to get this done faster, guys." Lee Se-yoon nimbly slid out of the wreckage, glanced at the monster, and reminded Chan Seok, "That thing seems really pissed off at you, so make sure you finish it off." She didn't forget to urge Sang-ah, who was still in shock inside the car. "Han Sang-ah, you need to get out and run now. This car is completely totaled." Sang-ah hurriedly replied, "Yes, ma'am." Watching the scene, Kim Ji-hyun curled his lips in a sneer of utter contempt. "It's pathetic to see the great Lee Se-yoon running away with her tail between her legs like that." Ji-hyun's glowing purple eyes locked onto Chan Seok, and he growled a vicious oath. "I will hunt all of you down and tear you to pieces, starting with you, Chan Seok." Facing the murderous threat, Chan Seok just curled his lip and asked back with a mocking tone, "Kill me, you!" He stared straight into the monster's deformed face and said with total disdain, "Just by looking at you, I can tell you're only on the level of a Renton at best." The comment hit a nerve, driving Ji-hyun insane. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Still with your pathetic jokes, do you even know? From the moment you crippled me, I was no longer the man you used to know. I have sworn to myself every single day that I would make you taste that exact same agony." I will tear you apart, Chan-suk! Kim Ji-hyun bellowed in a frenzy, the tubes on his back vibrating violently with every ragged breath. Looking at the enemy, who had completely transformed into a hideous biological monster with purple skin, Chan-suk narrowed his eyes, his expression turning grave. He thought to himself, this guy might actually be a bit dangerous. As the battle between Chan-suk and Ji-hyun was about to explode, the scene shifted to the port area where Han Sang-ah had just touched down amidst the fog. Seeing the landscape, so unnaturally devastated and deserted, she couldn't help but be shocked, thinking, this is absurd. Have all the hunters at the port really been taken out? Amidst the stacks of shipping containers, Sang-ah vigilantly observed every tiny movement. Suddenly, an assassin wearing a red mask of the Dangun descendants Leung Tung stepped out, smirking maliciously. I thought there might be a few lucky survivors left. He stared intensely at Sang-ah, his eyes glowing behind the mask. With a greedy glint in his eyes, he realized who she was. Oh, so you're actually the heiress of the Case White group. Two other accomplices emerged from the shadows surrounding her on all sides. The leader smugly announced, we're definitely going to get a massive ransom out of you. Sang-ah stood frozen in her tracks, secretly horrified as she realized the truth. With just these three, they were able to clear out this entire area. However, instead of trembling in fear, Sang-ah made a remark that left the assassins stunned. You know, guys. Using the word daughter already implies that I'm a young lady. So you're just making things awkward by saying it like that? She nonchalantly added, you could have just called me Case White Heiress or that KSW bitch instead. Her naivety and bizarre logic left the three assassins staring at each other in bewildered silence for a moment before the leader suddenly burst into a fit of laughter. Ha ha ha! I thought you were some stuck-up rich girl. Turns out you're no different from a village idiot. Sang-ah just blinked, wondering to herself, an idiot? Don't mess with this idiot if I were you. The assassin immediately returned to his ruthless demeanor, brandishing his blade as he declared, I was planning to take you alive for the ransom, but looking at your attitude, I doubt I'll get a good price for you. Besides, we're getting a bit bored anyway. We'll take the time to play with you a bit before we end it all. Facing the three assassins from the descendants of Dangun who had her cornered at the harbor, she realized the grim truth: each one of them possessed twice as much mana as she did. In this dire situation, with sweat dripping down, Sang-ah let out a soft sigh, suddenly recalling the stern teachings of Chan-suk. In a real battle, the amount of mana isn't the most important thing. The essential thing is the calmness to read the flow of the battle. The image of her strict master returned as a solid mental anchor for her. Just do as he taught me. Everything will be fine. Suppressing her anxiety, Sang-ah calmed herself. Right, I have to stay calm. As the three assassins charged simultaneously with their swords, she steeled herself, determined to hold out at all costs, until Chan-suk could arrive to reinforce her. She knew that with a body trained to withstand 7.6 times the pressure of a normal person over the past month, she wouldn't be defeated so easily. Flashback to a gloomy secret laboratory, the mad scientist Seo Gu-hun was holding a test tube filled with a deep purple liquid. Glowing with a sinister light, he looked at Kim Ji-hyun, who was now just a hollow shell after his humiliating defeat, and declared, this drug will inject a new source of power into your body, your hollow body. After Gu-hun confirmed with this massive amount of mana, Ji-hyun, you won't have to rely on a ventilator anymore. However, he didn't forget to warn of the horrific side effects. Your bones will shatter, your internal organs will be twisted, and your eyes will be as dry as if scorched by the fires of hell. Good heavens, how could he still be human after that? Hearing the astronomical price to pay, Kim Ji-hyun trembled and whispered in utter terror, no? But Seo Gu-hun only looked at him with cold, contemptuous eyes and asked, are you afraid? Are you more afraid of that pain than living your whole life as a cripple? Faced with the desperate silence of the loser, the bloated scientist leaned in his eyes, gleaming with malice as he gave his final offer, I'm giving you a chance. Giving. A ruthless plot to turn Kim Ji-hyun into a literal monster to take revenge on Chan-suk was reaching its climax. That is your chance to make Chan-suk taste a fate even worse than what you've suffered. That's right, Chan-suk. The thing I should be staring at right now is no longer that damn hospital ceiling. There is only one thing I need to see. Your miserable corpse, Kim Ji-hyun roared in his mind with pure hatred. His face was now completely distorted, with a purple crystal embedded in his forehead and strange pupils glowing with spiritual energy, proving that he had completely abandoned his humanity. In exchange for the power to take revenge, the battle erupted violently. Kim Ji-hyun dove down from above like a frenzied predator, abandoning all defensive principles. He unleashed a rain of punches at a terrifying speed, creating continuous ear-splitting impacts. Facing that extreme aggression, Chan-seok remained calm and highly focused. His eyes narrowed, catching every trajectory of his opponent's chaotic movements. The iron fists rained down, but Chan-seok quickly utilized his masterful technique, using the spear shaft to neutralize the crushing pressure. At the perfect moment, when Ji-hyun became obsessed with attacking and left an opening, he channeled his spiritual energy into his weapon and delivered a powerful upward strike, sending the monster Ji-hyun flying into the air. Caught in total shock as he was sent flying, Ji-hyun gritted his teeth against the pain tearing through his body. Damn it! He dared to knock me into the air. He swore that the moment his feet touched the ground, he would unleash his full power to finish Chan-seok immediately. But looking down, Ji-hyun suddenly froze in doubt. What is he doing? That guy down there. Chan-seok had no intention of standing still and waiting. He had already taken a stance ready for an even more terrifying follow-up attack to end this fight. Pick up the pace. I've still got a ton of stuff to do. Even while Kim Ji-hyun was still floating in midair and believing he was out of his opponent's reach, a horrifying sight unfolded right before his eyes. The spear in Chan-seok's hand suddenly extended with incredible speed, piercing through the clouds and closing in on the target in a split second. Ji-hyun was stunned, his glowing purple eyes revealing sheer terror as he realized the absurd truth. His spear, can it actually reach that far? He had absolutely no way out once Chan-seok appeared right above him. Gripping his spear tightly, he smirked and let out a mocking admission. Honestly, I'm quite impressed, Kim Ji-hyun. Your punches are significantly stronger than before. But then Chan-seok's aura suddenly surged as he channeled all his mana. He prepared his next attack and asked back, let's see just how durable you really are. I wonder if it's as strong as your destructive power. Ji-hyun only had time to gasp, what? In absolute shock before a storm of azure energy unleashed by Chan-seok's spear rotation completely swallowed him whole. Not giving his opponent a single second to breathe, Chan-seok unleashed his signature technique, infinite spear trajectory. Thousands of blinding blue light trails shot forth from the spear tip. Violently tearing through space, a deafening explosion rocked the heavens and the earth, leveling the entire area and reducing everything to ashes under the hero's destructive power. Amidst the ruins of the devastated city, the thick dust from the battle began to settle. It revealed a lone figure kneeling amidst the rubble. Kim Ji-hyun was now nothing more than a gasping corpse whispering in agonizing pain. Just kill me. Chan-seok trudged toward him, his eyes devoid of pity, filled only with suspicion. He thought to himself, no matter how he looked at it, something about this is truly strange. Chan-seok realized that mana was flowing through Ji-hyun's veins instead of blood. This was an extremely high-level magic, the kind that even in the other world would require 10 archmages working in unison. Only then could it be accomplished. But why in such a sophisticated process? Did they not remove the impurities? Furthermore, the blood flowing through her body is no longer human blood at all. Memories of his old world flooded back into Chan-seok's mind, where humanity had spent thousands of years researching the essence of mana. From the perspective of someone hardened by the trials of the other world, he judged modern humanity's understanding of mana to be pathetic. They were no different from primitive people who had just stumbled upon fire, clumsy and incredibly dangerous. Chan-seok scoffed internally. It's ridiculous. It's like a caveman finding a kitchen knife and using the dull side to carve meat. The descendants of Dangun might be proud of themselves for inventing this power. But with his own hard-won experience, Chan-seok knew the truth behind that purple crystal. It wasn't a great discovery. It was a landmine deliberately planted in this world by some mysterious entity. Standing before the defeated foe, Chan-seok was certain this wasn't man-made. He wondered if she had made a deal, either with mana or with a powerful entity that extracted its own mana, materialized it into a crystal, and inserted it into a human body. By accepting that alien power, they had essentially agreed to a soul-bartering transaction. Chan-seok looked at the pathetic Kim Ji-hyun at his feet and thought, I thought it was just a puppy that ate some chocolate. But in reality, she signed a blank check without even knowing it. He looked coldly at the crystal on Ji-hyun's forehead and questioned, Did you even have any idea what the hell you were doing? From the very beginning, immediately after a cracking sound rang out as the crystal on his forehead began to shatter. A blinding flash of light suddenly erupted from the point of impact. It forced Chansok to squint against the overwhelming pressure. A cataclysmic explosion occurred, swallowing the entire space around them in a sea of white. Standing at the epicenter, Chansok was shocked to realize this wasn't just a normal mana explosion. It was total destruction, a literal erasure of reality. When the smoke and dust cleared, a whole city block was now nothing but a deep, flat black hole. Everything had vanished without a trace, leaving the hero standing alone in a terrifyingly barren wasteland. Looking at the wreckage after the blast, Chansok realized a disturbing truth. This was a method he was all too familiar with from the other world, a contract with a demon. Though it was unclear who the entity Kim Ji-hyun had signed with was, based on the residual mana, it definitely possessed terrifying power. Chansok clicked his tongue in annoyance. He thought he had thoroughly cleaned up those demons on the other side. Could it be that they had followed him all the way here? However, given the current situation, he had to put this concern aside to deal with later. So much to do. Let's get going, everyone. Meanwhile, at the port, Han Sanga was still reeling from her own power. She realized how absurd it all was. Even though she only focused on parrying her opponent's attacks, just as Chansok had taught her, the result was that all the assassins had been neatly taken down. Sanga smiled faintly, silently grateful for Chansok's guidance, because she had truly won, exactly as he had predicted. 2 assassins were already down. The last one realized this was a bad deal and decided to bolt, but Sanga was faster. She immediately drew her sword and sent him off to meet his ancestors. Sanga leisurely sheathed her sword, judging that she had controlled her mana output well and hadn't wasted any energy. She wondered if this was the perfect ending. Just then, Chanseok's voice echoed right behind her, startling her. He remarked that while the finishing blow was clean, she was thinking too much while fighting. Chanseok reminded her that once you're on the battlefield, the only thing that matters is focusing entirely on taking down the enemy rather than getting lost in analysis. Wait, when did this guy get here? Just standing there watching a movie, are you? Sanga, annoyed, snapped at him for how long he'd been watching, since he always started complaining the moment he showed up. Chansok coolly replied that he'd only just arrived, brushing aside that annoyance. Both of them looked up at the sky where a massive ring of energy was shining brilliantly, covering the entire harbor area. CEO Trang looked pensively toward the beam of light and whispered, "Is this really the shield generator?" Standing before the massive glowing energy ring, Han Sang-ah couldn't help but be overwhelmed by its grandeur. She whispered, "This really is the pinnacle of mana technology." It had condensed a colossal amount of mana. The light from the shield generator seemed to want to swallow the whole sky, a testament to humanity's extraordinary efforts. Just as the two were busy observing, a familiar voice called out from behind, "So this is where everyone is gathering?" Lee Seon strolled over, still carrying that massive spirit-infused greatsword on her shoulder. Seeing the squad commander safe, Han Sang-ah and Chansok breathed a sigh of relief. "Lee Seon, is everyone doing okay?" Seon stood amidst the rubble with the corpses of the enemies she had just defeated at her feet. Meanwhile, Chanseok was lost in his own thoughts, silently worrying about how to explain Kim Ji-hyun's transformation. Chansok told himself that making up an excuse wouldn't be hard. But if he told the whole truth that he'd traveled to another world, saved it, and returned to Earth to work as an unemployed hunter, no one would ever believe him. He imagined himself excitedly telling them about his heroic past, only to be met with suspicious mocking stares from Sang-ah and Se-eun. There was no way they'd buy a story like that. He clicked his tongue in frustration. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Chansok's mind. He remembered the nonsensical drivel that the clerics in the other world used to spout and called it a prophecy. He decided to weave those fragments of memory together to create the perfect lie. Chansok began, "While I was fighting Kim Ji-hyun, I was enveloped in a thick black smoke. And then I heard a voice." Sanga curiously interrupted, "A voice? What did the voice say? Hey, keep your cool and listen, beauty." To make it more convincing, Chansok started spinning a mystical yarn about a powerful entity. "Destruction is drawing near. Know that we exist beyond the veil of darkness. He wears robes woven from sulfur fire, holding a golden black chalice filled with bitter wormwood water." He was inwardly smug, just stitched together whatever popped into his head as long as it sounded mysterious and scary enough to distract them from the Dangun Descendants organization. The result was unexpected. Both Han Sang-ah and Lee Se-eun seemed completely convinced. Sang-ah mused, "So that's how it is. They actually exist. Lee Se-un also nodded in agreement, thinking that in a world full of rifts and corrupting creatures, the appearance of godlike entities actually sounded quite plausible. Chan-seok smirked inwardly, surprised that his clumsy lie had worked so well. If these two lionesses knew the truth, they'd tear him to pieces in a heartbeat. Ha ha! However, the truth about the Dangun descendants remained a threat that couldn't be underestimated. All three agreed that they couldn't just treat them like a small group. Extremist patriots. Han Sang-a's eyes turned cold as she looked toward the horizon. She could feel a terrifying storm brewing. From their dark conspiracies, the journey to protect the shield generator would certainly be filled with obstacles. The transfer market is opening soon, right? Han Sang-a suddenly revealed a piece of important information that left Chan-seok stunned. She explained that this was the only window where hunters were allowed to change their guilds. But more importantly, that's where the representatives and high-profile figures gather to trade all kinds of intelligence. If that's the case, we could use this opportunity to discuss the story you just told. If an influential hunter like you speaks up, there's no way the others will be able to ignore it. Faced with the sudden rise in his reputation, Chan-seok just blushed in embarrassment. This fame of his was truly a pain in the neck. Life just pushed him into it. It made me famous, so just deal with it. He even joked about whether the giant Yoon Seung-hyun would come all the way to the UK just to beg to meet him out of pure fandom. Shaking off the banter, Chan-seok returned to a determined expression. Either way, it's fine. This was my own problem to begin with. Meanwhile, at the grand headquarters of the Tibet Hunter Guild, a gloomy, oppressive atmosphere hung in the air. A powerful shadow loomed high above, and a deep, threatening voice echoed out. You must have something to say to me, right, Yoon Seung-hyun? That was Seo Si-hun, the powerful representative of the Tibet Guild who possessed terrifying telekinetic skills. With bulging muscles and fiery red hair, the giant Yoon Seung-hyun was kneeling in front of him in total humiliation, stuttering his apologies. I'm sorry. Seung-hyun's gaze was as cold as a razor blade. He growled, You're apologizing. You can't do your job, and you come back here to whine apologies. How are you going to avoid a beating man? Without a hint of mercy, he activated his telekinesis to lift Yoon Seung-hyun's massive body into the air and squeeze. Choking his neck, Seung-hyun coldly declared he wasn't here to listen to meaningless excuses. In extreme pain, Yoon Seung-hyun could only justify that this failure was because that brat Chan-seok has become way more famous than we initially expected, making it impossible to recruit him. Seo Si-hun clenched his fist. The telekinetic wave radiating from his body made nearby fragments hover in the air. He growled under immense pressure. If we can't even handle this, dealing with something like this is just pathetic. What will everyone think of TB, and what will they think of me, the one who runs this guild? He made it crystal clear he hated listening to lame excuses from his subordinates. Instantly, a massive telekinetic blow slammed down, leaving Yoon Seung-hyun wide-eyed in terror. Writhing in pain, the giant gasped out his final desperate words. He said he didn't intend to join TB. Does his intent even matter? Yoon Seung-hyun cut him off coldly. His face masked in menacing shadow. He declared firmly that there would be no second chances for any more mistakes. A supreme order was issued. Make sure Chan-seok joins TB during this transfer window at any cost. The scene shifts to the group's modern villa. Chan-seok, standing by the window, narrowed his eyes with suspicion as he spotted strange figures outside. What's going on with those guys loitering out there? Han Sang, standing nearby, couldn't hide his surprise. Did they actually track us down here? Outside the gate, Yoon Seung-hyun strode in with two black-clad bodyguards. His face was covered in scars and bandages, the disastrous result of Yoon Seung-hyun's rage earlier. The meeting took place right in the villa's living room. Amidst the suffocating tension, Yoon Seung-hyun got straight to the point with a tone that brooked no argument. I won't waste time when the transfer market opens. Fulfill your promise and join our guild. Facing that crushing pressure, Chan-seok remained calm. He replied coldly, The current conditions have changed. That's right. To bring me in, you'd need 8 people just to carry the burden. Chan-seok flipped through the file in his hand, his eyes filled with contempt. Looking at these documents you've given me, it's clear that from the very beginning, you never had any intention of negotiating in good faith. He began to analyze the difference between TB and other hunter guilds. Usually, guilds don't have a real representative. The partner hunters just gather to work and split the profits, but TB is different. You have a real owner, CEO Si-hun. That is your strength. But also this guild's fatal weakness, Yoon Seong-hoon affirmed firmly indeed. CEO Se-hoon is the supreme master of TB. However, Chan Seok silently reasoned that no matter how powerful he might have been, Yoon Seong-hoon currently had zero combat experience. And the actions of a true strongman should carry far more weight than this. Is a hunter who no longer operates even called a hunter anymore? Or does that just make him a wealthy, unemployed guy? Chan Seok's provocative question left the TB underlings stunned, shocked by the young man's arrogance. Yoon Seong-hoon's eyes narrowed with killing intent. His scar-ridden face became more terrifying than ever. He growled a warning, "Watch your mouth, keep running it like that, and you'll die without leaving a trace." Looking at the intense reaction of the subordinates, Chan Seok secretly assessed, at least he keeps the absolute loyalty of his crew. Getting beaten to a pulp and they still don't complain, huh? Despite the threat, Chan Seok remained resolute. He looked Yoon Seong-hoon straight in the eye and declared, "I refuse your offer." A deadly silence blanketed the room before Yoon Seong-hoon roared, "No! You don't have the right to choose." Instantly, he channeled force into his arm, flipping a multi-ton stone table toward Chan Seok. The flip was so violent it created a screaming gust of wind. He unleashed a 1,000-pound punch with terrifying speed. Chan Seok struggled to dodge, inwardly horrified by the sheer raw power of his opponent. A straight punch from Yoon slammed directly into the solid wall, shattering it like crystal and creating a deep crater proof of a destructive power capable of crushing any living creature. What the hell does this guy eat to be this strong? Chan Seok gritted his teeth, realizing this isn't just a normal punch, it's practically a wrecking ball. Feeling the pressure from his opponent's swings, he made up his mind. Fine. If you want to play it this way, I'll go all out too. But just as he was about to counter, Chan Seok froze. A massive pressure suddenly weighed down on his shoulders, making his body feel pinned to the ground. He was shocked, wondering, "What is this? Something is crushing me with terrifying force." Chan Seok's eyes glowed with spiritual power as he tried to see the flow of energy around him. Mana. Since when? He immediately looked back at the two large subordinates standing motionless behind him. It turned out they never intended to engage in melee combat from the start. Chan Seok gritted his teeth, realizing his mistake. These big guys aren't warriors. They're mana manipulators. They're working together to create an intense gravity field to lock my movements, turning me into a sitting duck for Yoon Seong-hoon. The video ends here. If you guys enjoyed it, please hit the like button to support the channel. Thank you and goodbye, everyone. Thanks, everyone. See ya.